jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports,
one shot.
Yeah.
Either you knocked out, or you can brain damage, or blood on the head, or you can die.
In the fight, when did you start feeling sorry for the dude, man?
I wouldn't say feeling sorry because
that was
a fight.
I was feeling. Listen, I love boxing. I ain't never say, yo, stop the fight. I'll be like, get his ass kicked. I mean, come on now.
Listen, man, you in there? I'm like Drago. You died. Yo.
First in the building, Big Blunts Unboxing on deck. What's good with it, Blunts? The GOAT is on deck. Hot grease action over words, man. Hey, I apologize earlier. I was trying the new setup. Couldn't get my mic to basically link up. I had two different angles going. Couldn't get my mic to link up to the angle that I wanted to be on camera. I would try it another time. It's no big deal. We still gonna cook, you know what I'm saying? The hot grease don't stop. You know, some people gonna get upset tonight, and some people that know who they are, they know not to show up on the boulevard. You know what I'm saying? They know better. It's Friday too. They know better. Carlos Rosado is in the building. WCS salute again. Yeah, you know how it goes. Sometimes, you know, you have live streams like that. You got to shut it down and come back on if what you're doing doesn't work. You know, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? I since deleted that live. Jessica's on deck. How you feeling, Jessica? What's good with you? In the building. I see you on deck. Jamal Nazy is on deck. Salute WCS, salute chat, salute to your Nazy in the building. You already know. Toby Bartlett, salute WCS in the hottest chat on the YTC. We're global again. Yes, stove is on and the grease is hot. Hey, big shout out to the boxing fans across the pond, man. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to y'all over there, man. Getting it in, talking this boxing. Dan Tan on deck. What's good? Sound on deck. What's good with you? I just found out today that I'm blocked from Manager Marty's mom. I made it. Shout out to Tough Glove Boxing. I wonder why you blocked that, Neezy. You don't be over there talking anything crazy. You know what I'm saying? But we're about to get into the reality of what is going on in this crisis. You know what I'm saying? The good thing about it, we get to continue to acknowledge the elite SNAC athlete in Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? The elite SNAC athlete in Bud Crawford. He's back in fight camp and he's posting pics already. Dude got a six-pack already, dog. Listen, I can't make this shit up. Dude has a six-pack already. We're going to get into it. Joseph Bailey on deck. I see you, man. Crawford stand up always. What's good? What's good with it? Yes, sir. Don Vaughn in the building. What's good with it, Don? Salute to you. I see you on deck, man. Samuel is in the building. Salute, WCS. I hear you. I see y'all on there. I want to give a big shout out to the hottest chat in the MFing game. A-side official, baby. You already know. AU is on deck. WCS, Julo, the blocked me. Wish he was in Detroit. No, don't wish. Let him be where he at. You know, it's funny how they just block all these people. You know what I'm saying? And they the ones that's rowing all the time. They got all the amplification. You know what I'm saying? All the insults in the world. And then they quick to sit up here and block you at the first given opportunity. And then they feel redemption. They feel like it's redemption when they block you. You know what I'm saying? But if you're looking at the thumbnail, fight camp for the rematch, Team Crawford is in there. Obviously, if you're looking at this picture, you're saying to yourself, Crawford is already aesthetically displaying a 6 to 8 pack. Why this is important to me is because it continues to show the aerosexuals that they're not doing their job. Marty was over there just with a panel that was once again attempting to make sense and place all these accusations on Crawford, trying to insinuate he was juicing and all that. Well, we're gonna get to it. I want y'all to hear something right quick. Shout out to Dan Tan, man, if I ain't get you. But we're gonna get to something right quick that's just hilarious. And we're gonna get to the pictures of Crawford in camp too. You know what I'm saying? But I want y'all to pretty much check something out right quick. Okay. I want y'all to listen to this. This is an aerosexual who should know better not to come back over in this chat. But obviously, they're going through some emotional crisis. They're going through an emotional crisis. Take a listen to this.
All right, I just want to say a couple of things real quick. First of all, I want to say Terrence Crawford fans must be the type of people that like to get abused, because they hang on every word this dude.
I'll come back to it, but I want to make it be known when people hang out in your chat, they try to attempt to reciprocate what you say, and they use it in the wrong. They slide it in at the wrong time. The insertion don't add up. It's not the right moment. And that's exactly what she tried to do. Because you always hear me saying that Errol Spence fans love the abuse. They love the dysfunctionality. They love it. And that particular aerosexual was attempted to freaking go out here and do the same thing. Say the same thing I said. But no one knew what the hell she was talking about. Let's go.
All right, I just want to say a couple of things real quick. First of all, I want to say Terrence Crawford fans must be the type of people that like to get abused, because they hang on every word this dude say when shit just don't make no sense. First, he came out and said, well, we don't really want the fight, so the fight gonna be at 147, so Earl don't take the fight. And then everybody came out, oh, he don't want the fight. First of all, that don't make any sense. Y'all talking about how it's business and Bud's such a great businessman. Why would you down talk your own event? Why would you say, ain't nobody gonna buy it, ain't nobody gonna watch it, as if you're not profiting off at this event and you're not gonna be a part of this event? Then he comes out and says, oh, well, all Earl got to do is put it in writing and say he can't make the weight. Are you saying that all Earl got to do is put it in writing and say he can't make the weight and we're going to fight at 54? Or are you saying that Earl got to put it in writing and we're not going to fight at all? Okay, off of Bud. This is what I want to say about Earl, and to everybody out there with this soft ass shit acting like Earl can't fight. Errol Spence had 3 belts at 147 in the Glamour division. He went around, he wasn't doing no matchmaking. He was out here fighting whoever had the belt, while Terrence Crawford was over at Top Rank bullshitting and fighting who? He sat there and let Errol Spence do all the heavy lifting, pick up all the belts. And after all the shit that Errol Spence went through, y'all gonna do him like this? This man overcame drinking. This man overcame multiple car wrecks. And he still continued to do everything he said he was going to do, while Terrence Crawford continued to hop online and have his homeboys capping for him. Y'all need to show Errol Spence way more respect. He needs a greater appreciation. He is one of the best welterweights of this era. I don't give a damn what y'all talking about. And there ain't no way y'all can sit on here and say, oh, that was Bud's easiest fight. All the competition that Bud fought was better than Errol Spence. That shit is nonsense. Y'all are not even being realistic. Okay, Earl had an off night. Let's see the rematch. Will Earl win? I don't know. Would Earl have won if he didn't have an off night? I don't know. But the disrespect of Errol Spence and his skills is unbelievable. Terrence Crawford ran around doing nothing, fucking fighting Jeff Horn for a belt and holding on to it and dangling it, na boo boo. I got what you want. Like, that shit is not cool. That is not a champion. Terrence Crawford is the worst display of a champion I have ever seen in my entire life. And
So
anybody that is defending that shit has no idea what a champion mindset is, has
Cam, you
no
got an
idea
echo,
what it
Cam.
takes to be a champion.
I never meaning no, and never lie. Don't I never meaning no, and never Don't I never meaning no, and never seven that I'm meaning tonight.
look, when I hear those individuals talk like that, that's what I hear. The second one, I hear gibberish. I hear goddamn garbled information. I hear encrypted. You know what I'm saying? Almost like it's Morse code. I hear static. You know what I'm saying? I hear disconnection. I hear the signal process when we used to have dial up growing up. I hear all of that. These people are extremely angry, but they have no problem with pretty much pushing out false information. Let me show you another piece of information from a colleague of mine that was just over in Marty's chat, right? And the same, some of these same individuals that are out here talking and spreading false information, they have no problem with having the grandest of time when you pop in some of these other people's chat. It's really no way for you to get your we don't do that. I don't do that over here. But they know not to come over here though. You know what I'm saying? It's that easy. They'll leave a comment on a YouTube channel. I mean, a live stream, a previous live stream that I did, but they won't come over here in the chat when the link is dropped. But they'll have all these damn wrenches, these mods in the chat, and they'll time you out just so you cannot speak to the host. You know what I'm saying? That's what, and I find that like that to be extremely juvenile, but it's expected over in the YTC. This is from Trick. This is Trick over there trying to basically speak to a host that was over there, Manager Marty, who was on live not too long ago. And this what it said. It said some person, I don't know who this no sense boxing is. Crawford fans stay deflecting, right? I don't know what they mean by that stay deflecting. I have no idea what they mean by Crawford fans stay deflecting. Trick said, Mr. Pragmatic, guilty by association. That's the difference. Y'all keep making excuses. 28-1 is his record. Now, you know what I'm saying? No A side, no belts, no discipline. I am out. This has to be the worst chat ever been in. So pretty much what I understand that Trick was talking about, because they timed him out by attempting to speak to the host himself. Everybody else can get on the panel. You know what I'm saying? But I guess you have to have a sense of ass kissing, you know what I'm saying, behavior to get on the panel, because I too have been over there in the background and I was kept in the background instead of getting on the panel. One time he let me in, but ever since, you know what I'm saying, I have pretty much made people aware of certain discrepancies of his. You know, when I was in the background, he kept me back in the background, wouldn't let me on the panel. And it's his panel. It's all good. I don't take it personal. It's all good. It's his panel. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. But my whole point is, you know, they're timing people out over there, and that's pretty much that is deflection. That is pretty much saying you don't want to hear other voices disagree with what you have going on. So you have an individual that he will leave comments on my previous live stream, but he too won't come over here. And he's the one that kicked me off his panel. But the reason why I'm bringing him up is that he keep on talking about he be shutting down, Crawford fans every day, and he got the receipts. He's over there showing screenshots of gloves that was on national TV. Now, I don't know if he knows how big boxing is actually. I mean, the boxing's been around for decades upon decades, right? But he's over here showing a fight that Crawford had in his hometown, Omaha, Nebraska. Let me back up a little bit and tell you how much Crawford doesn't mean. Prior to everything, Crawford didn't mean nothing to nobody. When it comes down to it, he ain't fought nobody. He do bad biz. He moving bad faith. All this constant, mumbo jumbo was continuing to be recycled and recycled and recycled over and over again. And they try to reciprocate that and twist it a little bit and push these false ass narratives. All of a sudden, a guy who haven't did anything gets up and walk away from negotiation after they wanted him to lead Top Rank. He goes over to BLK Prime. He has a glove malfunction. Everlast themselves came up with a statement speaking about the glove, and it was defective. Instead of them talking about Everlast, they're up here talking about Crawford had loaded gloves and all this other stuff, right? Not only that, they're trying to insinuate. So all of a sudden, a guy who was undeveloped, this is where they refuse to go. A guy like Crawford that was undeveloped as a fighter because his competition kept him undeveloped. You know what I'm saying? His competition kept him in an embryonic, rudimentary state. You know what I'm saying? His competition kept him in a position or a scale, you know what I'm saying, an educational scale, which is considered unadvanced. I mean, the beginning stages. You know what I'm saying? They kept him at the amateur stages. Those bums that he was fighting, no way, no how, could have prepared him to face the competition the way he's been facing and excel the way he's been excelling. It's no way possible that you say this man has not faced nobody, but yet and still he's a threat. So another area they refuse to speak about with Crawford is the fact that he was on the pound for pound list. Now you're speaking about boxing being as it is, and we already know how easy the process is for boxers to get licensed. In that process, it is easier for a person to become a professional fighter, but it is not as easy for them to achieve championship status. That's a fact. Crawford was able to achieve that. You have fighters who are moved differently. They fight who they fight, and they're able to gain these championships. They're able to gain win after win after win and put away, wins. And some of them are able to keep their records unblemished, untarnished, you know what I'm saying? Clean, undefeated. A lot of them are, and a lot of them aren't. But when it comes to achievements and beating other champions, that's how you get your legacy, start to build your legacy. That's how you start to build up your index and write chapters and chapters and chapters. So I always look at the Crawford saga is when you say that he hasn't fought nobody and it was all bums, how did he become such a threat? Answer me that, please. If you have been on record as saying the man's been facing bums, you say Crawford has been facing bums, he ain't fought nobody. How did he become a threat? How did he become as dangerous as he was? So if you take the 35 to 40 and the championships that he was able to collect and put away, the championships that he collected to put on his mantle, right? From 35 to 40. As you heard that emotional aerosexual that was up there having a goddamn mental breakdown because people be tripping. You know what I'm saying? I'll be saying stuff and they think it's just for fun, but I put it out there. I say, this is mental health. This is schizophrenia. These people are really letting this Bud Crawford era, his success, really interfere with their personal life. And you heard it with that particular aerosexual that was up there having an emotional breakdown. And she tried to convince people on the panel that Bud Crawford was the worst. Nobody corrected her. See, there's no way that could have happened over here. But no one corrected her to say, no, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. The worst champion ever. I don't agree with that. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, like, are you okay? You know what I'm saying? Should we call up urgent care? You know what I'm saying? Do you have health care, first of all? Something's terribly wrong. She said that he was the worst champion ever. Okay? But let me get back to the task at hand. Let me get back to the task at hand after I get to this chat. She crying like a fire hydrant. That chick sound like she's been the same size since she was 12. Oh man, that's solid, man. That's solid. You got older, but your body stayed where it was, but I got it. The body didn't even move at all. I get it. Tyrese on deck, man. What's good? Donaire had defective gloves in a way fight. They were also Everlast gloves. Talk to him, Blunts. You know what I'm saying? Talk to him, man. Talk to him. Let me go back up here. Trick Noty said, I was over in Marty's the scavenger chat and niggas time me out. They must not know who is. The plug, the oracle, the man will connect. Whole niggas blocking people for having an opinion. Hey, we all know that. We all know that, Trick. They don't respect you enough to have you on the panel, and you know what I'm saying? Because Trick, one thing about it, he gonna stay true to his. You know, back in the day, he spoke to me about some things he felt that was incorrect. You know what I'm saying? But everybody is not mature enough to have somebody talk to them about something and basically stand corrected on something. You know what I'm saying? It takes maturity for that shit, especially in the boxing community. It takes maturity. It takes maturity, not just, in an adult, but I'm talking about boxing maturity, because it seems like in the boxing community, everybody wants to be right all the time. You know what I'm saying? No, you're not going to be right. And it's no one person that knows everything than everybody on here. You know what I'm saying? Always people that know more than the rest. It's according to how far back you go. You have some people that love talking about the new era of boxing, and you got some people that love the old era of boxing. You know what I'm saying? One time when I was on Eminem, he was asking D-Town private chat, he should bring you up. Oh man, you know what I'm saying? He attempted to bring me up talking about, the compliments that I gave him. And look, I told him I gave you compliments on things that I felt that you told me that I didn't know. That's what type of man I am. But that doesn't have anything to do with the boxing and the accusations. That have nothing to do with anything. You know what I'm saying? You want to show people you got phone numbers and shit, but you didn't tell them I called. You didn't tell them I called, and you didn't pick up several times. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. You want to show people that we ate. You came down here, you hit me up. I showed my hospitality and paid for the bill. I did. You know what I'm saying? I did. You feel me? And look, Trick. Hey, Mr. Pragmatic was there. Trick, he was there. He got his meal paid for too. He was there. Jay on deck. Facts. Them channels be hating like an MF. I've been timeout, muted, etc. because the fish grease still extra high. Man, them cats don't really want to sit up there. They want to invite you over to their channel and then try to say, hold on, and try to put you on mute, right? But yet turn around and say they don't use mute. Yeah, you do use mute because you try to put Rick Glazer on mute. You know what I'm saying? And then when you called up freaking Coach Malachi, you kept talking because you was pissed. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Stuff like that happens. But let's get back to the task. So so I'm hearing so much going on, and usually I do a reaction. I feel it's no need to even play. It's not even interesting to me enough just yet. It's not there yet, because this is what I mean by that. It's not there yet for me to do a reaction to his video, because what they're doing is so many lies that's over there. It doesn't make any sense. I've heard it all before from him. They're trying to say that Boots Ennis is just. I was informed that they're trying to say that Boots Ennis is just a sponsor. SNAC just sponsor him. He don't take the supplements. That's what they're trying to say, to separate Boots Ennis from Terrence Crawford. You know, when it comes to the SNAC program. This guy, Boxing Outlet, was up there trying to tell someone, listen how stupid this shit sound, right? He's up there trying to convince, and shout out to Terrence Bailey, man. Good dude, man. Shout out to my veteran, my comrade. So he was trying to explain to Terrence Bailey, a person who I know for a fact actually works out and shit like that. He was telling Terrence Bailey that he's taking SNAC and then improve his endurance. Now, listen to the dumb shit this nigga saying. This dude said he has taken SNAC and then improved his endurance. Terrence Bailey said he has too. Okay, peep this out, people. Anything you do for the first time that you put in your body, and it's supposed to be a supplement, it's supposed to be some type of workout supplement. I mean, we're talking about thousands upon thousands upon thousands. All of a sudden, you're talking about a chicken wing meatloaf having mashed potato, goddamn eating, cat talking about, oh, I took SNAC for the first time. It gave me more endurance. No shit. No shit, Snoopy. No shit is gonna goddamn give you more endurance because you ain't working out. You want to get the SNAC program just to say that it gave me more endurance. Nigga, you ain't a fighter. So y'all trying to take what Victor Conte did prior to his jail? So you're trying to say Victor Conte and all the shit that happened at Balco is Terrence's fault? You're trying to say everything that happened is Terrence's fault, right? So pretty much Victor Conte and what he was doing prior to the feds shutting him down, and all the athletes that he has on there that allow him to get less time than what he could have did, right? Means this dude was a big deal with steroids. The Boxing Outlet is trying to convince people that Terrence is on steroids, and little do they know that's a very strict accusation to make, to start telling people over and over again that a fighter is on juice. You know what I'm saying? Because that fighter can get their team to come over here and ask you about the facts. If you're up here defaming character and you're trying to say he's on juice and he's on steroids, then if it really bothers them enough, they can get their team, their legal team, that come and ask you some questions and say, we want to really know where you're getting this from. So they can come up with, okay, are we really, do we want to sue? Do we want to take action in court? Or do we want to find out where you're getting this information from? Because we all know it's public record that Errol's been in car accidents and drinking. That's public record. But to sit up here and continue to accuse a man after a win that he's juicing all of a sudden, and now you're trying to say that just because he's on Victor Conte SNAC program, it's increasing his technique. They're trying to say Crawford didn't have no jab like that. I mean, this is the dodo birds that you have to deal with. These are the absolute dodo birds that you have to deal with. This dude is going to say, I took the SNAC program that gave me more endurance. No shit. No shit. When you're in there goddamn snacking on freaking chocolate cake, ice cream all day, and then you say, oh, let me try this out. Let me go ahead and try to snack some of this SNAC protein or whatever, SNAC supplements, and see how it make me feel. If it's a freaking supplement to help you improve your workout endurance, a lot of fighters And this what they're not going to tell you too, listeners. They're not going to tell you that a lot of fighters take supplements. MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, baseball, football, basketball. A lot of players take supplements for their body to recover, for their body to have more endurance. It's called working out. Boxers have fight camps. Some of these fighters have 2 and 3 a day fight camps. Do you think they're just going up here eating meals? No, they're taking supplements. It's been well documented. Terrence is not the first one to take the SNAC program. J-Rock is on the SNAC program. He's over there in his backyard, but they don't want to talk about that. You know, J-Rock, who has been in a fight prior to with Jason Rosario and got stopped. He was on the SNAC program. Why aren't you all mentioning Julian Williams? Wasn't he on the SNAC program? Mikey Garcia, he was on the SNAC program when he fought Spence, right? So why then the technique that Mikey Garcia with the SNAC supplements help him go in there and stop Spence like Crawford did? Why didn't we see something that was so spectacular from Mikey Garcia to see him go in there and destroy Spence? Why wasn't he doing that? Why wasn't Mikey Garcia in there throwing a jab like Crawford? Because what I'm trying to get is why this bozo will say that the jab, we don't see jabs like that from Crawford. You know what I'm saying? He has a much more piercing jab. And they're trying to say the SNAC program is the reason why his jab is the way it is. Not remediating it hundreds upon hundreds of times, but the SNAC programs comes with a little small pamphlet. And they say, these are the skill sets that you will improve if you are orthodox. These are the skill sets that you will improve if you're unorthodox. And they go through, first of all, your jab. It will be much more loose. You know what I'm saying? Much more accurate. You know what I'm saying? Your 1-2 combinations. Oh, your timing would be, you know what I'm saying? They don't come with a list of improvements when it comes to your boxing technique. It's just a supplement that millions athletes, they take supplements so their body can recover. That's what they do. But in this particular community, you have individuals who believe that their stupidity is somewhat warranted. They believe their stupidity and ignorance are somehow intelligence. It basically swims around, you know what I'm saying, the perimeter of intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Them acting like a clown is pretty much saying, hey, everybody can have some fun in life. You know what I'm saying? Some of us just want to be a part of the circus growing up. And we feel that being in the boxing community, we are able to express ourselves and be that clown we always wanted to be, that we always inspired to be. And talking nonsense about something that's not going to change is that. Now, let me touch on this also that's crazy. Let me show you some pictures of Crawford, right? Look at these pictures of Terrence. Okay, Terrence is the current reigning defending undisputed world champion, 40-0. Terrence is in the gym. Notice the 3 words that I said, in the gym. Terrence is in the gym. These aerosexuals are motivated. These aerosexuals are more motivated to get online and talk shit about the fighter who basically beat Errol Spence rather than trying to talk to Errol Spence himself and let him know you all are out here supporting him. I know Crawford listened to his supporters. I know his people listen to his supporters. You know what I'm saying? Look, we ain't over here stressing. We ain't stressing. We over here goddamn joking around and talking boxing shit. We ain't stressing about this shit. But when it comes down to them, this shit right here, believe me, you're focusing on the wrong thing. If you want to say that he's on some type of supplement and he's getting ripped and shredded just because he's on a banned substance and you're trying to say he's juicing, all this shit is going to do is circulate internal to the YTC, and it's not going to go any further than that. Nobody's going to take a look just because y'all up here being stupid. You know what I'm saying? If you keep on saying the man is on juice, and you're gonna find out how quickly people can reach out to you with that paperwork. Because it's a lot of people that love doing paperwork on the YTC. But you want to sit up here and say that, oh, well, WCS talked about he didn't like, the fact that we was talking about Crawford was on juice. So we're gonna continue to talk about it. You think I'm not playing the game too? I want you all to be encouraged to go ahead and continue to put out false information. If it's good enough, like if it has substance to it, I'll speak on it. Substance enough to identify the nut huggers that's out there that's just swinging on pubic hair for no reason, bro. Y'all not even getting together in an organized way to come up with a plan to get your boy back in the gym. Bud is already in the gym getting ready, and y'all still on here on the YouTube talking shit about Crawford, a situation that you can't change. Should I pull up the definition of change? Should I pull up the definition of review? Should I remind you all that it's no way, no how that anything you say on here about the SNAC program or freaking, saying that he had defected gloves, he had loaded gloves. Did you see what happened between the Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury situation? Did the WBC ever open up an investigation? Did they? I don't remember that potentially happening. Originally, before I was going to do this live, right? I was going to put up a whole different thumbnail. You know what I'm saying? I was going to put up a thumbnail that had to do with Errol Spence holding the 3 belts that he used to have, and Terrence Crawford holding up the 1 belt he used to have. I felt that if I put up a thumbnail like that, it would give just a little bit of relief and basically reduce the insanity of the aerosexuals from having a mental crisis like they are now. I thought if I can give them an old picture, it will calm them down. I'm all about being a therapist on the side, an unemployed therapist. I'm all about, taking my college credits and say, hey man, let me be a psychiatrist, let me be a physician just a little bit and try to help these freaking dumbass aerosexuals. But I said, nah, it's not up to me. It's certain things, you try to give back to the community. That ain't one of them. It's just amazing to me, right? That if Crawford's been online, been on record, is saying that the fight's going to be in December, right? He's in fight camp for a reason. REA son, reason. So Crawford is in training for a reason. That means the fight's going to happen this year. If the fight was in February next year, he wouldn't be in fight camp. I keep on trying to explain that. Okay. Also, aerosexuals, I'm trying to get across to you all that no matter what lies that you bring up about whatever you want to be true, whether it's the gloves and everything, all you have to do is be there for the rematch. All right. I'm telling you point blank, the easiest route to take. All you have to do is be there on fight week for the rematch and then somehow get approved for credentials. And I want to see if y'all have the cojones to ask him about having loaded gloves on fight week, because we can we can dead this right here. You know what I'm saying? You can talk all this shit. This goes for you too, Manager Marty. It goes for you too. You know what I'm saying? Y'all stay kissing Rachel Dornell's ass because that's your link to get into PBC. I didn't need no link. I got my shit the hard way by showing up and asking and doing that. But I know a lot of you all are over there keeping Donaire around, using her just so you can get in to the fight. I get it. I get it. Okay, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You had to do it the other way. But this is my request to you all. This is my challenge to you all. I challenge you all when the rematch come to basically go through the same channel that you did on fight week prior to the first beating, right? The first pummeling, thrashing. I want you to take the same route, and I want you all to go back in there, but this time on fight week, because you think I'm not hearing everything? How y'all was up there using her to get this, that, and the other to get into the fight? Y'all trying to make it seem like y'all paid for the tickets and all that, but y'all was getting comp tickets and stuff like that. Y'all want to act like y'all was there to support Nonito Donaire, which is a legend. Have nothing against Nonito, but yeah, that's just the finagling that's going around. I'm not kissing nobody's ass. They goddamn get shit. I ain't never kissed nobody's ass in my freaking life, but y'all have no problem doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's a delicacy, but I want all you cats that's over there, boxing outlet manager Marty, DKSB, AK D-Town Boxing. You know, I would say knockdown pager, you know what I'm saying? Knockdown 68 pager, but he don't have permission to go to the fights. He don't have permission. You know what I'm saying? He has permission to go up to the local store and grab some barefoot wine, you know what I'm saying, and get some shit out somebody's trunk. And you know, he carry around a flask on him. You know what I'm saying? He don't have permission to go to the fight. So if you're looking at the main narrative pushers, and unfortunate, KQKC, I can't believe you wrapped up in this, bro. Come on. KQ, you better than this, bro. KQKC, you are better than letting them people get you wrapped up and intertwined in this lies, bro. You better than that, man. What energy are you getting trying to imply the same bullshit that they pushing out? Anyway, I want you all to be on fight week in the rematch. I want you to ask Crawford. You have plenty and ample amount of time. This is my challenge that I'm going to continue to push to you aerosexuals. If you all are basically claiming that Bud Crawford did all this and you all have all the connects to PBC, I want you all to ask him that question on fight week. Ask him. Say, hey, champ, we want to ask you about your gloves. We want to ask you about the SNAC program. Marty, come on, Marty. Come on, you're the manager, right? I'm pretty sure a manager can get into the fight, right? I want you to pose that question to Crawford. All this online shit is bullshit, man. That's garbage. This don't mean anything. It has no value, bro. This is like pesos, you know what I'm saying, compared to the U.S. currency. It's garbage. It's trinkets. No, I want you to go back to the fight, and I want you, because you didn't say anything the first time. You know why you didn't say anything? You didn't ask no questions? Because there wasn't no credentials there for you. Okay, so this is what I want for you to happen. Now that you've been to the fight and you saw the ass whooping that took place, right? I want you all to be able to return back. Now that you have this so-called rumor mill in full effect, you know what I'm saying? I want you all to go back there with all these lines of questions, and I want you to ask. You know, because all the acting online don't mean shit. I want you to ask Crawford to his face about cheating. You talk about Crawford does what you say you tell him to do. Crawford's doing what you tell him to do. Okay, then. If you believe this Crawford is complying to all the rhetoric that you out here putting out about him juicing, go back to fight week and get credentials. Have Rachel get you credentials. And you sit up there and ask Crawford the question. If you're not willing to go ask Crawford the question, then y'all need to shut the fuck up. It makes no sense. Real talk. If you're saying that Crawford's looking at you, it's all giggles and shit. If you're not willing to make the proper arrangements, get through the connects, make sure you get the credentials to be at the next fight, right? Because Al Heyman, the black man, should look out for black media, right? Get the black man to help you out. Or I know a lot of y'all was up there dancing and shucking and jiving with Kelly. Get her, you know what I'm saying? Something. Get credentials and ask Crawford that question to his face. Real talk. If you can't get a question off when it's the presser, try to ask him a question when you see him walking. I mean, all this big rah-rah talk about Crawford's, doing what you said, doing what you tell him to do, and he's listening to you. Okay, he should know you. He should have familiarity with you. You and all the other cats. He should have familiarity. Julina, all you pundits that's out there, he should have a clear understanding of who y'all are. Dickhead, you know what I'm saying? Him too. All you guys should be able to get together and go out there and ask these questions on fight week. Seriously. I've been to media scrums. Don't tell me it can't happen. Go to the open workout. Boxing Outlet, Marty, all you cats, D-Town, Julina, Drew, KQKC, all y'all. Get together and go to one of the open workouts, man. So you can be a part of the media scrum. I've been there, done that. I was just at the Beverly Hills media scrum. And that's while I was criticizing Errol Spence. I was there. Yeah, they try to play me, but I still got the content. I was there. So I'm not telling you to do anything I haven't did. I've been there already. So go to the media scrum and ask these freaking questions. I want to hear you all ask these questions, bro. Because this is just a front. This shit y'all got going on, it's just a front, man. It's just a front. Y'all talk all big and talk about what he on. Tell him to his face that he's a cheater. Tell him to his face that he's taking steroids off Victor Conte. Tell him to his face, ask him the questions. Why you start taking the freaking SNAC program when you fought Sean Porter? And I find it odd that you was able to do this to Albanesian. He gonna say, didn't y'all say Albanesian was a bum? So how all of a sudden you giving him credit for not being a bum? You telling me that I had the juice to beat Albanesian and you say he was a bum? Y'all not making no sense now. Y'all not making any sense. You say the man was a bum, but yet now you're saying I had to cheat to beat the bum. Which one is it? Was I cheating or was he a bum? Was the bum better than what you thought he was to the point where he might challenge me? Come on, man. Come on. Y'all was sitting up here saying that it's no way that he should left negotiation to go up here and fight Albanesian when Errol Spence is right there. So after he goes in there, look, no, let me back up. Prior to, we didn't hear anything about the SNAC program. We didn't hear anything about Terrence Crawford cheating, right? We didn't hear nothing about this because he was fighting bums. We didn't hear anything about no loaded gloves because he ain't knocking out nobody. He ain't knocking out nobody. And I remember No Sense. No Sense was up there on the panel talking the same shit to my, oh man, a TKO ain't shit. Just like Carlos said, sound like you got to hold up, but your body stayed the same. Looking ass nigga. He said, sound ass looking ass nigga, dog. But listen to me, yo. Your competition says you should still be a C to D level fighter, bro. You should still be a C to D level fighter because your competition was not of quality for you to build up and make improvements. So you should still be considered the C to D level fighter, period. So how are you going to explain that? You niggas need to get together, and I'm going to keep pushing it and pushing it because I've been there on Fight Weekend interview Crawford. I've been there, done that. I want you all to get on the media scrum like Blue Blood was last time and plenty other media, myself, WCS. And I want you all to go to a freaking open workout or a presser and be a part of the media scrum. I want you all to have the cameras rolling. Use teamwork. Use teamwork because a lot of you niggas can barely talk English on this bitch. So if you can hold the goddamn phone for your comrade or whatever, your ace, your associate, and goddamn get all the footage so you can get some views and super chats. And so you can do a live stream. This is what I asked Terrence Crawford. Hey, if you ain't willing to do that, y'all need to shut the fuck up, man. I'm challenging you niggas that's sitting up here accusing him of roids, accusing him of loaded gloves. I want you all to show up fight week. I want you all to show up fight week and ask Bud Crawford about these same accusations that you are putting out to your listeners. That's my challenge to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because I do a lot of processing on this shit. I want you all to ask him to his face, man. I've asked him questions to his face. Why can't y'all? Come on now. Why don't y'all go up there and ask Errol Spence? Hey, Errol, do you believe that Crawford was cheating because he's on the SNAC program and had loaded gloves? Let's see what Errol Spence gonna tell you all. Yeah. Put that information and ask him on camera so you can get his natural reaction. That's what I want. To get the natural reaction from Errol Spence. Ask him the questions. That's what I challenge. That's my challenge to y'all. That's my challenge to y'all. You have two sides of the wishbone. You have Crawford, you have Spence. Real talk. Get with Blue Blood. You know what I'm saying? Get with him. That's a fence rider. Get with him so y'all can charter another flight underground. You know what I'm saying? And get to the fight. And I want you all to ask these questions. Y'all have what? 13 weeks damn near, if that, about 10 11 weeks per se, according if the fight is at the beginning of December or the end of December. I want you all to ask and be at the fight week to ask these questions that you're saying on here. If you all are unwilling to ask these questions to Bud Crawford or Spence, you're cowards. I think you're a coward now. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to do all this online, but none of you all are going to have your phones out and pay the extra money to be there. Get a credential approved. Because I was just in Beverly Hills, nigga. Let me explain some shit. I was just in Beverly Hills. I didn't see none of y'all. I see all these cats in NYC, and I really don't see anything being talked about. You got people walking around in a circle like they're looking for Bud, like they got some shit to address him. Why y'all didn't address him? Why don't we see any videos? Why don't we see any videos out that y'all address the man about problems that you felt? Why? Because the shit didn't exist. You didn't have the courage to go out here and accuse him of nothing because you thought that Errol Spence was gonna go in there and win. I didn't see none of y'all there at all, bro. I did not see none of you all there that's out here pushing these bogus narratives. All you black people that's out here bitching and complaining and whining and talking about Crawford is a scam. Man, that shit is so distasteful, man. It just goes to show you the length that they're willing to take. You know what I'm saying? The length they're willing to take to go up here and accuse this man of lies. That's all they doing. Let me get to this chat right quick. Look. Okay, Q. You notice you've been over here and nobody time you out, right? So let me read a couple. Q is a person from the outside looking in. He's willing to pass around lies too. He's up here talking about the SNAC supplements that Victor Conte is parading around. Victor Conte is basically parading around and faking. This is his brand now. He's faking as if he has different sets of supplements, right? So though his brand is on these athletes, right? And these athletes was tested. Crawford and Spence was tested. It's been on record that they was tested. It's been on record that Victor Conte is part of what? The Voluntary Anti-Doping Agency. It's on record that they allowed him, they approved him to be there, right? Okay, so there's levels to how these freaking accusations can be levied. There's other hierarchies or the chain of command of individuals that these people that so-called know everything can get in contact with. But this dude is insinuating that the supplements that he gives to all the athletes that's on there, they're different behind closed doors. You don't have any freaking facts to that at all. at all. It wasn't no different power. What did they say beats power, Q? Put it in the chat. How much you know your boxing? What beats power, Q? What beats power? Come on, man. Come on, help us out. What beats power? Help us out. What beats power? I'll tell you, timing beats power. Timing beats power. What is timing? Precision. Timing beats power. Did you hear Bomac and Bud and the team say they've been studying Errol Spence forever and a day? So you don't give them no credit for doing their homework? See, that's just letting me know that you're not a true boxing fan, because you're willing to go over here and talk about it's the power, it's the power. No, it was the timing, because Errol Spence does the same thing. So listen, once again, I present this to you. Go out here and basically do a little bit more research than a couple of seconds on Errol Spence. Look at his fights. Look at Boxing Gyms. Boxing Gyms gave a beautiful breakdown. Boxing Gyms gave a beautiful breakdown of Errol Spence basically repeating the same movements when he fought Yadinas Ugas and the same when he fought Crawford. So you're basically trying to take away Bud Crawford's freaking film study. When Diddy James say he don't watch film, you're over here in the chat and you're coming over here and you're empty-handed, bro. This is the hottest chat in an MFing game. You're coming over here just skipping around like this is the candy store. It ain't sweet. It ain't nothing sweet over here, bro. You are not bringing enough information with you. You're not bringing. Look, it's funny how y'all all of a sudden want to hold and listen to Bud. Isn't that what the aerosexual was saying? They hang on to Bud's every word. It seems like the aerosexuals are hanging on to his every word. Y'all over here talking about he said he was 180 pounds. So you never seen a guy 180 pounds of muscle? Do you know muscle hold weight? Who is this nigga, man? Bro, how old are you, man? Come on. You must not know. Don't you know muscle hold weight? Nobody don't have 180 pounds like some of these cats over here just drinking colas all day and goddamn sucking down Twinkies. You know what I'm saying? Jello pudding eating ass. You know what I'm saying? Glizzy eating all day. I mean, you're not doing your homework, bro. He say, how can he be 180 and still rip? Don't you know muscles carry weight? Don't you know people in between competitions, they'll put on mass and then they're cut down? Oh man, bro. See, ain't nobody timing you out over here. They just gonna respond to what you say. That's the difference between being over there and being over here. Long as you're talking boxing, it's all good. When you start getting off the common path of boxing, then that's when you get booted. Nobody ain't attacking you. We just want to know why you over here. If you over here to give substance, something that we can go off of, cool. But I don't see it yet, bro. But do you work for SNAC? He said Bud never had the type of power that rearranges your face after 2 rounds. So, and he barely let his hands go. That's a different type of power against the most durable guy he ever faced. How do you know he's the most durable guy? Because Jose Benavidez was durable. He fought smart. Benavidez know what his disability was. You know, he knew he had been shot in the leg. You know what I'm saying? But that was a bad man. This dude, when he came on the scene, Jose Benavidez can fight. He still can fight. You know what I'm saying? People take certain disabilities, let's just say in life, they learn how to work around them and they become really good. That's why they have Paralympics. That's why they have all these dang, athletes out here that's still competing at a high level. You know what I'm saying? They compete at a high level because they've worked around their disabilities. You're saying that Errol Spence is the most durable guy. How did you put that stamp on him? Who gave you that? How is he the most durable guy, bro? Just because he fought Kell Brook and Sean Porter? You're trying to say that you're giving him all this approval based off his competition, but he couldn't stop a lightweight, and you're saying that he's the most durable guy? He couldn't even stop Mikey Garcia. He couldn't even stop Lamont Peterson and lay him flat out. But they talk about Crawford getting TKOs. He couldn't even stop Lamont Peterson. He didn't stop Danny Garcia. He didn't flatline Yordenis Ugas. So let me ask you this, Q. When you saw freaking Ugas' eyes swell out there like that for the first time in his career, you didn't think nothing was wrong with that? I didn't hear you up here saying that Errol Spence's power looked different in there against Ugas because he broke his rib and swelled his eye up and it was bleeding for 40 days and 40 nights. I haven't heard you speak about any of that. You feel me? Where's all that assessment? Or you just got tunnel vision on one guy? You probably thought Terrence and Ugas is pretty much the same person because their complexion, huh? You're not digging deep enough, bro. You're not digging deep enough and coming up with the information to drive home your argument. You're busy up here talking about buzz power, but y'all was up there bragging about how he swelled up Ugas' eye and broke his rib. Even Errol Spence was up here getting mouthpieces with the eye on it. Where did he get that power? We didn't see Danny Garcia's eye closed shut. We didn't see it. We didn't see Sean Porter's eye closed shut. That was before the accident, right? We didn't see all these fighters' eyes closed shut. Where did Spence get this power at? Where did Spence get this power? You're asking about Bud. Where did Spence get this power? And I'm inclined to say, how did he do that to Ugas and he's not on a SNAC program? It makes me think, huh? How did this man fight Ugas in his backyard and he not on a SNAC program and delivered that much damage to Ugas? How? How is that possible, bro? You need to really do some more research, man. He busy asking people in the chat. They don't comprehend, but you over here amongst individuals who know about boxing. You know what I'm saying? And now you're lying. He's up here saying Errol never had surgery on his face. These are the excuses to deflect. You're lying. You're not being truthful. Now you want to call people liars and say they're not telling the truth based off information that you're not in possession of. You're not doing your research. You're just over here for conversation, bro. You're not challenging us over here. You know what I'm saying? You're not challenging us, bro. You need to bring, I understand it doesn't seem like you're trolling or whatever, but you really need to do a lot more research because you have individuals over here that are boxing aficionados that talk the sport. You know what I'm saying? They're just not walking around here skipping and trying to look for attention, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're not bringing enough information for us to really have a decent conversation. You're talking about a documentary. Who cares about Victor Conte's documentary? Who cares? You want to talk about him saying, oh man, let me bring up the same shit they want to talk about. Hanging on Victor Conte's every word. Ain't that what the aerosexuals do with Crawford? They want to say, oh, Victor Conte, he said that he can put some stuff that's non-detectable. It's up to the anti-doping agencies to basically put certain, being that they continue to grow these damn supplements and performance enhancing drugs. It's up to boxing, the powers that be, to improve their testing to be able to detect these. It's not up to Conte, who's under close eye. He's under close scrutiny. A person that's been in the company of the feds. You all are over here talking like you saying that this all has to do with some freaking I mean, just some type of carnival atmosphere. Like we all gather here today to see what rides we want to go on. You know what I'm saying? We just want to play around a little bit. No, you're talking about some serious topics. This is not for play. This is not the schoolyard banter. Y'all are not really you're not really making sense, bro. You're busy wanting people to look at a documentary and you want to talk about all the people that went down to Balco. Anybody that followed professional sports know what happened back then. Who cares at the end of the day? You niggas are up here trying to push that off on one freaking fighter. There's several fighters that's been on there long before Crawford that y'all don't want to talk about. But now all of a sudden, he beats your favorite fighter. Y'all want to not give him credit, and you want to say the man is juicing. Who's looking like a dumbass? It's not the people that's in this chat. It's you over here trying to tell us, hey, Jessica, look at the documentary. That's all I can say. Just look at the documentary. It's a lot of info in the documentary. It's a lot of people that tested positive. I'm not saying Crawford was in the documentary, but maybe if it's a second documentary, Crawford's going to be in the second one. Why are you not talking about Victor Conte being able to move the way he do with these athletes? It's only select few. Is it just black boxers, or is multifaceted, multiracial, dynamic that's going on here? Is it just black fighters? Please, Q, tell us if it. Please, is it just black fighters? Look, Bud is never gonna have. You say Bud never had power to where he rearranges a fighter's face after 2 rounds, and MD was trying to explain to you. Okay, first of all, there's a way to help these people understand. Really, we're talking about, once again, these people, they attempt to place themselves in position that they're unqualified for. That's the difference between Crawford fans and Spence fans. We're not trying to go around here and act like we the ones who had influence on this and that. We're just going to do our research and due diligence to be able to have a decent, thorough conversation about the topic. Y'all just create these false narratives and then get mad when people disagree with y'all. That's the crazy part about this. The ignorance of it all. Hold on for a second. He say it was nothing. Hold on. This is individuals that are not nowhere close to anything. Yadina's Uga's eye was swelled up. They didn't question Errol Spence's power. They didn't say he was on juice. They didn't say anything. How convenient. How convenient. So tell me, Q, right? Tell me. Just help me understand. All the skin is missing on his face and all that. You know what I'm saying? And the left and right side of his face is messed up. And you're over here trying to act like you're Dr. Doogie Howser. And you're not even qualified to speak on plastic surgery or what the extent of his injuries was. Does that look normal? It looked like he was pretty bad off, right? But you over here talking about he didn't have to have no surgery on nothing. If I look at this picture, I don't see anything. I don't see anything wrong. That's just a scrape. Now he's over here talking, dude, you off the path. You busy want to come talk about you making money, but you're over here in somebody else's chat that obviously is not on board with your narratives, right? And you're trying to talk about money. That's what I don't like about my people. You can't have a decent conversation. Then when it comes to disagreements, y'all think to separate the status quo between one another, you want to talk about how much money you're making. But obviously, it don't matter how much money you're making because you're still here conversing with us in a live chat. So does it really make any sense on how much money you make? If you up here just going back and forth with us, why aren't you over there eating some caviar? You know what I'm saying? Eating some smothered crab legs with hot butter. You're over here in the chat trying to tell people that this and this and Victor Conte hand out different snacks behind the scene. If they're behind the scene, how do you know what goes on behind the scene if you're not there behind them? If you've never been behind the scenes, how are you proving your point? Don't nobody over here hate Errol. Don't nobody hate him. You never once heard me say I hate him. But I can pull up some goddamn audio for you if you want. Let me help Q out. Let me help you out, Q, because you just don't understand. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand. Let me help you out. Okay? Let me help you out. Because you're in the wrong area trying to accuse us of something that just doesn't make any sense. Let me help you out though. I'm gonna let you listen to something because you're saying so-called we hate. We hate. And I'm listening to Knockdown. It ain't nothing but hate over there. They calling the man a scammer, a fighter that juices, a fighter that cheats, a fighter that cut corners, a fighter that's fought all bums. They're trying to not only discredit the man's career, but they're trying to discredit his character and everything else that goes along with his everyday life of him being a father. You know what I'm saying? Him being a freaking citizen in life. But listen to this though. I think you're in the wrong area. I think you highly misguided, bro. And see, I'm not upset about you being over here. You know what I'm saying? Because you're working. You're over here working. I like that, Q. Continue to work. You remember this, right, Q?
I can't stand Terrence Crawford. Yeah, I don't like no ducking ass, fried ass dude. Now, what? I can't stand that nigga. I can't stand Terrence Crawford. Yeah, I don't like no ducking ass, fried ass dude. Now, what? I can't stand that nigga. I can't stand Terrence Crawford. Yeah, I don't like no ducking ass, fried ass dude.
So that was ETB putting his grievances out there. And it seems like he was talking about your favorite fighter. You know what I'm saying? The same one that has you over here in the company of the hierarchy. And you seem to be disturbed just like he. You know what I'm saying? Bro, did Bud really let his hands go? Absolutely he did. You know what I'm saying? Is it supposed to be how many times you throw punches? Or basically when you throw a punch to make it count? It's all about punctuality, right? Accuracy. It's all about timing, right? Placement. You trying to tell me every fighter goes in there and throws a certain amount of punches? Did you actually listen? Did you actually listen to what they said about Gervonta? Gervonta has one of the lowest punch outputs in boxing, but you over here in the chat talking to boxing aficionados, huh? You want to talk about Crawford and the amount of punches that he threw, the bust up Errol Spence, who is pretty much doing the same thing that's been highlighted in other fights. But you had Crawford and his team who studied the film and they was prepared, overly prepared. Pre-camps there, Q. They had pre-fight camps to prepare for this guy as if he never had a car accident. See, you all are the one that's sitting up here praising that man for surviving and going in here in the boxing ring again when you don't say nothing about why he got there in the first place. So just because Crawford has never really been praised for surviving a car accident or basically praised for overcome alcoholism, that's where it really boils down to. It's so much that y'all need to criticize Spence for. You're too much of a coward to do it. So you come over here and try to bring up all these other areas that you want to basically denigrate this man for. You can't denigrate him for freaking drinking. You can't denigrate him for going out and in the nightlife and shit be showing up on the blotter, getting a mugshot. You can't denigrate him for having car accidents, intoxicated, pleading guilty to DWIs. You can't do that. And you can't come over here and get on us for talking about it, because Spence has been on record. All you have to do is go do the research, Q, to On the Rocks with AO, when he decided to come out and come clean about going out to the club and not being in the gym, going out to the club, not being out the gym, going out in the streets, not being in the gym, going out in the streets, not being in the gym, going out in the streets, not being in the gym, going out in the streets, not being in the gym, going out in the streets, not being in the gym. How many times I got to tell you? You all don't have that area of criticism for Crawford. So you all try to make up all these areas. It's just hilarious. I ain't gonna lie. I love the work that y'all put in, because it just continues to expose the stupidity and ignorance. You know what I'm saying? That's seeping out your pores. It's hilarious. I just sit back and I grin. I say, man, do that work. Work. Come up with more lies. Come up with more lies. Y'all think just coming up with lie after lie after lie, one of them may stick? You want one of them to stick? Toby said, why hasn't Errol complained or made excuses? He was actually in the ring, and it was his face that got hit. I wonder why. There up here, that Toby, everybody else in the chat, he and a lot of other people will try to sit up here and convince people that they want to praise Spence for all his misfortunes due to him living out of pocket. This is how ignorant and stupid these individuals are. They'll tell their kids to grow up and be everything opposite of what Spence has been accused of and basically in trouble for out here in life. But they'll go in their second life, log in and become a part of this community on social media and get in these chats, and they want to praise Errol Spence. They don't want to say nothing's wrong. They don't want to criticize. They don't want to goddamn excoriate this man. They don't want to do any of that. But they'll go to the person who is absent, the person who is pretty much emulating and setting an example for which they're telling their kids, hey, I want you to be like him. They're really talking about Crawford, because Crawford's not out there putting himself in a situation as Errol did. Because Errol get on here and say, oh, I love getting out of pocket. I love doing this, this, that, and the other. And then Crawford say, I'm going to take my belt off. Oh, you ain't going to take your belt off me. I ain't your fucking kid. I ain't your fucking kid. What'd he do? He took his belt off. That's why Q over here. Q, you don't have anything to stand on, brother. You don't have anything to stand on. Now, guess what? Q, I'm going to do you one better. I got the link in the chat for you if you want to click that link and have a decent conversation now. Come on, Q. You ain't goddamn putting in all that work for nothing. Click the link and talk about it. Don't come over here and put in all that work. We want to hear your thoughts. That's what we want to hear. Bud going to the gym using the roars. Okay, all right. Going to the gym using the roars. Okay, you said it several times. So just because you continue to say the same thing over again, and it was a lie the first time you said it, doesn't mean because you quantified, it means something in the end. And then just because you link it up with emojis doesn't make it any more relevant, brother. Now you seem like you're frustrated again. You seem like you're mad because the chat is not breaking because you're over here. You know what I'm saying? You're over here getting educated, and now you're frustrated. You're frustrated because you don't have a bunch of kids over here like you do over in those other chats where they just want to time you out all the time. You've been saying what you wanted to say for the whole entire time. and they've been engaging you, and ain't nobody did nothing to you. Why are you asking us about another grown man that's an elite boxer, pound for pound best? Why are you asking us about his weight? You concerned about the wrong thing. You up here asking us about 180 pounds like you seen a test weight. Have you seen a scale to say this man's 180? Then let me remind you of what your counterpart was over here saying. Okay, let me remind you, because they say we hang on Buzz every word, but it seems like you hanging on Buzz every word.
All right, I just want to say a couple of things real quick. First of all, I want to say Terrence Crawford fans must be the type of people that like to get abused, because they hang on every word this dude say when shit just don't make no sense. First, he came out and said, well, we don't really want the fight, so the fight gonna be at 147, so Earl don't take the fight. And then everybody came out, oh, he don't want the fight. First of all, that don't make any sense. Y'all talking about how it's business and Bud's such a great businessman. Why would you down talk your own event? Why would you say, ain't nobody gonna buy it, ain't nobody gonna watch it, as if you're not profiting off at this event and you're not gonna be a part of this event? Then he comes out and says, oh, well, all Earl got to do is put it in writing and say he can't make the weight. Are you saying that all Earl got to do is put it in writing and say he can't make the weight and we're going to fight at 54? Or are you saying that Earl got to put it in writing and we're not going to fight at all? Okay, off of Bud. This is what I want to say about Earl, and to everybody out there with this soft ass shit acting like Earl can't fight. Errol Spence had 3 belts at 147 in the glamour division. He went around. He wasn't fighting, doing no matchmaking. He was out here fighting whoever had the belt, while Terrence Crawford was over at Top Rank bullshitting and fighting who? He sat there and let Errol Spence do all the heavy lifting, pick up all the belts. And after all the shit that Errol Spence went through, y'all gonna do him like this? This man overcame drinking. This man overcame multiple car wrecks. And he still continued to do everything he said he was gonna do, while Terrence Crawford continue to hop online and have his homeboys capping for him. Y'all need to show Errol Spence way more respect. He needs a greater appreciation. He is one of the best welterweights of this era. I don't give a damn what y'all talking about. And there ain't no way y'all can sit on here and say, oh, that was Bud easiest fight. All the competition that Bud fought was better than Errol Spence. That shit is nonsense. Y'all are not even being realistic. Okay, Earl had an off night. Let's see the rematch. Will Earl win? No, I don't know. Would Earl have won if he didn't have an off night? I don't know. But the disrespect of Errol Spence and his skills is unbelievable. Terrence Crawford ran around doing nothing, fucking fighting Jeff Horn for a belt and holding on to it and dangling it, na boo boo. I got what you want.
I don't want my chat to goddamn suffer any type of ailment, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to what their ears are picking up. I don't want them to come down with any type of sickness, you know what I'm saying, because if you get too close to the sewer system, it's certain type of ailments that you can get, some type of illness, and that right there was septic tank quality. That was sewer system quality shit right there. Real talk. That was what I call, oh my God, that was septic tank quality. Real talk. Real talk. Septic tank with the purest. I'm talking about full to the brim septic tank, bubbling over, shit leaking out and coming up through the ground septic tank. I'm talking about gallons upon gallons upon gallons upon gallons of human waste. Somebody is upset. And I can tell you, it ain't the Crawford supporters, because we was on the right side of history on July 29th. And see, that plays a significant role in determining why y'all feel the way you do. That frantic type of impulsiveness that y'all got going on, that anxiety that y'all letting spew out in these YTC streets is absolutely pathetic. You feel me? One person over here is not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to do it. It don't matter if you over here. I dropped the link in there and you don't even have the courage to get over here and speak. You're not even mature enough. You say all that stuff on everybody else's panel. You know what I'm saying? But when I drop the link over here, you're not even mature enough to have a conversation. You was about to ask me a question over there because you felt comfortable with that. But you're over here again. I guess the wine. You see, you came over here acting like you important. I'm giving you your 5 minutes of nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to help you explain and educate us if you possibly can by clicking the link, and you scared to do it. Hey, talk your shit, man. You know, keep it on boxing.
What's good?
Hey, keep it on boxing. It's, you know, if you have what you want to say, I'm here to hear what you have to say over here. Okay.
I mean, y'all
Apart from
already
what you
been
said,
bashing me. What I'm gonna
check
say?
it out. Check it out. Listen, did you hear any cuss words? Did you hear me call you a
No,
bitch? Did you hear me
no,
call? Okay, it ain't
you ain't.
bashing then. It ain't bashing then, bro.
That's beyond bashing. So you're not finna do that anyway. But I'm just
Look,
saying,
don't
y'all
tell me what I'm
already.
not gonna do. I'm telling you what I didn't do there. I'm
Yeah, I'm
telling you
saying
what
you
I didn't
wasn't
do.
gonna do that anyway. That's what I'm saying.
But you
But
can't
I'm
tell me
saying
what I wasn't gonna
you
do.
already got the video up. Y'all already.
I
Like,
don't have no
what you want to know?
video.
You got some questions for me?
I don't have no video. I got your voice on there. I didn't put no video up.
The video of my voice.
So let me explain this to you. What you choose to go by. Because I don't want to call you 2 Cents Boxing. You go by Jay?
Yeah,
What
you
you
can
go
call me
by?
Jay. You can call me Jay.
Okay, so Jay, check this out. I done heard you several times on other people's panels, and you're very critical about Terrence Crawford for whatever reason. You say he's the worst champion in
Because I
history.
can be.
Okay, listen. I'm trying to give you opportunity, Jay. If I'm
Okay.
talking, just chill. I'm gonna let you talk. So you said a lot. So go ahead and let us know why you feel the way you do about Crawford. And look, I want you to explain why you feel like you should discredit what he's been able to accomplish on July 29th. And if you're going to discredit what happened on July 29th, right? Because you said he did all the heavy lifting. That's all. But if you're going to talk about July 29th and you're going to try to insinuate that it's not all the way true and there was some cheating going on, I do want you to have some type of evidence with that. Go ahead. It's your floor. Go ahead.
Well, I don't even have to insinuate that there was no cheating going on. But first of all, I want to say I am entitled to my own opinion. So I can feel however I want to feel about the subject. Boxing is subjective and people do have different points of views about things. Also about July 29th, I just feel like Earl was not himself. But besides all the Victor Conti allegations and all of that, I mean, okay, but Earl was not himself that fight. And anybody that cannot admit that, then I don't understand why we should go forth with a conversation, because off the rip, me and you don't even agree.
See, once again, like, we can't have an adult conversation because I gave you the floor, but yet you keeping it on me. You see what
Nigga,
you
I
see
didn't
where
say
I'm at?
nothing about
This
you.
is not my first rodeo. I'm giving you the floor to talk about Crawford, and you keep on talking about me.
I didn't
Obviously, you
say
have been
anything about
following.
you.
You
I didn't say
okay?
anything about you.
Okay, you're saying that you can't have a conversation, right?
No, I'm just saying, Jim, I'm not saying I can, like we can't have a conversation. I'm just saying that if you don't want to admit, because that's my opinion, something was clearly wrong with Earl that night. He was off balance. That's one of the reasons why he kept getting knocked down, because he was off balance. You see him kept getting right back up. It wasn't like he was getting laid on his back. So I'm just saying that if you can't agree with me that something was wrong with Earl, I mean, okay, Crawford won, that's cool. But if my observations, if you feel as though what I observed with my eyes and my opinion discredits Crawford, then you feel like what I'm saying discredits Crawford. I'm not discrediting Crawford. I'm stating my observations and what I seen July 29th.
So when you say before July 29th that, let me ask you this: who had the better resume prior to July 29th?
I would say Errol Spence, considering the fact that he got 3 belts out of the Glamour Division 147. He beat
Okay,
Sean Porter, who I would say most likely will probably be a Hall of Famer. He beat Kell Brook, and he beat Yordenis Ugas. He was supposed to
okay.
fight Pacquiao, but Pacquiao got beat up by Ugas. So that's who he had to fight to get the belt.
Now, I just asked that one question about the resume. That's it. So you said about the resume, Errol Spence. You said Errol Spence had the resume, the better resume. I get it. So you don't quite understand how Bud Crawford was able to go in there and do that to Errol Spence. So if Bud Crawford did not have the best resume out of the two, who do you say that Bud Crawford fought that could properly prepare him for Errol Spence on that night? Nobody, right? Nobody on Bud's resume can prepare him to Errol Spence on that night. Nobody, right? In the welterweight division, nobody on his resume in the welterweight division could have prepared him to face Errol Spence, right?
Correct.
So if that's the case, that no one on his welterweight resume could have prepared him, who on Errol Spence's resume could have prepared Errol Spence for Terrence Crawford if Terrence Crawford fought the Kell Brook and Sean Porter and he finished him in quicker, more sharper fashion than Errol Spence did? Who could have prepared Errol Spence for Terrence Crawford?
They were 1 and 2. There was nobody that could have prepared Errol Spence for Terrence Crawford. The point that I'm making when I say he has the better resume, maybe you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, hold up. How could you place Errol Spence in a hierarchy just based off 3 belts if he never faced the last champion who was sitting over there? Like you said, he fought Jeff Horn and he was just kicking rocks, right? He was just kicking rocks and doing what he's supposed to, defending his title. But you made it seem like he was just over there kicking rocks. If Errol Spence didn't fight nobody to prepare him for Terrence Crawford, and Terrence Crawford didn't fight nobody to prepare him for Errol Spence, why are you so taken back that on July 29th, the fight played out the way it did? Why did you think Errol Spence was that much better if he hasn't fought anybody to prepare him for Terrence Crawford?
Because he fought more champions than Terrence Crawford.
On his resume or in at the welterweight division? Because
he's only been at the welterweight division. So I'm saying I felt as though his resume is better because he fought more champions. He had more belts than Terrence Crawford. I'm just saying, if we're talking boxing,
you do know Crawford's fought more champions than Errol Spence, right? You do
at
know
147,
at
147. I'm talking about 140. Okay, 147 though. I'm asking about 147 because Earl hasn't fought in any other weight division.
We know that. I mean, we all know that. But you're talking about Errol Spence beating Kell Brook, who beat Sean Porter. So Sean Porter come back around and fight Errol Spence, who lost to Kell Brook. And then Yordenis Ugas just so happened to go through the damn hoopla, and Pacquiao was put in recess for no apparent reason. Ugas receive an email. Then, Ugas and freaking Pacquiao fight and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, after Pacquiao beat Keith Thurman and all that, Keith Thurman name don't get put up in there, but somehow Ugas, he gets the belt, and then Errol Spence goes in there and fight. Yordenis Ugas has several losses, right? So you want to compare those champions and say that's how you crediting Bud Crawford in the welterweight division because Errol Spence had fought these okay champions.
And then, and also, there was no matchmaking. Earl's fighting the champion. It's no match. We're not matchmaking these fights as they're doing over there at Top Rank. So that's also a difference.
Okay, so when the matchmaking be more subpar opponents than the champions, because the matchmaking to your narrative, they wasn't nobodies. Jose Benavidez, Igor Kavalaxis, Amir Khan, you know what I'm saying? David Avanesian, Jeff Horn.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They were subpar C-level fighters, right? All of them.
Well, okay. So when Crawford fought Jose Benavidez, did he not just get shot in the leg? Was he not in the ring in a knee brace?
And see, that's a lie, man. He didn't just get shot in the leg, man. That was so far before that fight.
Was he in a brace?
He just had the injury. He just had the look. When you get shot in the leg, we don't know how extensive that injury was, but that's irrelevant.
Was he in a brace?
Up Benavidez?
Was he in Benavidez? You just brought up Benavidez, but my question is:
you said everybody he fought at welterweight was C-level fighters because they weren't champions, right?
And I'm trying to tell you why I said that. Level. Okay, I'm explaining why I said that. Okay, when he fought Benavidez, did he not have a brace on his leg?
I don't see. Okay, let's just say he had a brace on his leg. You know,
Okay,
he had a slip on. He had a slip on. He didn't have
but
no
why do
brace.
you
He
think
just had a
he
slip
had?
on.
Why did he have anything on? He obviously was injured. Would you agree?
I really don't. I really wasn't there, and I don't care.
Okay, well, I'm trying to explain to you. You don't care then. You don't care about my explanation then. So,
He
what's
was
your next question?
undefeated. I care that you identify about he was undefeated. You busy worrying about his leg. That
Sir, you
same
asked
leg.
me why
Look,
I
that
said
wasn't.
that. I'm
Hey,
just trying to explain it.
look,
You
Jay.
asked me
Look,
why I
Jay.
said it, though. You don't have to agree, but you can let me
Look, Jay.
explain why I said it.
You're bringing up a brace, and you're not bringing up his undefeated record.
I'm bringing up the fact that he was injured, which is why I say he was a lower level
He was
fighter. I
also
agree.
undefeated.
Yeah, I agree. But also at the time he fought Crawford, he wasn't fully recovered from his injury. He was in the ring with a brace
That's
on.
a lie. You're making up stuff. That's a lie.
How much you want to bet?
Crawford wasn't the first fight he had on his return to the ring after that shooting. He wasn't the first.
Did I say he was the first?
No, no, no,
I
no.
said he was
I'm
still
telling
injured.
you, you're trying to act like that he came in there, he had a brace on his leg because that was your word, just. He just got shot.
He was okay. Well, since we playing semantics, he
Yeah,
was
I'm listening to
coming
what you're
off of a
saying.
shooting injury. Let me rephrase it then. He was coming off of a shooting injury and he wasn't fully recovered because he was in the ring with a brace on. So, in my opinion, I don't feel like he was at his A level. As you mentioned, he had an undefeated record, but I don't feel like he was 100% because he hadn't fully recovered from the injury. He was in the ring with the brace on. And that's
And
my
that's
opinion. And that's my
yeah, and that
opinion.
I mean that's your assumption. You know what
But
I'm
you could look
saying?
it up. But you could look it up.
I don't need to. I know that Crawford wasn't the first fighter that he faced off a freaking shotgun to the leg. That's your homework to do, not mine. And why are we talking about Benavidez and we're talking about
No,
freaking
because you
Crawford?
asked me why I felt like it was a C level opponent, and I'm telling you for that particular opponent,
None
that's
of them was
why
sea level. None of them was sea level. So, even David Avanesian was high in the ranking
he
there,
was number
Jay.
6. So wouldn't you agree that the quote unquote number 1 pound for pound best fighter should only be fighting fighters in the top 3, top 5?
You're trying to act like boxing, everybody the best fight
Or
the
you
best
should
all
be
the
fighting a
time.
champion? No, I'm not trying to act like that. I'm just
Yeah, you're insinuating that everything works
let
out
me
the way
see.
these fighters want. They just go in here and they say, "Okay, I want to fight this guy," and that's the way it happened. You want to talk about it's different promotions, it's different
I
management.
agree.
People move different.
I
You up
agree.
here talking as if it's A, B, C, and D. Boxing is never like that. Let's stick to the thing though. All this criticism of Crawford. You think he juicing?
Do I think he's juicing? I have a reasonable suspicion to believe that since he's connected to the greatest cheater of our era, that he could possibly be cheating. Yes.
So you got to have the proof for it though. Y'all can't just sit up here and say he's cheating all the time just because he
I
beat
didn't
Spence.
say, I said I have a reasonable suspicion. I don't need proof to have a
You didn't have a
suspicion.
reasonable suspicion before July 29th.
Yeah, I've been knowing he was with Conti. I did. I've always,
You
any
did
athlete
not.
was a,
It's
listen,
no audio out there of you, Jay, saying anything
I just
about
started
Terrence
my channel,
cheating.
bro. I just started my
No,
channel,
no, no,
bro.
no, no. I didn't see you on anybody else's
I
freaking
just
platform.
started doing this.
I listened to all the criticism you gave, and you never once mentioned before the fight that you believe Crawford was cheating. Don't lie. You didn't. I listened to you. I listened to you talk about his TKOs that wasn't shit. He didn't have no power. How is he going to deal with Errol Spence's jab? Because he ain't faced nobody like Errol Spence. So Errol Spence is going to freaking walk through him because Terrence Crawford ain't fought nobody like Errol Spence. I listened to every time you was on these panels, bro.
Oh,
And
you're a
you
fan
didn't
of my
mention
channel. I
anything about no
appreciate
cheating.
that.
No, I was listening to your rhetoric on other people's panel.
Listen, okay, but then you know why? Because I already knew he was with Conti when he started with Conti back in the day when Errol Spence tweeted about it. I knew who Conti was. I knew what he was about. When I watched the Avanesian fight, that's when I was like, oh snap. But then when I seen him in the Crawford fight, I was like, okay, this nigga for sure is really over there working with Victor. He finally got them enhancements. So yeah, it wasn't until
You
after
mean
the
in the
fight.
Spence fight? Look,
Yeah.
you don't put any value to the pros and cons that him studying film, his team properly preparing him being in the pre-camp. You know what I'm saying? He's going through all the extra measures, brother, go in there and give the performance that you seen play out July
But
29th.
you're acting like I'm saying that that's the
I
reason
haven't
why
heard
he
you
won.
once. I haven't heard you once use that your first line of argument to say, first of all, Terrence them did their film study. He was in pre-camp. He had a thorough fight camp. They've been studying Errol Spence and seeing what his predictability is. They did all that as a high-level, high IQ fighter. They did all of that. Only thing I've heard your criticism is that Errol Spence is going to do this, and Terrence Crawford, there's no way he can do that. If you focus on one fighter, which is Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford ain't never going to be able to do shit right for you. Never.
I never said that. I feel like that's the reason Terrence Crawford won, because I feel like if Spence was more himself, it would have been a more competitive fight. So I'm not saying that these are the reasons why he won. That's not what I'm saying at all.
So
I'm
you
just
say
saying that the
himself,
fight
you don't
should have
think that
been
was a
more
real Spence?
competitive.
You don't think there's a real Spence in there? Do you feel that
So,
that was the real Spence?
no, I do not feel like that was the Earl Spence that
Okay,
I've been
what
seeing his
was the
previous
fake
fights.
part? His
No.
previous fights wasn't in there with the caliber of opposition. You said yourself, no one
But
in
even
Errol Spence's resume prepare him to fight Crawford, and no one on Crawford resume prepare him to fight Spence. So how can you say that wasn't himself and he never been in there with somebody the quality opposition of Crawford?
let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
No, answer my question, Jay.
I'm finna tell you
Y'all up
why.
here saying the man cheating. That didn't look like the Errol Spence. Y'all are thinking about a fighter who has had the leisure of having the opposition to fight his style. You know what I'm saying? The Kell Brooks, the Danny
But you
Garcias, the
keep trying to
Sean Porter.
argue about the fight. That's what I'm saying. That's not my argument. That's what I'm saying. You keep trying to argue that Terrence is. I'm saying Terrence is just so much better and this and that. That's not my argument. My argument is that if you watch Spence's previous 5 fights, you cannot honestly sit here and tell me that there's no way that didn't look like Errol Spence and he should have been more competitive. Nobody can sit here and say that that's how they thought that fight would go.
If they have your mindset, they won't.
And if they have your mindset, they're not going to be honest about it.
I'm just saying you can't say I'm not being honest if I'm telling you.
If you
that
telling me that Errol Spence looked the same way he did in his previous fight,
absolutely. It just seems like, y'all unwilling to give Crawford the credit of being that much more of an elite fighter with a higher IQ to go in there and put that punishment on Spence. You're looking at, and what's the crazy part about it, Jay? You're up here babysitting and coddling and co-signing, praising Errol Spence for having car accidents and freaking living out of pocket and drinking and all that.
How am I praising him for that?
Because you're sitting up here saying that we should respect Errol Spence more. We should give him more credit. What about Crawford? Crawford haven't took those L's. He ain't took those L's like Spence.
Congratulations. But you know why I said that? Because Spence took those L's and he was still able to overcome and get 3 belts and become a unified champion in a glamour division. That's why. So how can you not, as a boxing fan, how can you not find that admirable or appreciate that?
As a boxing fan, we're looking at 2 pound for pound fighters.
Okay.
And we're looking at one of them. They used to be, but only one remains now. But I'm looking at a person that never put himself in that position for you to sit up here and praise Crawford. If that was Crawford taking those L's like Spence, you would have been up here talking about, oh man, he make poor decision.
No,
Where's
I
his
wouldn't.
team at?
Any athlete that overcomes, I have an appreciation for it. It's not about this. That's what I'm saying. You keep trying to make it this. It's not about none of that.
Stay off me though. I'm just talking about what I've heard you say. And if you're gonna talk about me, talk about something you heard me say. I'm not giving analogies based off your criticism of Bud Crawford. That's all I'm trying to do. You know, you had a mad criticism about Bud. Like, you get this dude no credit. I'm not cussing you out. I'm not doing like them other dudes be doing.
Ain't nobody finna be cussing me out. Ain't no dude ever on here finna be cussing me out.
I know you're a heavyweight at this. I know, I get it. Ain't nobody gonna do this, but I'm just trying to get you to stay on topic, bro.
I am.
Okay, you don't have to issue retaliatory threats on saying what nobody's gonna do. I'm just trying to find out why you're so angry.
I'm not angry.
So you need to understand and be a little bit more open-minded that Crawford was the better fighter and that you got the Errol Spence that went in there and trained and that was running the heels, Mount Charleston in Vegas, and got Derrick James. He did everything he could possibly do. That's it. And he got beat up.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is it should have been a more competitive fight. and that wasn't the Errol Spence that we're used to seeing.
But
Regardless of
when you
whatever
say
Crawford had going on, it still should have been a more competitive fight.
it should have been, but like you haven't been paying attention to what's being said out here on social media. If his opposition never gave you the understanding that there was anybody that Crawford ever fight to prepare him for Errol Spence, your mindset is my favorite fighter out of the two is Spence. So therefore, the way Crawford made him look in there, it's nobody on Crawford's resume, to you all understanding, that could have prepared him to go in there and delegate that punishment the way he
But
did.
why do you keep saying the way Crawford made him look? Why can't you acknowledge
he made
the
him look
fact?
bad.
But why he did? But why can't you acknowledge the fact that Earl was not himself and he looked nothing like he did in previous fights? That's what I'm saying. Even if Crawford was levels above Spence, the fight should have been more competitive. That's what I'm. And
Who
y'all
won
won't
the first
acknowledge
round?
that.
Who won the first round to you? Who won the first round?
Spence won the first round.
And that wasn't the real Spence. How did Spence win the first round? That wasn't the real Spence. How?
Because Crawford
Look. If that wasn't the real Spence, why did he even win one round? Why didn't
But
Crawford
that's what
go
I'm
in there
saying. The
and just
fact that
dominate the whole fight?
the fact that he only won one round should let you know that that's why that wasn't the real Spence. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because the second round came around and they still in there boxing, and Crawford hit that man with a two-piece, a two-punch combination, and it was accurate. He hit him accurate, and you're saying that just because Crawford attention to detail and his film study prepared him to know what Errol Spence continued to do: lower his stance, come in, try to go to the body, hook to the body, and then come up top. He was doing the same thing to close distance on Crawford, and Crawford wouldn't allow it to happen. So did you see anything that Crawford did great to earn that first knockdown in the second round?
I mean, yeah, Crawford had the glow in the fight. He looked great. He was boxing Jesus in there. All I'm
But
saying,
you don't say that on Knockdown 68 iPad pager when you're over there on his panel.
I don't have to.
You do.
I was giving
because you over here saying it to me, but you should have said it in the company of
That's
those
not what I
naysayers.
wanted to say, though. That's not what I wanted to
Exactly.
say. I don't have to get on there and be like, "Oh, Crawford." I don't have to kiss Crawford ass. I can give my criticisms if I want to. This is my opinion.
I don't think you feel comfortable with just having a delightful debate. I think with you want to make it in a certain way that's not going to work out.
And
for
what way
either
is
one
that?
of us.
What are you
Us
talking about?
arguing back and forth. See, you keep on trying to make it into a debate, and it's nothing that you're telling me to get me energized.
You think I'm arguing?
Like that.
You think I'm arguing
You're
with you?
trying. You attempted to argue. I'm trying to get
I
you
know.
to keep it on topic. I'm trying to get you to keep it on topic. I'm trying to just pick your mind.
That's what I'm trying to get. I'm not listening. I don't even know you well enough to argue with you. I am giving you what's on my mind.
But I just told you, if you're gonna compliment Crawford and say he looked great in the second round, why you didn't say it in the company of those naysayers?
What you mean? Why do I have to say Crawford looked great in the second round? Did everybody
It's a compliment,
Crawford looked great in the second round?
It's a compliment. It's a compliment.
Listen, I got a whole video on my page complimenting Crawford and talking about how good he did in the fight.
You're missing the point. All them naysayers over there that was over there talking trash about Crawford.
Oh, you talking about on the other channel?
Saying he's juicing, saying he's a scammer.
We've already had that
he's
conversation over there.
Gloves and shit, right?
But
I don't hear you.
We've already had that conversation over there. I don't say it every single day.
I'm talking about what you just told me in the second round. I ain't never heard you say that.
Does that mean I haven't said it because you ain't heard it?
I'm just saying, keep the energy there, Jay.
Does that mean I haven't? That's what I'm saying. I've said it. Does that mean I haven't said it because you haven't heard it?
I heard it. Most of what you said on these other panels, I heard. You know what I'm saying? Because you're in the company of those other individuals that can't even have a decent conversation like this. And you know what I'm saying? You know, but still, you're holding things. You know, you're not making a lot of sense on what you're supposed to when you give credit to freaking Crawford. You know what I'm saying? You just keep on talking about that wasn't the real Spence. Why? Why wasn't it the real Spence? Give me 5 things that wasn't the real Spence. Just 3 to 5 as to why that wasn't the real.
To me, he looked weak. He was slower than he normally is, and he was extremely off balance. That's 3 right there. You need 2 more?
He's been off balance his previous fights. All you got to do is look at his previous fights, and he's always, crossing his feet and being off balance. That wasn't the first time he was off balance, but the attentiveness of Crawford and paying attention to Errol Spence's freaking movement and film study prepared him for Errol Spence's movement, and that's why he was able to land those counter shots the way he was and get those easy knockdowns. You don't think it was Crawford that was putting him on the canvas? It wasn't Spence himself putting him on the canvas. It was Crawford.
Yeah, I agree. Knocking him down because he was extremely off balance, punching him in the shoulder and knocking him down.
It was because of the punches that he was feeling.
So
it was the punches he was feeling.
So you don't agree that Spence was extremely off balance?
No, I don't agree until Crawford hit him. Like some of the movement that Spence does, he's been on record already as doing those same movements and have the same balance issues. That's on tape.
You don't think Spence was like extra slower than normal in this fight?
No, I just think, Terrence Crawford was that much more attentive to Spence's movements and knowing what he was going to do. And it made him look like he was slow. When you pretty much understands what a person's next move is in the combat sport or the art of war, period, it's called defense. A lot of y'all been talking about offense. What about the defense of Crawford? You know what I'm saying? Spence wasn't able to land those shots he'll do on a flat-footed, stand there, static display fighter like a lot of opponents he had. He wasn't able to do that on Bud Crawford.
Well, I did see Spence land a couple shots, but he just ain't had no power. He had no power. He was slow. He had no power. Crawford was extremely strong, and nigga looked like an Avenger in the ring.
He looked like Terrence Crawford. He looked like that pound for. Look, he looked like that pound for pound fighter that's been a
pound for pound number one best fighter on the planet.
Been in front of Errol Spence for the entire time.
Okay, well,
I know that's tough for you all to digest, but it never been a time where Errol Spence was in front of Crawford on that pound for pound list.
Because he only fought in one weight division. That's probably why.
No, check this out. It hasn't been one time that Errol Spence, regardless of all the heavy lifting that you've mentioned, all the heavy lifting did not put him in front of Terrence Crawford. And they say that Julius Ndongo was the weakest, right? That was just garbage ass freaking undisputed for Crawford. Even Julius Ndongo could not have Errol Spence get ahead of Crawford on the pound for pound list once he beat Yordenis Ugas. He didn't even move an inch.
You think it's because he only fought in one weight division?
I don't think that. It's just facts about Crawford's
usually
career.
they don't move you up like that if you only fought in one division. Usually if you get on pound for pound, higher ranked on the pound for pound list when you've been in multiple divisions, from my understanding.
So why did Oleksandr Usyk move up from cruiserweight, who was undisputed? I mean, Crawford was undisputed 140. Oleksandr Usyk was undisputed cruiserweight. Why didn't why
and
was
then he went
put
up to heavyweight
list?
Because he fought in two weight divisions. Spencer's only been in 147.
He fought Chase. He fought Chase Witherspoon and Derek Chisora. That's not pound for pound fighting. Come on now.
No, I'm saying he fought in two different weight classes. He was a cruiserweight and a heavyweight, correct?
At this point in time, he's a heavyweight. Yeah, he used to be a cruiserweight. He's actively a heavyweight right now. Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. So since he's been in two divisions, he can get higher up on the pound for pound list. They really don't put you higher on the pound for pound list if you've only been in one division.
That's what I'm saying. What about Gennady Golovkin? Wasn't he on the pound for pound list before? What about Teofimo Lopez? No, what about Teofimo Lopez? Teofimo Lopez was on the pound for pound list, and his championship came at 135. You see how politely I'm correcting you without sitting up here making it seem like what I'm saying, I'm talking down on you. I'm just saying there's been plenty of people.
Well, I'm not. You feel like I'm talking down on you?
No, I'm talking about me responding to your inaccuracies about being on the pound for pound list and have to be in multiple divisions. That's not entirely correct.
Okay. I mean, I know, and I always question, like, when they put heavyweights on the pound for pound list, like, how are y'all putting them? They only been in one division, but they'll put you on the list. I'm saying you won't get ranked as high on the list. if you've only been in one division. I believe T.O.'s been in multiple divisions also.
T.O. beat Lomachenko, who was on the pound for pound list, in one division, 135-pound division.
No, Lomachenko fought at 132.
No. Lomachenko is a 3-weight division champion. That has nothing to do with. That has nothing to do with T.O.'s. The conversation we was having. You said T.O. was fighting in multiple divisions. I say he won the titles at 135. He beat Lomachenko, which put him. He didn't fight multiple divisions. He beat Lomachenko. Lomachenko was a unified champion at 135, and T.O. was put on the pound for pound list after beating him.
Okay. Anyway, we all off topic. What was your point again?
No, I was just, we were just talking about certain situations dealing with how people look at Terrence Crawford's resume, and then I said that Errol Spence has never moved in front of Terrence Crawford on the pound for pound list, and you said that's because he's been in one single division, and I was trying to explain to you that no, he don't have the better resume overall. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, now we're aware that Crawford's number one pound for pound. We just wait on the rematch. But I still have my opinions and criticism.
I didn't want to be petty. I didn't want to be petty, Jay. But just to come full circle, I didn't want to be petty. You know what I'm saying? I'm really not even turned up on this conversation. But you overlook your narrative with Spence. Spence has been in the 147-pound division forever. And he's on the pound for pound list.
Right.
One division. You said they have to be in multiple divisions to get on the pound for pound list. Spence
to be higher ranked. I said usually when you to be higher. Let me correct you.
It's a top 5. It's a top 5, not high rank. Yes, it is. Top 5 is high rank. Wasn't Spence next to Crawford? Yes, he was. When he was high as 4, right? He was high as 4, right? How high do you want him to go?
So this was the fight to see who was number 1, though.
Dude, I'm talking. This wasn't a fight to see who's number 1.
They said whoever win this fight is number 1 pound for pound.
Who is they?
That's what Crawford was saying. That's what Spence was. That's what they were saying. This is the fight to see who's going to be number 1 pound for pound.
This was for Crawford to be number 1. Look, it was for Crawford more so because he got the better overall credentials and body of work than Spence. Spence was always next to Crawford because they was waiting on this fight to happen. Period. That's all that was. They was waiting on the fight to happen. But high is top 5. It's only 10.
Okay, so then Earl got to be pretty good. He's ranked top 5 pound for pound. He has to be a good fighter.
So that's what I want you all to remember. Errol Spence was on the pound for pound list with Terrence Crawford. Terrence was always in front of him. So don't act like he was never in that position in front of Errol Spence just because he made Spence look the way he did on July 29th.
That's I never acted like that.
Yes, I'm not acting like that, man. Yes, you did, man. You was over there. You don't have nothing good to say about this man. You know what I'm saying? You said his TKOs in the welterweight division didn't mean nothing because that don't mean you have power. You ain't knocking out nobody. That's what you said.
That's what I'm saying. He's not knocking people because people kept saying he got knockouts. He's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 people. He's TKOing them. That's not a knockout. I wanted to distinguish the difference.
And you're absolutely incorrect once again there, Jay, because it is a knockout. Don't you know an individual who is stopped on a TKO could be in worse condition than a person that earns a KO? Ryan Garcia
I'm not disagreeing with you. The only point that I was making was that he's not Tank Davis knocking out people. That's the point that I was making.
Tank Davis didn't knock out Ryan Garcia there, Jay. He did, man. It was a KO, but that's because he missed the count. Ryan Garcia was just fine. He didn't get up for the count. And then right when the count was over, he got up, walked to his corner. He was standing up there just fine.
I think you're missing my point.
No, I'm giving you the point. Roller Romero.
How you gonna give me my point?
Davis. I'm giving you your point because you said that Tank Davis is knocking out people, right? He is, okay? But you're talking about TKO ain't shit. And I'm telling you that
I never said it wasn't.
Romero,
hold on, you putting words in my mouth. You putting words in my mouth.
Even Roller Romero got up from Tank
I never
Davis.
said it wasn't shit. I'm only trying to distinguish and make a point that you're not knocking people out. You like he knocked out Avanesian Cole. He wasn't doing that to 11 opponents in a row. Is that right or wrong?
That's not even, he don't have to do that. A
No,
TKO
but that's
and a
not the
KO.
but the question.
You talking about a noun and an adjective, bro. You come on, you just talked about semantics, didn't you? You're talking about semantics based off what you want it to be.
No, I'm trying to explain to you what I meant. That's all I'm doing. I'm trying to explain to you what I
gotta
meant.
learn that it's okay to be wrong sometime there, Jay.
There is no wrong here.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff you wrong about. If you
How
get your
can I be
opinion about the way
wrong?
because you're up here saying stuff that's incorrect about the pound for pound list, and then you turn around and talking about a TKO ain't a KO. It is. It's absolutely is a KO.
Okay, so you're saying there's no difference between a KO and a TKO? You're saying there's no difference?
I never said that. I'm saying it's a KO.
Oh,
it's a knockout. It's a knockout. A TKO
so why
and
do
a
they
KO.
why do they call one TKO and one KO? Why do they distinguish them in a different manner?
Because the referee stops the fight, man. If a fighter,
You just proved my point.
Look, check this out. A referee counts the fighter. If the fighter doesn't get the count, it's considered a KO. When the referee steps in for a fighter who's under duress and feels like he cannot safely defend himself, the referee steps in and stops the fight. That's a technical knockout because the referee stopped the fight.
So
But
that's a stoppage, right? That's a stoppage, right?
Both of them are a stoppage. Both of them are a stoppage. If you're talking about what the referee did, that's a TKO right there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, this we don't even got to go through all this and be this difficult. I'm not trying to cut you off, but the point that I was trying to make is that he did not knock out 10 opponents in a row cold like he did Avanesian. That's my point.
He don't have to. Why you
I
keep
didn't say
saying
he
cold?
had
He don't
to.
have to.
He
What does it
doesn't
say on
have
his
to.
box rec? What does it say on his box rec? Knockout, right? KO. KO. What did it say? On the left side of his box rec, it goes KOs. It don't say, well, he didn't knock him out cold. Errol Spence ain't knocked out everybody cold.
Saying that.
But you said he had mad power, though.
I'm saying that he didn't knock them out cold. That's what I'm saying.
He don't have to. A TKO.
I didn't say he had to. I didn't say he had to. I was just trying to make a point.
So what else we got to talk about as far as, because, you know, in some areas you feel like you can give credit to Crawford, but I don't hear you doing it in the company of those naysayers over there. You know
so what you want me? You want me to get on?
Do you? Hold up. Do you feel he had loaded gloves? Do you feel Crawford has fought with loaded gloves? And you're full of it. You're full of it. You feel he had loaded gloves. Why? Why do you have to have loaded gloves against Errol? And you say he looks slow. Why?
That's the same thing I'm wondering. But no, I got if you come back over there to TBO, I got pictures and everything. So I got proof of the things that I'm saying.
The boxing outlet crap, that garbage, that trash that he's talking. Everybody got screenshots of some gloves that was freaking look defected. Didn't Everlast come out and say that was defected?
Yeah, but that was that fight. I got a couple other fights too.
Hey, if you're trying to go up here and talk about the texture of gloves, then I want to ask.
You asked me about the gloves, bro. I didn't bring it up.
Correct. And bro, I'm telling you, I'm asking you, how many fights have you been to in person?
I've been to a few.
So have you been behind the scenes in the locker room?
No, I've never been in the locker room.
Okay, dude. I'm telling you that gloves look a certain way. They don't all look the same. These gloves don't look all the same. So you taking a freaking snapshot, a screenshot of a freaking glove, the way it looked, and you saying that Crawford's been cheating, then why hasn't his gloves been impounded by the commission yet? Why haven't y'all put in a petition?
Have other fights happen where people cheated and the commission and do so? Let me ask you a question off topic, but just real quick.
It's a Q and Q, right? It's a
wait. Let me ask you a question real quick. We off topic and then we can get right back on. Do you think Tyson Fury cheated in the second fight?
I think something was wrong with his gloves as far as the tape showing and everything, as far as how many fights that I've been to, and gloves don't supposed to show the hand wraps. It seemed like his glove was more slid up on his palm than it should be based off the hand wrap visibility.
What about the
based
floppy?
Off the hand wrap?
What about the flopping? Did you see it?
The floppy can be a testament of many things. At the time, the glove did look like that there might have been something altered or something in there. It just looked crazy the way it was flapping around. But if you're trying to say, well, I know where you're going with this because
I just want to know. I want to know how you felt about that.
No, because y'all sit up there and y'all was up there talking about, oh, I got a picture of Crawford with his palms open. Do you think every fighter has their hand clenched in a fist and they're not throwing a punch? It doesn't happen that way. A fighter can throw a punch and they still don't have a clenched fist, and then they close it up at the last minute, or they keep it halfway open and they can basically just slap a fighter in the face with a palm strike or whatever.
I mean, you okay, but it just, to me, and again, I'm entitled to my own opinion, how open that hand was with that glove, and then it was kind of thin at the top. It just looked a little off to me.
Where's y'all petition? Why didn't Diddy James, he touched the glove?
And that's what I'm saying.
Why didn't he
So,
petition?
so let me ask you a question. So if even Derrick James was suspicious of the glove, and he was there at the fight, even he was suspicious of the glove, that don't raise a suspicion to you at all?
Not at all, because he didn't do enough homework to come in there and better prepare for Crawford. He's seen this fighter get his ass beat, and he underestimated. Look, this is where I'm going with that. Derrick James underestimated Terrence Crawford. He was up there talking about he ain't fought nobody. Errol Spence mentality was the same way as Diddy James. Both of them went in there with the mentality.
But
and
you know,
can go
I
all
agree.
the way. Look, Jay, you can go all the way back to when they had that meeting, right, in Oklahoma, where he say, "On my life, you ain't gonna stop me." They all had this understanding that Crawford was too small to go in there and inflict the amount of damage that he did.
Now, let me tell you why I agree with you. I do agree with you that Errol Spence's stubbornness did play a factor of him losing this fight. I agree with you with that 100%. But let me ask you this. Are you more a fan of Terrence Crawford, or are you more a fan of boxing?
I'm a fan of both. All you gotta do is look at my catalog. I've covered amateur events, I covered regional events, professional, and I covered the top events. I'm a fan of both. But Terrence Crawford is one of my favorite fighters in the sport, period.
But let me tell you this, though.
Just like Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, Deontay Wilder, one of my favorites. If Errol Spence would have came in that ring looking like he was on something, I guarantee you I would acknowledge it also. I would not sit here and be like, oh, I wouldn't do that.
So you felt like Terrence came in there looking a certain way, but you worried about the way he made Errol Spence look.
No, I'm not worried about the way he made Errol Spence
That don't
look.
add up.
I'm not worried about the way he made Errol Spence look. I'm saying that Errol Spence didn't look like himself. That's what I'm saying. And who's to say that if Errol Spence was himself, Crawford still wouldn't have won? But I just feel like it wasn't a competitive fight. I just want to see a competitive fight. All the other stuff I'm talking about, them was observations I made. I've never said if this didn't happen, Earl would have won this fight. You've never heard that come out of my mouth, because I don't believe that. I just believe that something was wrong with Earl and he wasn't able to be as competitive as he normally is.
So let's just say your workplace, 9 to 5, right? You've been working for a good 10 years. So what do you think you have to do to get better and get promoted? You have to do better at what your current position is, right? You have to do better. So
Correct.
Since Errol Spence has been in the sport as long as he has, and he decided to not be in the gym when he's supposed to, he was in the streets. You don't think that should be taken in consideration as to why you feel that you didn't get the Errol Spence that you thought you supposed to get on that night? It don't dawn on you that Crawford was just that much of a better fighter who prepared himself to go in there and whoop his ass the way he did?
I can't disagree with that. Like I always say, I feel like we acting like Earl was just doing all this stuff and then he had this fight and he looked like this. He's had other fights where he looked fine and he was competitive. So no, I won't say that necessarily played a role in how he looked in this fight.
Were they on the pound for pound list? Were they on the pound for pound list by the name of Terrence Bud Crawford? No, they wasn't. So you can say he looked like something, but depending on how long you've been close to the sport, come on now, you got to do better than that. You can't sit up here and say he looked a certain way with other fighters, but those fighters wasn't pound for pound best Terrence Bud Crawford. Come on.
So when you seen Earl before the fight, you wasn't like, what is wrong with him? When he was doing that interview in the locker room and was incoherent, you couldn't understand anything he was saying. You wasn't like, what's wrong with him? Go back and watch the interview. Go back and watch the interview he did in the back when he was in the locker room before he went out to fight. He was incoherent. You couldn't barely understand what he was saying.
Okay, so all I know is the aerosexuals was up here making excuses before the fight even started. You know what I'm saying? If y'all wanted to go see him fight, I'm not saying you per se, but I'm saying if the aerosexuals wanted him to go in there and beat Bud up, all they had to do is just phase everything out and pay attention to what was going on in the ring. That's all you
So,
had to do.
dang, I was gonna
That's
ask you
it.
something. I was gonna ask you. Damn, I forgot I was gonna.
Every time Crawford is in fight camp, he's ripped and he's shredded. He's ripped and he's shredded. He's in fight camp right now, and nobody know where Spence is at, and he's shredded. Abdominals showing, abs out, all that shit. And then people still act like, well, he's a scammer. He's a freaking juice head. He's this, he's that. Come on, bro. Like, accredit
Well,
him for getting in the gym.
why would you align yourself with somebody with such a tarnished brand and a tarnished name, and then don't expect nobody not to say nothing, to have no suspicions? That's
Look,
unrealistic. And then everybody want to be mad. Well, let me say this too. Everybody want to be mad at people on YouTube when the Netflix documentary is what raised the suspicion. Victor Conti and Netflix is the one that put the picture of him and Crawford in the documentary about him being a drug cheat. What did you think was gonna happen? Even if nobody ever even said anything before the fight, as soon as the documentary dropped 2 weeks after Terrence Crawford win, now everybody like, what? And especially after the way he beat Spence. I'm just saying that's just critical thinking. That's just a natural progression of things.
no,
So it's not
that's
like we
called
sitting on here just making it up.
Yeah, y'all want it to mean something, but it ain't, because you're talking about a person that was involved with a much more severe cheating scandal that played out with professional athletes from multiple sports. We're talking about boxing. We're talking about Crawford not being the only SNAC athlete attached to Victor Conte who's did his time, who's under scrutiny from the feds. You know what I'm saying? And was able to be allowed to basically come back, integrate himself into a professional sport, and have fighters that's attached to his program and take his supplements. Why are y'all blaming Crawford? He wasn't the first fighter on the SNAC program. What does he have to do with this?
Nobody's blaming Crawford. It's just that he just fought,
absolutely, y'all are.
and the documentary
Absolutely.
just dropped, so we talking about it.
And I mean, look, the documentary can drop. He was the only fighter in there with Victor Conti.
Devin Haney too. We talk about Devin Haney too. Listen, you're not on the chat every day. You're not. That's what I'm saying. You're not on the
So
chat every day.
How you gonna tell me what I'm not? How? I don't
Okay,
know where
you're
you
right.
get this from.
You're
How do
right.
you know
You
where
might
I'm
be
at?
on there every day. Why
Hey,
you don't say
people
nothing?
drop shit. I don't need to say anything because every host that I'm not cool with. So I just sit there and listen to the BS that they talk, and then I'll see if I want to. I always have to know what the enemy is up to. It's good to know
The
what they're talking
enemy?
about.
Come on, bro.
Oh
Not
yeah,
the enemy.
for
Not
sure.
the
You know what I'm
enemy.
saying? If I
See, this
get
is all
absolutely
entertainment, bro.
look, if it ain't entertainment, it's people that actually take this serious. Like, it interrupts their lives, bro.
Listen, this is fun to me. I'm about boxing. To be honest with you,
Jay,
I don't give a fuck about none of these niggas.
I don't believe none of that. I don't believe none of that. Your
But
energy over there, the rah that you was putting out,
the rah,
you what? Yeah, you was just rah-rahing and barking and talking about, Crawford
barking.
can't do this and Crawford can't do that, and his knockouts don't mean shit, and he ain't gonna be able to handle the pressure from Spence, and he'll probably get knocked out. Man, come on, bro.
A lot of people thought that. A lot of people thought that.
Not the Crawford supporters, not one iota.
But I'm just saying, a lot of people, that wasn't an unrealistic thing. A lot of people thought that.
What?
A lot of people thought that.
Why would they think such?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you that. So you don't agree that a lot of people probably thought that. You can go around YouTube and you can see that a lot of people thought that.
Look, no. Okay. If you say,
listen, we got the number one fighter and the number two fighter fighting. A lot of people thought this person was gonna win. A lot of people thought that person was gonna win. Some people thought Crawford was gonna make it up. Now you're talking about look easy.
Knockouts.
Whatever, knock him out, overpower him, punish him, whatever the case may be. I'm just saying, a lot of people thought that.
Now, I mean, you gotta pay attention to language too. You talk about wins, okay, that's different. The odds came out and they were switching up the odds. But when you talk about knocking out, who thought Spence was gonna go in there and knock out? I know y'all was over there talking about how chinny Crawford was. But I heard that plenty of times. He's chinny.
But Chinny has shown to be. Crawford has shown to be chinny though. He's been rocked a couple times.
About
He's
who?
been
Go
rocked.
ahead. Let me hear
He
it.
was
Let
rocked
me
by
hear it.
Gamboa. He got knocked
Oh
down by
my
Victor
God.
Postal.
So I don't know how old you are. I'm just gonna say you 30, right? I'm just gonna put an example out there. You 30. So would you feel cool with me saying that you know, are pretty much I'm accusing you or holding you accountable for something you did 10 years ago? Would you look at me in a
I
way to
mean, it's
say, you know
boxing.
what?
That's how it goes.
No,
But this
y'all
is
are
but
mentioning
why do
Gamboa
Crawford
at
fans act like you
135,
can't be
dog.
why do Crawford fans act like we can't be
Now don't
critical
start
of
putting the
him?
Crawford fans on there.
Why
Don't
can't
start putting
okay?
the Crawford
Why
fans.
can't I be
You
critical of
brought up
Crawford?
Gamboa at
You asked me.
135. That's right. And you brought up Gamboa. You could have said anybody else that's relevant recently. Igis Kavalaskis. Okay, people love talking about Me Machine. But you keep bringing up Gamboa without bringing up Crawford hurting that man several times in that fight.
I'm just as soon as you said who rocked him, I'm just bringing up what came to mind. But he did get Gamboa. I agree. But I'm just saying why people might have thought why I thought he was chinny. And then we still don't know if he chinny or not. Spence ain't have no power that night. He couldn't do what he normally does. He couldn't
Spence,
perform the way that he normally performs.
Spence landed several solid shots on Crawford. That overhand left, he landed that several times, man. And just because Crawford, hey, I don't know if you listened to Bernie the Boxer, but Bernie the Boxer said something that was profound. He said they talking about, you know, Spence didn't have no power, but they didn't talking about how hard of a training camp that Crawford had to
I don't know,
prepare
man.
him for that.
I've heard plenty of fighters say Spence hit pretty hard. So
So
for
Spence hit
Crawford to
pretty
say
hard.
so,
Okay.
and then Crawford just confirmed what we said too. He didn't have no power. Crawford is confirming that. He said
No,
when
no, no,
he
no,
hit me,
no.
I
Hey,
was like, oh, that's it. He said he had no power. He just
Crawford was
confirmed it.
saying that's it because he expected more. He was disappointed. He
He
wasn't saying that's it.
confirmed
Like,
that he
look, how
confirmed
do
that
you,
he didn't have no power.
once again, I'm holding you to your word, right? Once
Mhm.
again, I'm holding you to your word. How is Crawford supposed to know how hard Spence hit and they never sparred? How?
But you can know if somebody gonna hit you hard
Oh my
though.
God.
You know,
Oh,
come on.
hell
Look,
no. Now
I've
you
never
trying to,
no,
hell
listen.
no.
I've never hit you before, right? But if I come up and hit you, you gonna know if it's hard or not, right? Right or wrong.
No, not coming from somebody who I don't expect to have no power on me.
But he didn't expect Spence not to have no power. That's why he said, "Oh, that's it." So he just confirmed exactly what I've been saying. Spence
You,
wasn't himself. He didn't even have no power.
you know why he said that? Simply off the strength of all y'all up here hyping this man up, and he got his ass beat, man. Beat down to the ground, down bad. And I think y'all frustration lies heavy on the fact that y'all can't change it. Y'all can't change the outcome July 29th. And you hear the Crawford supporters over here, you know, still talking about that fish fry we had.
I do,
I
and I
know.
hope he get back in the rematch.
Oh, it
I
ain't gonna
hope he get
happen,
his get
MJ.
back
I'm
in the
telling you
rematch.
ahead of time. It ain't gonna happen. I'm telling you politely, respectfully, it ain't gonna happen.
Well,
It ain't
look.
gonna happen.
We gonna have to agree to disagree. I don't want to take all the time on your live. I appreciate you letting me come up on your
I know you
platform.
got a curfew. It's all good. You got a curfew. You gotta be in and check.
Yeah, I got
I
things to
get it.
do. I
I
got
get
things
it.
to do. But
Appreciate you pulling up though. Appreciate you
no, it's
pulling up.
cool. It's cool. Hey, look, if you're gonna post me, just tag me.
Post you what? I didn't
Just
post you anywhere. I look, I put the video up on my YouTube and I put the audio up here in my intro. I didn't post you. I don't even know who you are. I just know what your tag is. And a lot of people
I just
tag
seen you got
is
the
not
2 minute video
check
on me
this
up.
out. I'm trying to tell you why I can't post you because a lot of descriptions that people have over here is not what they IG tag is, not what they Twitter tag is.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You might have 2 cents boxing. That don't mean that's your IG.
No, I'm talking about tag my page. My YouTube page. You can't tag my YouTube page?
I didn't even know you had a YouTube page. To be honest, I really the only thing I heard you do is what I said. I heard you on here and you was talking reckless abandonment about Crawford, and I'm glad you finally clicked the link because the last time you ran up out of here. I'm glad you clicked the link
Nah,
tonight.
but for real though, they was getting disrespectful with me in this chat, and I'm like, I ain't said nothing to nobody. So
Who the
I
hottest chat in the MFing game? That we don't get
King
disrespectful. We
somebody.
educate.
No, but I'm telling you, yo, go back and look up the chat and see what I'm talking about. And I'm like, dude, you don't even know me. I don't know Why you coming at me like that? Oh, you need to get the fuck out of here and all of this stuff. I'm like, I don't
But
know
you
why you
was
attacking.
coming over here with some nonsense though.
No, I wasn't. Go back and read the chat.
You
Go
was
back
used
and
to
read
come
the
over
chat.
here. I read some of your comments and I was like,
that's when I was
why?
like, I bet you 1,000. I wasn't saying nothing out of pocket.
Man, here we go. Another person betting 1,000 and won't pay up when it's
But
time.
it was a joke. We already went through this. We already went through this. We already went through this. But yeah, I'll pull up again. I'll pull up again for sure.
No, I'm just saying, I appreciate you pulling up. 'Cause unlike some people, your boy kicked me off the panel. I didn't say anything messed up. He asked me, did the gloves look a certain way? And I said they look the same. And he kicked me off the panel. That shit was crazy. But I respect you. Click the link. And yeah, handle your business, enjoy your weekend. It's all good.
All right. Peace out, chat.
Peace, man. Hey, big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. Hottest chat in the MF and Gang, A-Side official. You know what I'm saying? Not too many people have a decent dialogue as such, but I give her kudos for just clicking the link and having a decent conversation. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to talk about her inaccuracies because I pretty much spoke about them while she was on here, but it just goes to show some people would have been this, that, and the other, bitch ass nigga this. Hey man, you can have a conversation with somebody. It's rare that it's not any obscenities thrown around to prove a point. You know what I'm saying? To prove an absolute point. But I know the hottest chat in the MF and game. I know we always disrespect. I mean, if we disrespectful, it's a reason. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason. And Q, you still in the chat when Jay has already came on the panel. You still skipping around the chat, goddamn wasting the chat's time, man. The link has been there. You could have clicked the link too. You could have clicked the link already, but you rather, just skip around in the chat and talk to the boxing. I understand what you got going on. You know what I'm saying? You feel that you in good company. I get it. Real talk. I get it. You feel that you in good company. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Address 402, man. Salute to you, G Money. What's good? Through the lens of trenches, what's good? Where do skills come in part? Spence didn't have the skill or the power. He hasn't knocked down since 2017. Why would we think he's gonna knock out Bud? Talk that shit, dog. You know what I'm saying? Talk that shit, bro. Man, god damn. You know what I'm saying? And those of you that's popping up in the background, one thing I try to do, if I drop the link for one person, I've been there where, I've been on other panels where they supposed to drop the link for me and they bring in all their homies and try to goddamn have a free fall and act like, oh, well, they just clicked the link. I want to have a one-on-one and see where her mind was and talk about her. I mean, talk with her about boxing and try to figure out why they digging so deep to say that Terrence Crawford is cheating. You know what I'm saying? Like this is not even close to being fair. If you want to compare him to Victor Conte and just mention a documentary and say that they had a picture out there of Crawford, that's why I asked. Was it just Crawford? No, it was Crawford and freaking Devin Haney. Who's this? What's good?
Oh, hey, what's up, Bob? I was just listening to the show.
What's your name in the chat?
Zell, but I was in the chat.
Okay. I mean, what's going on with you? What's up? What you want to talk about? Are you Q? Are you Q?
No.
Okay. All right.
I'm just looking at all the excuses that the Errol Spence fans are making now that Errol Spence lost, the fight the way he did.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep saying, where does all of this power come from and everything like that. But then they're not taking into consideration that Terrence Crawford can deadlift like 400
some pounds. Yeah.
easy,
Right. Right. Easy.
And so they want to say the gloves was tampered with. Just any excuse because the wrong guy didn't win. That's what it was. The guy they wanted to win lost.
True words. True words. The wrong guy didn't win.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
now what we got to do is make up any excuse to justify their guy losing. That's basically what it is.
You know what I thought when Wilder was going through his stint with Anthony Joshua back in like 2018, I believe, when they had the belts and people was just going to Deontay Wilder because they was infatuated with Joshua, and then the rivalry started with him and Fury. I thought his criticism was bad, but this right here is just beyond, because they wasn't really saying that about Wilder. You know what I'm saying? But Wilder didn't go in there and beat Fury up in the rematch. He knocked him down in the first one, but they wasn't even saying that Wilder was cheating or his gloves was fucked up, none of that. But Crawford has received crazy amount of freaking criticism. It's just wild,
Yeah.
man.
That's what happens when your expectations don't meet the reality of what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like they had a expectation that this fight was gonna go a certain way. You know, they
Mm-hmm.
really believed in their heart of hearts that Bud was a bum, ain't fought nobody, was
Mm-hmm.
chinny, was a smaller man. You know, they created this entire mythos about the man in their heads, and then when that fantasy met reality, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They
Yep.
found out that it really wasn't that. You know, it was the exact opposite of what they thought it was, and they don't know how to handle it, man. That's called cognitive dissonance, man. They, you know,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
they thought it was going to go a certain way. It didn't happen. The prophecy failed, and you know they still trying to figure out how to handle it, man. And so they got to come up with all these excuses, steroid accusations. Damn, I mean, it's crazy because it's everything. It's steroids, loaded gloves. It wasn't the real Spence. Spence was neurologically damaged, drained. You know what I'm saying?
They
Like it's
they
It's
they
just
saying now
unbelievable.
they they saying now that it was a clone, that it was a clone in the ring, like that movie on Netflix. They cloned Tyrone, so they said they took Spence in the laboratory and they cloned him and put him in the ring with Bud.
I know, right? That's
we're
a
the
lot
real
of power.
we're the real just for one little dude from Omaha. They did all that, huh?
You know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
right? And that's what I was trying to ask MD. This is what I was trying to ask her, right?
Holy shit.
So
yeah.
why are you so sure about, you know, Errol Spence looking the way he did in there with Bud? Because what y'all said is it been no one to prepare Bud for Errol, and it's been no one to prepare Errol for Bud. But these guys was both on the pound for pound list with each other, so therefore the
Yeah.
clash is supposed to happen. No one can basically give a common opponent. I'm talking about just an opponent to compare the competitive side of both fighters clashing. It was nobody on Terrence. They said it was nobody on Errol. But when it came to him fighting a common opponent, Kell Brook and Sean Porter, they was washed up. So when they seen the beatdown play out, now what? You know what I'm saying? It was nobody that Errol has never ever fought in his career that fought like Bud.
Can I say something, fellas? What's
Go
up?
ahead. Go ahead.
What's up?
What's good?
World Combat Sports, man. My
What's
guy,
good? What's
boy,
good?
I fuck with you all day, every day, baby boy.
I appreciate it,
You
man.
know that. Hey, check this out, man. I just want to say this. I go back and forth with these channels, and I listen to these cats talk, right? And they come up with all these excuses, neurologist, neural problem. I'm looking like, if you think he had brain issues, why would you want to get back in the ring anyway? That's one. You know,
That shit
uh,
crazy. Yeah.
that shit right there. All right. Then you got the little Martian over there, the who calls himself a manager, but I ain't never seen none of his fighters. He's coming with this every day is the SNAC program, the SNAP program. He's trying to
Mm-hmm.
push that narrative out there that he's on something. Okay,
Okay.
but then it's like It's like you motherfucker must lost some money. It's something because it's like the only person that ain't making no damn excuses is Spence. Because this is how I look at it. If Spence was something wrong with him that night, then you should be mad at Spence for getting his ass in the fucking ring. Bottom line. You understand what I'm saying? That's where your argument should be at. Bud went in there and did what he was going to do when it was in the background of that one fight a couple years ago when he told him he was going to give him the same legs. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then he told them that you're going to make all these excuses on why he lost. You understand what I'm saying?
That's what they're doing. So Mikey Garcia and Jerron Ennis, they work with SNAC and Victor Conti. So that means they on drugs too.
Right.
Well, they already got you covered there, Zell, because they say that, and this is what Q Brown was saying in the chat even, that Crawford got the special SNAC program. Mike and the other guys, they just got the regular SNAC. You see what I'm saying?
They got the generic version of SNAC.
Right. But he took Bud in the back room with the special snacks. You see what I'm saying?
The undetected kind.
So
they say
Mikey
got the real snack. They say Mikey got the real snack because he was able to go 12 rounds with EJ. He on the real snack. That's the new narrative now.
Yep. Oh damn! Okay, see, I didn't even know that.
So what they're saying is they gave him the organic, and all the rest of them got GMO.
Hey, I want to ask a question right quick. Let me ask a question right quick. So, this man Spence, he broke bones. They say he the bone breaker and the eye collector. He broke bones pre-crash, and he broke bones post-crash. I mean, nobody was ever suspicious of that. Now, I just want to ask a question right here. Looking at that incident, that car accident he went through, if we had to put that on a conversion chart, how many knockouts would we value that at?
Ooh, damn!
You talking about that neurological shit, man?
No, I'm just saying the man hit his head on the concrete.
I know.
Lost a whole bunch of teeth. I mean,
could you really put a number on that though? Like neurologically, okay. I tell people all the time about there's certain fighters who've taken more punishment and still able to carry on decent conversation. I experienced it, and it's fighters that took less punishment and they got slurred speech. So it all depends, man. Right now, Errol Spence, obviously his speech is different than what it was, like Sean Porter fight.
Right. He attributed that. He plans to attribute that to the denture work or something like that, right?
Like Mickey Ward talked just fine, but they say he got problems.
Okay. Well, let me throw this out here because I posted this one day, and I just wanted to see exactly what the response was going to be. Okay, they come up with all these conspiracy theories about Bud, right? Mm-hmm. And the question I asked, I said, why did Bud was very adamant of not fighting in Texas, right? That he would refuse to fight in Texas. And I'm like, now in Texas, Spence was breaking bones, kicking ass, taking names, right? Looked strong as hell. Then all of a sudden, you come to Vegas and you're supposed to be weak and shit. All of a sudden, now, is that a possibility? Because I want to know what was the drug testing going on? Who was drug testing in Texas?
Yeah.
Hey, that's a fair question, bro. I mean, if we putting it on the table, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I tried to stay away from that. And I know Scotty tried to stay away from that. But I mean, if we're going there, you're gonna say Crawford had an abnormal performance for him, which I would argue and say that I don't think it was really an abnormal performance, right? Oh no, this matter of fact, shit. They saying Crawford had an abnormal performance, and at the same time, Spence had a subpar performance.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So they on both sides of the shit. You know what I'm saying? So Bud outperformed his normal shit, and Spence underperformed from his normal shit.
Hey,
so
salute, man. Oh, go ahead.
So hold up.
Okay, let me say this one time before we go, because
bad.
I don't want this chat to get all stupid where we talking on each other. I just want to ask this one question. I want to ask this one question. How many times were Spence and Crawford drug tested before their fight in Vegas?
It was continuous drug testing. You know, the Victor Conte came out and said they was drug tested.
And they got drug tested after the fight, because there was a picture with Crawford with Clarissa Shields, and you could see where he had been drug tested, right?
Yep.
So my question is, and I'll ask it. Fuck it. Let's just do it. How many times was there a drug test when he fought in Texas? When Spence fought in Texas, how many drug tests? Who drug tested? And when did they drug test?
He wouldn't have been enrolled in VADA.
Because my thing about it is, everybody want to point fingers at certain things. So all of a sudden, and I'm a fan of boxing, right? I'm a fan of boxing. I'm a fan of Spence. I'm a fan of anybody get their ass in that ring and put their life on the line. You understand what I'm saying? So I ain't biased to nothing. But my point is that if you're going to point fingers over there, you got to remember there's 3 fingers pointing back at your ass when you're doing that. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm going to ask the question: if you think Bud is doing this, then why is it that Spence looks so weak coming in? If that's the case, because when he walked into the ring, he didn't look weak. He didn't look weak until he started getting his ass whooped.
Hey, salute.
I agree.
Hey, what's up, WCSOG?
What's up, Richie?
Hey, not much. I just wanted to chime in. So, a lot of people talk about Bud Crawford's strong jab, this power jab, and a lot of people didn't fail to realize this. Bo Mack, I listened to Coach Malachi's interview, and Bo Mack was talking about that power jab. He said to Bud, hey, look, we can't go in there to flicking jabs. So Bo Mack explained what they did. He said 4 months before the fight started, they said they had Bud working on that jab where Bo Mack would have a flat medicine ball like on his chest, and Bud would just be working that power jab, constantly working that same jab. And then on top of that, they talk about how did Bud have all this unfound strength. He went to the UFC facility to work on strength training and conditioning. See, before they start jumping to all these conclusions, they got to realize the body of work. See, I look at Bud, this category that I put Bud in. I put him in that category of Kobe and Jordan. The higher the stakes, the better they get. The higher you put the expectation on them, the more they exceed expectations. If you notice anything about those 2 individual legends, Kobe and Jordan, the higher the stakes were, the more they always exceeded expectations. So when Bud jumped in their expense, the conventional mind didn't think that Bud would do what he did, but because Bud knew what was at stake, he was going to rise above the occasion. And I remember there's a saying Chuck Daly said Jordan was so good, he literally is embarrassing the league. Crawford is so good, he's literally embarrassing every guy that steps in the ring with him, and he makes these guys look like they're nobodies, because when you're an A+ level fighter, all the other guys just seem like they're amateurs when they jump in the ring with you. It's just like a guy, if they're the YMCA dominating everybody, and then a high-level pro comes in there, they're like, oh man, why does so-and-so look so bad? He looks so bad because there's levels to this. And they can't accept that. And that's why they're saying, oh, Spence didn't look like himself, but he looked like himself for 28 fights. Then he get the 29th fight, oh, all of a sudden he didn't look like himself. No, you just went in with that level of opposition, so therefore you look good.
Solid point, Don. Hey, Mark, have you spoke yet, Mark?
No, nope. I ain't even had a chance. This
go ahead.
This through the
go
lens
ahead, bro.
of the trenches too, man. OG, you hear me?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this through the lens of the trenches, man. I definitely.
Oh, okay. Shout out to you, no doubt. Yeah.
I'm always rocking with you, man. But
I appreciate it, man.
Now I was thinking too, man. A lot of them Spence, a lot of Spence fans, man. They don't give Bud the credit for how hard he trained, man. Like he said it, like the fights is won in training camp. So if he's starting training camp 2 months early and going to the UFC facility, strength and conditioning. Like, man, they got to get that man credit, man. Like, that nigga Bud be putting in hella work, man.
And strength and conditioning has a lot to do with preparation, man. They don't even mention what Bud said, what Bomac was saying. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they don't even mention him having a pre-camp. All they look at is Spence didn't look like Spence. And the reason why he didn't look like it because Bud was cheating. He had loaded gloves. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, check this out, right?
What it was, Terrence Crawford was jabbing with Spence. That's why he took that jab away.
He was. That's absolutely correct. He was jabbing with him. Yep.
And and then when he threw the jab, he would step into it off the back leg, but he would bring both feet together and basically turn into the jab as he's throwing it to put more power into the punch.
A panel, I always say this, and W says you might want to soundbite this. Bud is the boxing encyclopedia. Earl's just a page out of the encyclopedia.
Oh shit!
Okay. Yeah, cause see, look, like when you're the boxing encyclopedia, you have the answers to everything. When you're just a page, then that's all you have is that page. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be able to beat the encyclopedia, the man who has all the answers, and the man who just has one solution. He's gonna get destroyed every time.
Yep, that's true.
Hey, that's a solid point right there, man.
Solid. Yeah, so I went on that dude boxing outlet channel, right? So he loved to quote Victor Conte, right? So he said, Victor said 80% of the fighters, on steroids. So I'm like, okay, Victor only got maybe 20 guys under his camp, right? So I'm like, where the other 79% getting their shit from? And do you think at this point in time, Victor's 75? There's got to be somebody that surpassed him in this field. So where the other 79% of the guys getting their shit from?
And also, Tyrese, you have to look at the little 20 that he got. They're not even 0.5% of the boxers in the sport.
Yeah. So I want to know where the other 79% getting their shit from. And it's Spence in that 79%? Because for some reason, he don't think Spence could have been on the shit. Now, my rebuttal to that was, if Bud was on it, then Spence was on it. You telling me Spence gonna come into his legacy fight clean with a Canelo fight looming?
Man,
you look at this thumbnail I did a ways ago. This was prior to the fight, and I said, look how Spence that was fighting Ugas in his backyard. Look how defined his physique is, his aesthetics. You know what I'm saying? This is a month and a half out.
Yep.
He's looking this shredded, man. Barely any water, in his skin and nothing. Then you look over here to the right, and that physique just looked lost. You know what I'm saying? Because he had to come out that motherfucker and go to Vegas.
Hey, Combat,
he ain't on the Texas T.
Hey, Combat,
I know what it was.
Hey, Combat, you know what gives it away too? Look at Errol Spence's jawline on the left compared to the right. Look how much more chiseled it is.
Oh yeah, man.
Errol Spence was eating that Mexican tainted beef, like Canelo did down there in Texas.
Hey, panel, I don't know, but I heard, was it Errol Spence's ex-girlfriend was mentioning that Earl told her that he was cycling off of something?
Yeah, his ex-girl he fell out with did put him on blast. Talking about he was on juice. Sure did.
Yeah. He was off that tainted beef. He put the
season definitely noticeable.
Didn't she inbox Crawford and tell Crawford to knock him out?
Yep, she sure did.
It just surprised me, man. I'm sorry. It surprised me how it seemed like none of them pay attention to the skill gap. Like, how the fuck y'all ain't paying attention to the skill gap? Like,
because they don't believe it's one there, bro. They don't believe it's a skill gap.
He got his head on the line. He falling over when he throwing his punches, leaving his
bro,
head
they
out there.
don't give a fuck about none of that. My man did. I got 3 different cats that did 3 different film studies, and these dudes don't even all really know each other like that. All pointing out the same shit prior to this fight,
Yep.
going back all the way to the Sean Porter fight, talking about his balance issues and all that. My
Man.
homeboy Bandman Boogie put out a tweet in October of 2019 talking about Spence having balance issues, Spence doing this, that, and the third, broke the whole shit down. This is before the accident. He posted a tweet showing, like, look, bro, I've been talking about this dude having balance issues, having glassy eyes, all because they talk about, you see that glassy eyed look he had before the fight? I knew something was wrong with him before he got in the ring. You see how his eyes look?
He always looked like
Yeah.
that.
He was nervous,
Motherfucker,
man.
my boy pointed that out in a tweet in 2019, bro, before the
He always
accident.
looked like that. Earl always looked
Yeah.
like that.
But here's
But
but Bud, I think Bud explained it better. Bud said, I have fought all styles, all different kind of styles. I have
yeah,
fought the pressure fighters. I have fought the southpaws. I have fought the switcher. He's fought everybody. If you go back, this is how I knew that Bud was gonna win this fight. I went back not to the Ugas fight, not to what's my boy over there in England,
Kell Brooks.
Kell Brook, not Kell Brook. It was the Mikey Garcia fight. Is what people should have seen that he was going to be in trouble against Bud, because even though Mikey was small and was disadvantaged in his reach, his defense was a motherfucker.
Man.
Hey Jason, you go back further than that. Go back to his Olympic fight when he fought that Kakistan, a dude named Sapayev, dude from Kakistan, a southpaw with fast hands and quick feet.
Yeah, because Spence is a good fighter, but he's up and down. He's up and down. He doesn't do a lot of left to right. It's up and down. You understand what I'm saying? And also, you got to look at. You should have known that Bud was gonna beat the fuck out of him by just looking at the way Bud looked at that motherfucker, man.
Hey Jason, remember the interview when they had Kell Brooks and Sean Porter on there, and Porter said, going in with Errol Spence, I thought I was gonna need all this and that, and he said he was surprised to find out Errol Spence wasn't as intelligent as he thought he was.
Yeah,
Like he said, how he's getting frustrated, and when you hear that alone, I'm like, boy, he's gonna be in trouble when you get in there, Bud Crawford. And another thing, when they stepped in the ring, most of y'all might agree with this. Bud Crawford looked bigger than Errol Spence in that ring.
Yeah, he did. But one thing about this, if we look at Errol Spence's resume, he hadn't fought many southpaws. He hadn't fought punches.
He hadn't fought punches. Nope.
Many athletes. And Crawford, all 3 wrapped in 1.
Man. Absolutely, and that's a great point, man. Because look, this is how I was trying to explain to him. I've seen Crawford so many times in person doing different shit that didn't do with boxing. I say, damn, that nigga athletic. I seen him running football routes in Texas. You know what I'm saying? And I said, damn, that dude got some wheels on him. I done seen him wrestling 3 different freaking times with his boys in the lobby. Them motherfuckers full blown out wrestling. Shakur Stevenson, all of them wrestling. I say, damn, that nigga can wrestle. I'm saying, and he can shoot hoop. I say, shit, he a better athlete than Spence. Period.
Athlete. Yeah, he all around athlete.
Hey, but do you think that maybe it was the rumor about him and Mayweather? They kind of just blew that. They put that out there that made him bigger than what he really was.
I don't believe
why they did that.
I don't
That
believe
was
that
for all
story,
promotional use.
That was promotional use.
Cool.
Because here's the thing. Because you got to remember this. Even though that was out there, and Mayweather never disputed it, he said that he got talent. But what Mayweather did say that Crawford was the best in the world.
Yeah,
well, Jason, you also got to remember this. Why Mayweather the same thing. If you own a car dealership, are you gonna talk crap about your own cars to a customer? Mayweather has stake in PBC, so he's not going to intentionally say something to devalue Errol Spence, one of his own stable fighters, under the PBC banner, because he wanted to raise value.
And before Tank blew up, Errol was their highest asset before Tank came to his own. So yeah.
And Mayweather did try to get Bud and try to sign Bud. He tried to sign him himself. But also, I want to say this. And I ain't gonna interrupt no more. They blew up Spencer's ego. They got his ego up there. You know what they say about an ego? They say an ego is an anesthesia that dares the pain of stupidity.
Wow. Well, it's a lot of anesthesia on this motherfucking YTC.
They keep that shit in an IV.
For real, right?
Word, no pun intended.
Y'all think do y'all think Floyd bet on Crawford?
Hell yeah,
for that
he did.
fight?
Oh yeah,
he did.
Azell, I'm gonna let you know something. Hey, Errol Spence bet on Bud Crawford too.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, he had to come up out of there with something. Now he had to come up out of
I
there.
will say
That's why they kept asking what round it was.
Sense because he
real,
lived in that $1 million bet by the knockout.
And Bud bet on himself too. Said, and we gonna go there.
Maybe Spence went to the casino and bet like $1 million that Terrence was gonna knock him out.
Hey, panel, check this out. Hey, panel, check this out. I don't know if y'all noticed this. Errol Spence was getting beat so bad that he accidentally walked back to Bud's corner because he needed training from Team Crawford instead of going back there to Diddy James. And y'all noticed that, right? I think it was like the 6th or 7th round. He was walking in Crawford's corner, then he caught himself, and then he walked.
Diddy James, he got to prepare Charlo for Saul. End of this month.
Canelo finna break
he
his
better be worried about Saul.
I mean, he can be on in front of the camera all they want, but I don't think him and Guzman can outcoach Eddie Reynoso. That's just my OP, man.
We gonna see. I haven't seen nothing from Canelo from his last 3 fights that gives me the confidence he gonna go in there and just walk through Jermell, man. So I don't know.
But Jamel just look. I seen the face off, and Jamel. It's kind of hard to kind of like just look at his mindset because he looks a little. I want to say he looks focused because he ain't doing
he's fanned out. He's honored.
Because the thing about it is he ain't doing a lot of damn talking. You know what I'm saying? You know,
they only talk when
he got the orders. He got the orders.
Them Charlos only trash talk brothers. They don't.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's somebody else,
hold up. He on to some. Hey. Let me tell you something. He on to some.
They only trash talk to brothers because look how he was talking to Tony Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, he was so nice to Canelo. It was sickening. I said, give us that same Charlo twin energy, man. Be disrespectful. No, that motherfucker was nice, quiet.
And then he talking about he want to knock Terrence Crawford out, but we ain't hear him say nothing about I'm knocking Canelo out.
Hey, you know what it is? You know what it is?
Real respectful.
You know this fight ain't got no hype behind it either, man.
None.
Hey,
no hype behind it.
Jamel going in for check.
And this is why I know. Like, let's assume that Jamel Charlo wins. Do he really think he's gonna be famous after this, or be the biggest man in boxing? He's not gonna do anything for him. Man.
In his mind, he's gonna think he is. He's gonna think
he's gonna be just like Bivol. He ain't gonna go nowhere. Man.
I kind of disagree just a little bit there, Nazi, because Canelo. Bivol wasn't fighting for the undisputed titles. Male is.
Okay.
Male's fighting for the undisputed. He already undisputed at 54. So
that's a good point.
Of course, his ego is going to be out of his motherfucking world.
Yeah.
He beat Canelo.
Y'all think
but
you know about Crawford though?
Bivol need to go on and fight
October
plan.
Yeah, they trying to.
They're trying to.
And here we might as well say it right here, right now. When Jamel lose, well, I don't know. If Jamel lose, and then Crawford get an opportunity, all they're gonna say is, oh, he's getting Jamel's leftovers. Jamel exposed some weak points for Crawford could capitalize on. They ain't gonna give him no credit. He ain't gonna get no credit.
And how did Crawford make that weight anyway? How did Crawford get 168 pounds? How?
They
How
already
you
bitching
do
about
that?
him being
It was
180,
snatch.
man.
It was snatch.
They already bitching about him being 180. You know what I'm saying? And
You know,
we've
the
already
problem is,
seen him.
the problem is they really upset that Crawford is about to take and snatch all their dreams because they dreamed to fight Canelo. You know what I mean?
I seen that guy Q. He said that Terrence Crawford at 180 and he's still lean, so he definitely on the juice.
That's
Man,
muscle.
Crawford posted a picture years ago of him walking around at 177 pounds prior to the Jeff Horn fight. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So he's and I got audio of his sparring partner Steven Nelson as well as his strength and conditioning coach talking about his walk around weight being between 170 and 180 pounds. So all that it is what it is, man. They're gonna continue to say the type of shit that they say, and because they live in a candy land, you know what I'm saying? Like they can't live in reality, bro. So they're gonna continue to create fantasies,
Maybe
to
they're gonna say that Crawford got a clone that walk around heavier.
is that
Panel. I just figured it out. Right? They said
clone Bud.
They said Errol Spence, that was a clone that was in the ring with Bud. Maybe, just maybe, the clone was actually better than the real Errol Spence, so that's why they put the clone in there.
Oh damn!
No. See what it is in the rematch. Bud gonna swap out the clone, and the clone gonna go in there and get him out of there in 4 rounds.
You know what Bud need to do? Bud need to walk back out with Eminem, and Eminem need to sing with a real Errol Spence. Please stand
When
up.
you stand up,
You ain't lying, right?
Yeah, just this is my belief. I believe Bud put a picture out there to make it seem like he's around 180 and put that 160 ain't that far, whatever he said. Because everybody knows that Bud stays in the gym. He stays in the gym. He's in shape right now. He's playing mind games with the rest of these fools.
Oh yeah,
man.
Art of War.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
got a question for y'all.
He's probably walking around like 158 right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
I got a question for y'all. Do y'all think Bud should be at the fight, sitting in the crowd?
Nah.
Who, the Charlo
Don't
fight?
go. Yeah, don't go.
Because he got Spence next. So unless they're gonna guarantee him something like they did Gennady Golovkin when Canelo was going there fighting Chavez Jr., him and Gennady was already signed. So Gennady got in the ring and they introduced, hey, this is it. Unless they got him on the freaking paperwork, dog. No. Hell
Speaking of paperwork, these motherfuckers complaining about, and World Combat Sport, man. I ain't trying to take over your shit, man. You the man, my brother. All right, then we'll let you know once again. But it's that damn when they talking about this 147 rematch, right? And all of a sudden now the contract does not matter. You understand? You see how that shit works now? Keep your word. You said you was gonna fight at 154, but motherfucker, it's the contract does not say 154. The contract says if you're going to change, if you can't make weight, put it in writing. So all of a sudden now, first they trying to say that Bud ain't. They still trying to say the brother ain't the A side. That's the crazy shit right there, right? They still trying to say that. Then they trying to say he's going against his word. But when he was trying to get the fight, sign the contract, follow the contract. It's all about the contract. Now the contract don't exist. Like the belts don't matter. So, you know what I'm saying? Like it's the because here's the thing. I thought it was all about being undisputed.
It don't matter because it don't matter because the clone gonna sign the contract. It ain't gonna be the Errol Spence. The clone gonna do it.
You know what I'm saying?
I think I'm just happy to be able to witness a clone actually fighting for the first time. I feel good.
Right.
The reason why the clone did bad because the clone was actually orthodox fighter. So he had to learn to do southpaw. That's why it lost. It was awkward. It didn't understand southpaw.
They should have
Y'all
They should
crazy,
have
bro.
downloaded that data better than that. Then that neural link, they should have downloaded the data much better, bro.
I think these Spence fans are QAnon or some shit. I don't know what's going on with these motherfuckers, bro.
Hey,
Man.
as you ever noticed with these aerosexuals, man, they so angry. They mad at everything, dog.
Man, what?
For real.
They freaking mad all the fucking time. Like they can't have a conversation like we having. They can't have a panel like we had. Like them motherfuckers are
Yeah.
so angry, man. Like god damn.
All them destroy their mute button, they destroy their mouse, everything because they clicking too hard. They pressing everything hard.
They got gamer rage, but they don't play video games.
Yeah, that's that cult. That's that cult of personality shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference between being a fan of somebody and rocking with them and living vicariously through them. You know what I'm saying? Like they live through that motherfucker. So that's why they be more mad about the shit than Spence do. You feel me? Like
I don't think they live vicariously through him. They just in love with him. It's an infatuation.
And Spence never does an interview with him.
That's why they Earl-sexuals.
And Spence never does.
They got split personality, like that movie Split.
And Spence never does an interview with him. Never.
He don't give no attention.
You see, we could have easily
give him an autograph.
I mean, what you gonna interview for him? You gonna interview with him for when you know you already got him. You know what I'm saying? He already know they gonna follow. He don't have to say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because they gonna already follow protocol. They got the program already.
We
could have.
They're gonna have Spence autograph a glove, and then they're gonna try to sell it on eBay.
Hey, Pat, no, a lot of people said that Errol Spence didn't make an excuse in the fight, but actually, if you really listen to one of the interviews, he kind of did. He said, "I'm not gonna have no excuses," but he said, "I agreed to the weight. I agreed to the weight." The reason why I bring that up is because he never mentioned I agreed to the weight with any of his other fights, but when he said,
no.
He planted that as a seed because he knew that his fan base was gonna take that and run with it. So in essence, he made a small excuse. He just planted that seed, and it just blew up into that.
But he already, and that's good, cause I agree with you just saying. But he already planted a seed before that by saying he wanted to be undisputed champion.
Welterweight
undisputed.
They don't think he's that intelligent, so he might not have did that on purpose. Man. It might have been an accident. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
oh, that's cool. Us Bucks fans, we could have been scared. We could have been scared.
There's enough of these niggas out here making excuses for him, man.
That's the
no
clone
more
talking.
excuses.
Like the clone is.
We could have been scared and saying, EJ never did anybody out like that before. What is he doing? What he's on?
I got it figured out. The clone can't make the weight. The real Errol Spence, he can make the weight, but the clone having issues because of a chemical imbalance. That's the problem.
Get that shit dialed in before December. They better get him in the lab.
Hey, but we need to ask the Errol Sexuals. We gotta ask them what happened.
They about to tweak that motherfucker, huh? They gonna get him back in the lab and
we gotta ask the Errol Sexuals, like, what happened? Your boy strictly said he was gonna break that man and beat him like Kunta Kinte. What happened? Like we got hold him accountable because those are strong words.
When he come out of that chamber with the formula. That's what he's gonna do.
I mean, he said he's gonna break that man. He's gonna break him mentally, physically, and spiritually. He said that for millions to hear. He said it on the interview, and
he paused. He paused and said, "Shit, even spiritually." Man, he didn't know what the hell he wanted to say, man.
And Bud pulled that belt out on his ass for saying that shit.
He ain't never say
Bud whooped his ass and went and played golf. You know how embarrassing that shit gotta be. You get your ass whooping. Right? Yeah, with the top golf and play. You know how embarrassing that is to get your ass whooping. The dude whooped your ass and went and played golf, nigga. That's crazy, bro.
It looked like Bud. It looked like Bud was doing an open workout in the ring. That looked like an open workout. That wasn't even that was an open workout. That was
yeah, because he was talking to Mel on the side. That was like an open workout, right? You know what I'm saying? You got up in there.
He told her, "I'm coming."
And yeah, and he was grabbing his Johnson for his lady to look at. That shit was funny as fuck, man.
Wow.
And call him when you say you're a bitch ass nigga in front of your lady.
He told him you next, and then Charlo
She
was like, I don't know
but
what
why
you're talking about. I'm fighting Canelo next.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Crawford wasn't talking to him when he said you're next. He was talking about his lady.
Oh wow, that was a good one.
Well, you gonna piss Charlo off, Jamal, for real. You know what I'm saying? You gonna piss that nigga off.
Would that get him in the ring? Shit.
Like I mean,
he ain't gonna be fighting Bud. See, we trying to get him to fight Bud. He'll fight you.
To the brothers.
He'll fight you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
he'll fight me. He'll talk shit and fight me. Yeah, I'm a knockout artist.
He gonna tell Neezy, I'm busy.
I'm busy. I'm busy.
He ain't gonna say that.
You should be like, busy.
I'm busy. I can't pull up on Neezy right now.
Yeah,
leave
me alone.
Yo, leave us alone, man.
Leave us
how
alone.
you fucking take part into saying that and laugh? Yo, you a clown,
what is this
man.
connection to this world?
He did say that. What is your connection to this world?
Hey, look.
Yo, he said the most. Yo.
Hey, look, it's funny the contrast in Charlo. He's all raging when it comes to the black fighters, but then when it's Canelo, you know, he doesn't dye his hair. He doesn't have gold streaks. You know, he's telling Canelo.
Such a wholesome fighter.
Canelo, I'm really a nice guy, you know.
I'm at 154. Why y'all want him to fight me?
After the fight, Charlo gonna dye his hair.
Nigga, what's wrong with you? Why you want him to fight me?
Charlo gonna dye his hair cinnamon too, and the goatee.
Exactly.
He gonna dye his hair cinnamon too.
But you know what?
And he can talk with an accent too.
But ain't it strange that they all those Earl Sexual are PBC fans, but they are not. They don't even talk about the Jamal Canelo fight
at all.
You know
they don't talk about it at all.
And they claim to be a boxing channel. They claim to be a Spence fan channel. Yo, bro, all they do is talk about Crawford, man. This shit is nuts.
And that's why Errol don't. That's why EJ don't fuck with him, man, because he know they don't talk about him. They don't have what to say.
Bud is so vicious that he stopped Errol Spence and he stopped the so-called pro Spence channels. There's certain channels that he literally shut down. Like they literally stopped doing work because of Bud.
Bro, this motherfuckers this motherfucker. Hey, yo, it's motherfuckers that ain't been on the internet since July 29th, bro.
Where is the fight?
Absolutely right.
They wait for December, dog. They wait for December.
Where the fuck is Dwight at?
Hey, yo, Dwight connection went back to motherfucking what was that? What was that shit they used to the dial up shit? Dwight on dial up again, bro.
Man, you know if the cat went offline like that, you know what that means? They owe somebody some money. And they got
they do. Dwight ran off.
All of them left. All of them left and went to Rumble.
They owe some money, dog. They radio silent.
Was it Lenar?
They all left with and made a channel.
Lenar Thomas.
Yeah,
fuck him too.
He got the AOL internet.
He back to that shit.
Hopefully all the niggas that owe money pop up around Christmas time. You know what I'm saying? Just hopefully they find it in their heart to show back up around Christmas and drop payloads off on everybody. I seen a couple of y'all roaming around that owe money. I seen a few of y'all in them chats. Y'all in different areas, you know what I'm saying? But y'all ain't coming around. Come on, I
Like,
Hey,
thought y'all
Blunt,
was
I
realer
heard
than
I
that.
heard that I heard the Sean T dude. I heard he paid everybody though.
oh yeah, Sean, yeah,
You one of the only ones I heard that
Yeah,
paid.
cause they
Shout
don't
out to
want to
him,
admit
then.
that they don't know shit about boxing.
yeah, Sean
Now we
T.
know
I
you
mean,
don't know. It's okay. Now pay us the money though. We
See,
understand that.
but
We
yeah, I
willing to
want my
accept that.
money.
We need the bread though.
see what it is. They know the ingredients to make the clone better, and they just that's the problem.
Look, they
And
need to clone their
The
money and
White,
then
the
pay
White used to
everybody
go
with their
real hard
clone
on
money.
you.
Get these niggas a
Big
printing
blunts
press.
in WCS. The White used to really go hard on y'all, man. And
The
he
white used to
bet
be
y'all.
like,
I was
man, I
there,
bet
man.
this nigga 500. What's $75? I bet him 500. You know I got the money. I got the money. Man, bitch ass nigga, where you at though? You know what I'm saying? Where you at? I know you listening. I know you
Yeah,
listening. I need that.
Dwight a Mark. Dwight a Mark. He ran off on the plug. He's a man. Get up out of here, bro.
He took his ball and went home. So
I
he
knew
That's
when
won't
I
get
exactly.
seen
no
that
money.
nigga get that white ash around his mouth when he got the yelling, I knew he wasn't gonna pay. I knew he wasn't gonna pay. I said he
Man,
ain't even got money for chapstick.
he told some sob story saying, "Yo, I ain't even watched the fight."
Yeah, I
Somebody
heard
like,
that.
get the hell out of here, man.
He
Ain't no
couldn't.
nothing
Oh, you
wrong
heard
with
him say something? You heard him say that, or you just said that? He said he ain't watched the
No,
fight.
We heard
yeah,
him. We all heard him
yeah,
say, heard his
that's what he said.
excuse. He didn't even watch the fight.
Oh,
He had to bury somebody or some shit like that.
oh
I'm
yeah,
like, all
yeah,
right,
yeah. I think it.
so,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
if the government understand and like your landlord understand, and they say, all right, you ain't gotta pay us that, then all right, I'm in
I mean,
agreement with that. But if they want their
motherfucker,
money,
yeah,
I
the
want my money
motherfucker,
too.
he was making all them bets though. When you know what I'm saying? When your people passed away, 'cause I think it was his brother or something like his little bro. But
That was a
bro,
couple of months. He used that excuse not to go to Philly the spar easy route. Cause easy route
yeah,
would have
but I
stopped him
mean,
too.
but what I'm saying, yeah, but he was still betting people though. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you can't do all that and talk all that rah shit and then use the excuse, oh man, I had to bury somebody so I couldn't watch the fight. You know what I'm saying? What you betting people for? You ain't
Yeah.
finna. Nobody trying to hear
The watching the fight and the damn results don't mean shit. That's two different things.
that.
Goddamn it.
That money he kept showing on the damn screen was still on his bed. Send that shit. The fuck you talking about?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
probably was all the money he had to his name, man. Them couple $100.
Man, yeah, it could have been.
I ain't care. I wanted every last bit of it.
You know why? You know why y'all gotta go bet. Y'all gotta go bet on the online casinos. Don't bet these people on
Yeah, I
YouTube.
bet. I bet on. I
Yeah,
bet with
yeah. I
FanDuel.
bet on the casino
FanDuel.
just in case. I won
FanDuel.
like 330.
Yeah,
But
one of my homies, he did pay me. He paid me right after the fight was over. He said, "What's your cash out, bro?" And he sent me my bread right after it was over with. So, it's still some solid people out there, man. But like, I'm with World Combat, WCS say, a lot of these dudes that be making all these bets and got bets going with 8, 9, 10 motherfuckers. They ain't really about to pay nothing, bro.
Yeah, they
You know what
ain't paying no
They
fucking
ain't
body.
paying
That shit.
shit, man. They renege like it's cool, man. They feel comfortable.
I'm
That's
The
embarrassing.
internet, the
Yo,
internet,
my
the internet make you feel comfortable, won't it?
yo,
Yeah,
my
yeah, absolutely.
one of my enjoyments is going back and finding those Errol Spence supporting channels that same night and watching their reaction, man. That shit is so funny as hell,
Hey,
man.
I did that too. I did the
Yeah, that
Oh
same
shit
shit.
is
yeah,
I ain't
yeah.
even
funny
gonna
as
lie.
shit.
Man, that shit
One
was
dude,
good for TV,
Upset.
man. Watching those
Oh
one
yeah.
reactions. Oh
guy,
my
Yeah,
God.
Them
for
dudes is
Nas, for
sad.
Nas,
that
man,
went
for
on
Nas was
ESPN.
Yeah, for
beautiful.
now it's fun.
But now
Hey,
reaction to what happened?
it is one
So
guy
when
in
the
The
fight,
fight?
when they
Fight.
was watching the
Yeah,
fight live,
they watched
Oh
when they was
man,
watching
man.
Fight Live. Yeah. They still
I
I
went
think
back
they
and
still
seen
got
that
it up.
shit. That shit was terrible.
there's one channel called He Knows Everything. I saw
I
his
mean
live
that dude is
reaction.
a goofy, bro. That
Yeah,
dude
you
a
know what I'm talking
real
about?
live goofy. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, that dude's a clown. I was
Yeah.
blowing his comment section. I was blowing his chat up as the fight is going on. I was
You
just blowing up his
you
chat
talking
like,
about everything? You talking about everything boxing?
nah, he
No,
knows
no, no, no,
everything.
no. He another clown too. Fuck him too.
Yeah,
But nah,
Him and his
yeah.
Tom Ross, him and his boy Tom Ross, both of them was clowning Bud the whole time, and I was in their chat just blowing it up as the fight was going on. Like I was blowing up the chat.
Them niggas was really trying to get Errol shit that Errol wasn't even having. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't even having none of that shit they was talking about. Third round character. Oh, this is an Errol Spence round. Errol Spence. For non-dumbass was calling everything that was not there.
Yeah, I see that
Yeah,
too.
he was.
He tried to get mad excited for any Errol Spence punch.
So
It got to the
soon as
point
he
where
got knocked down in the second round, that nigga said, "It's a trip." Like, nigga, you didn't
Yeah,
see that?
yeah.
Stupid ass
Take
nigga,
more
it's a
energy
trip.
for them to.
That
It
man
take
do
more energy for him to play around like that than just call it the way you see it.
Exactly. That's the
Yeah.
craziest shit.
but it
He
got to the
just
point
he just
where
exposed himself that he not a bot. He doesn't
you know
know how to
what?
break down a fight.
It got
None
to
of
the
these
point where
channels broke down the fight,
Hey,
even though they lost.
do Money
They would
Brown
have
still
broke
got
it down.
a channel?
I ain't heard Money. I ain't heard
Dookie.
Dookie Brown in a minute.
I was watching.
Dookie.
I went back. I went back and watched his live. I went back and watched his live when he was watching the fight. All of a sudden, he had technical difficulty and he ended his live. Fuck out of here, bro.
He started crying for real.
was
I
crying.
bet you that shit made him get up out the bed. That nigga got up out the bed like, I can't believe this shit. He walked out
You
the
wrong
room
for
on
that,
that
dog.
shit.
You
G.
wrong for that.
His legs just work. His legs just weren't working after that fight,
and
nigga.
That nigga jumped right out the bed. I can't believe this shit.
he's like Eddie Murphy in a Trading
That
Places.
nigga, he
That
ran to
nigga
check
walked
on
to
that
the
damn.
fridge and got a cold, didn't he?
Yo,
For real.
hey,
That
Marlo
nigga ain't
TV.
snack.
Marlo TV. He looked like his girl Leffy. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he
Oh
got
man,
home.
he hurt.
He looked like he came home from work and the whole house was packed up.
And,
You feel me? Like
and,
everything was
and,
Got
gone.
that
and,
snap
and
puppy
that
dog
and
face too.
the truth from all that watching their reactions live lets you know none of them said, "Damn man, Crawford was on that damn snacks, man. That shit make me upset." None of them said that shit.
Nope.
Yeah,
Them niggas
yeah.
woke up and
That's
said that shit. That shit was crazy as hell.
That damn punk ass Marty the manager started that shit, dog.
Was it Marty that started that?
Yeah, he started that dumb
Then
ass
his dumb
shit.
ass tried to act like he ain't
Cause
do that
see,
shit.
he tried to be smart because he waited a whole week before he jumped back on the live.
That
He
funky
waited
Man,
a
ass.
look.
whole.
Once
That
the shit
funky
started getting
ass.
hot,
You
once
know what
that
it
shit
is,
started
Dave?
getting hot, he turned around and he said, "What I'm saying is, snack works." He did
Yeah,
a
then
whole.
his
Yeah,
little.
yeah. Did anybody do any testing for VADA? Did anybody get tested for VADA?
Then a
And
week
then when they
later,
found out,
all
then
I'm
when they
saying
came out,
is
they was on VADA. He started the snack program works. Get your punk ass
Exactly.
up out of here. Then
Hey, when he started that
his
shit, I
little
was in the
punk ass
chat.
sidekick, D
Hey,
Town Boxing, over there talking like he hold his nostrils when he talk. I'm just telling you, Errol Spence Jr. He didn't look the same. Now I'm just telling you, Errol Spence Jr. and Boy
Boy, I'm
Crawford.
telling you what I told you when I said I was
Yeah,
telling you.
yeah.
I don't know shit about boxing, but I'm telling you because I think I know what I'm talking about.
It's funny though, before the fight, he thought, "Oh man, that Errol Spence looking too strong, man. He about to beat the brakes off." But I'm telling you,
and yeah, a lot of them niggas said that shit. Fanon said it too when he seen Errol walking out. He said Errol looks strong. Errol looks good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. They
Long as he
all
get
said
more
that.
views
He
too.
looked strong. He nothing wrong looking. He look in great shape. That's what manager Marty said. They look in great shape, both of them.
and then when they seen Bud come out with that fishnet and that damn song, they all look like, oh shit.
Yeah.
They're
I
like,
seen
damn.
Hey,
I
what
seen
didn't
one
Bud
guy
win
say
that?
that Earl Spence looked high walking to the ring.
He
I
look perfectly
told Magic
fine.
Marty
I
on his
can't. Hey,
live.
listen though. I said this before. I'm gonna say it again. I can't stunt. I was one of them ones, and Cobb had to tell you because I hit him in the DM as soon as I seen that shit. I'm like, yo, something ain't right with this nigga. I'm like, man, this nigga look high. Something ain't right with this nigga. I got on Twitter.
Blunt.
Hey,
You know,
real quick. I gotta keep 100. And then I got on Twitter. They posted the clip of the interview on Twitter, and it was I could pull up at least 100 instant retweets where everybody was like, "This nigga done smoked the weed already. This nigga, I'm betting my money on this nigga, and he high." You know what I'm
He
saying?
said it was
Like,
legal in Vegas, and he said he was smoking on Bud. Remember at the press
Blunt.
conference?
Hey, Blunts, you know what it was?
He said it's legal in Vegas. He's smoking
you know
on
what it
Bud.
was? Earl Spence didn't get no sleep that night because he knew what was about to come.
I believe that, G. I believe that that nigga was up all night long. Like, man, I'm really about to get whooped. And I knew he was finna get whooped because right before the fight, the night of the fight, right before the fight, they dropped the article on Boxing Scene where Errol was like, I don't know. Part of me see myself getting knocked down and getting back up. My fault, I'm smoking. And then he was like, yeah, he was like, part of me, he was like, part of me. Yeah, he's like, I see two things. Part of me going out there and getting whooped and beat up, and the other side of me getting knocked down and coming back to put on a great fight. Like, I'm like, what kind of talk is this? Right before the fight,
he did. Yeah, he did. It was. So, you know what? Now that you mentioning that, bro.
I saw
that article.
Yeah,
What's going on, town business, sports and entertainment? Salute to you, bro.
Hey, fellas,
Bill's
did y'all
boot camp.
see what song Bud was warming up to in the locker room? The Last Dragon.
Yeah, I saw that.
That Bruce Lee Roy.
Now that goes back to what we were saying. Bud knew something on why he would not fight in Texas, dog. Come on.
Remember they had that back and forth on Twitter, and Bud was like, "We heard about that shit you doing. You need to cut that."
I
shit
remember
out.
that.
Yeah,
I
what that shit was about.
I remember that.
He told him you need to clean yourself up.
He said you need to, or something like that. Yeah, you need to stop doing that shit or something. He was saying, yeah, I remember hearing that. Or reading
drinking that scissor.
That's what I thought.
I was telling niggas that secret sauce. He not there in Texas to get that secret sauce. Dude, that nigga was running in the mountains. I'm still, Combat to tell you, sending the nigga the pictures. Like, as soon as I'm seeing him come in, you know what I mean? Like, yo, this nigga is in long sleeve, long black pants. The week of the fight in the mountains. Why you not in the bed relaxing or some shit?
Virgil Hunter brought that up too. He was like, man, I heard he was running in the mountains the week of the fight. Like, nigga, you. Oh man, his whole approach to the fight, to me, bro. I got to keep it a bean. It just seemed like I don't know what I don't know. He just had a lot of weird energy leading up to the fight, bro.
Look. Anybody that fucking prepare for the biggest fight of your life, and you now start getting in the gym 8 weeks before, you're a damn dummy. You ain't beating a man that's dedicated to the gym like that.
Errol Spence is that guy who goes to a job interview and is walking up the stairs and is tucking in his shirt and putting his bow tie.
That's the type of person he is. Yeah,
he's not prepared.
He show up right on time to the job interview. He don't show up 10 minutes earlier, whatever. You know what I'm saying? He show up exactly at the time he's supposed to be there.
And people that's a fans are like, see, he never was late. I mean, I know you saw him fixing up his clothes. He never was late, though. He never was late.
Oh, you see, he looking good. He got his tie on.
He ain't do. He the dude in the office that don't go above and beyond and do nothing. He show up to work right on time, and as soon as the clock ring to leave, he leave right when it's time to leave. You know what I'm saying? He ain't nothing extra happening. He ain't doing nothing more than he gotta do.
No. Hey, and they'll say you hating. They'll say you hating for saying that shit, but he said out his own mouth he ain't been 100% of this fights. He feel like he go in here and perform at lower rate. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't put his all into it, his actions outside of the ring, verify everything that you saying. You know what I'm saying? But they fan base sit around here and just talk wild. You know what I mean?
His mom,
like you just a hating ass nigga or something.
His mom's hugged the shit out of him at the end of the fight, whispering in his ear, "Didn't I tell you, baby? I told you if you take this fight, he gonna whip your ass. He's a different beast." His mom's told me he was gonna whip your ass, and I believed her.
This is what makes Bud dangerous. Every opponent he fights, he respects, and the reason why I say that,
that's a fact.
He trains hard for every opponent that he fights. He doesn't overlook any opponent because he know every opponent he steps in there with is going to have something to do with what he needs to accomplish next. So that's
that's what I was saying to my people, bro.
And he takes a piece of them and go fight the next guy. That's what it was. He fought Errol Spence fought 40 people in that ring. That's why he couldn't win. He took a piece of everybody else he beat.
That's beautifully said, bro. For real. You know what I'm saying? He and you know what else, man? Like, I peeped this out. Like, he trained like he believed all that shit. All that eye collector shit. the rib breaker. He was gonna beat him like Kunta Kinte. He trained like, so okay, you really gonna okay? I'm gonna train like I really believe all that. Like you gonna break my eye and all that. Spence trained.
He believed. That's
his
why that's why he
preparation
was like when he punched him, he was like, "That's all you
That's
got." And
it.
he believed the hype too. He
And
believed
counter
the hype too.
Well,
conversely,
you know what?
Spence
like all he got to
approach.
eat is 2 pieces of bread.
Well, you know what? Actually, I don't think Bud believed the hype. Remember what they asked him? They said, "Is Errol Spence gonna be your toughest fight?" He says, "I don't know. I don't know yet. I haven't stepped in. When I step in the ring, I will know if he's gonna be my
Well,
toughest fight. I
hey,
can't say that."
I didn't say he really believed it. I said he trained like he believed it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Okay.
that's a distinction. You know what I'm saying? Like he, even if he didn't believe that was gonna happen, he was like, I ain't about to let it happen either. So I'm gonna just train like as if it is going. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like like for example, let's say you don't believe a motherfucker really gonna break in your house, but you still gonna make the preparations to make sure that you're prepared just in case something like that does happen. You know what I'm saying?
I think, but I think
And then and when in your example, if it does happen, like somebody breaks in, they be like, "Damn, why you shot like bombs and Duke grenades and AK-47s at him, man? Like, why would you do that, man?
Why you ain't hit him with the deuce?
Yeah, like
Why you didn't shoot him in the
These guys was
leg?
on
You know
you
what
had to
I'm
be
saying?
so prepared like that.
That nigga had hollow tips. He should have had the regular jumps.
He should have had. Why he didn't shoot him with rubber bullets?
Like, shit is crazy.
They wanted to shoot him with rock salt instead of bullets.
Spence trained for a boxing match. Bud trained
Yeah.
as a boxer who's ready to fight. He trained for a fight.
Hey, look. Bud didn't have to go in the front pocket, his back pocket, his side pocket, his ankle pocket. He didn't have to go in any of his pockets.
Not at all. Spence made it easy.
He came with his toolbox and never had to open it.
And he fought because that night he had something to prove to his mama because his mama's birthday was that night.
Oh yeah.
Hey, MD, like you know, I had got a notification, right? Somebody had went back when I first started fucking with boxing and watching boxing and shit. I think it was on one of the Spence fights. A matter of fact, it was the altercation they had backstage and shit. And me and you we wasn't going back and forth, but we was having a dialogue in the comments and shit. And I had believed in Spence, you know what I'm saying? And you was trying to
he was wanting to test that game.
Because Combat to tell you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Combat to tell you. He would call me a Spence fan all the time. I tell him like, man, it's 50-50 in my head. I don't know.
50-50 fight. I remember Blunt said
yeah.
Hey, so you said me and you was having a little dialogue?
Yeah, we was going back and forth. You like, you try. I'm like, I was like, yeah, that shit's crazy now when I look at it because it's like, I talk to this nigga all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow, but I was really on that. I can see how niggas be on that side, but I don't see how they can't come to reality. Like for me, it wasn't difficult. You know what I mean? I just jumped in this shit. You know what I mean? I had just started paying attention, but once I got settled in, like these people is settled in. They be here every day. They be in these chats. They be where they be at every day. Like they've been here long enough. Like you should be able to distinguish by now. You know what I mean? What's real and what's not.
The only time it's a 50-50 fight is when like both fighters are evenly matched. That's the only time you can say 50-50.
And that wasn't the case here.
One thing we gotta understand about the aerosexuals, they live in the Twilight Zone land. Like it's just a different dimension for them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a cult of personality, bro. Like they that's a whole nother level of fandom. You know what I'm saying? It ain't normal. Like you could be a hardcore fan of somebody and not be a cult of personality. Like these people are really
they're the Trump supporters of boxing.
That's exactly. Yeah.
Cause that shit Q Brown was talking about earlier. I'm like, gee, you in here trying to tell me you smarter than me, but look at how you look at what you on right now. Like,
hey, bro, and I was surprised by that, Blunts. Hey, Blunts, for real, bro, because I've had talks with bro. So that's why I wasn't really going in on him. You know what I'm saying? Like I would do somebody, because me and him, we've chopped it up in the comments of other channels and shit. And he was I don't know what happened to dude. Like he got over. I think the boxing outlet be be making motherfuckers crazy or something. He
You
start
know what?
plugging in with them.
I figured it
Hey,
out.
Combat, you got somebody backstage, Combat.
They got a parasite like on that movie the Faculty, like when all those
Oh
people
yeah.
sites and
Yeah.
they gotta keep drinking water. That's
Yeah.
them.
It's like the
That's
body
them right
snatchers or something. You know what I'm saying? Like he went over to cause Q wasn't talking like that. He was an
But you
Earl
know
Spence
what?
fan, but he wasn't, huh?
Is they got him in a sunken place. Like get out. You got him
Yeah. Somebody
hypnotized.
the real Q in there fighting to get out of the motherfucker, and somebody driving the car. He in the back seat fighting to get out. Yeah. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, he
All
had
right, y'all. I'm
some
about to
nerve,
get up out
man.
of here, man. I'm about to get up out of here, y'all, man.
For
Y'all take
sure, for
care,
sure.
fellas.
Yeah, hold it
All
down.
right.
Appreciate you pulling up, man.
All right, no
I'm
doubt.
about to order
Anytime.
some of that snack
Hey,
too.
yo, G, who is that? Oh, it's Neezy. Oh, all right. Neezy, I don't know what you want me to repeat, G.
I'm
Yeah, I
about to
got
order some
bounced
of that
out as
snack
soon as you was
too.
explaining. You was explaining the when the backstage thing, and I got bounced out. What you were saying about it?
The backstage. Oh,
Yeah,
with
where Earl.
me and Mills. I was advocating for Spence low key, like saying just I believe Spence thinks he could beat him. Like it's a real possibility. And me and Mills was going back and forth. That was like 11 months ago when I had just started, getting into the shit. And I found my way, you know what I mean, to the right side of history. So that's what I was saying. It's so difficult for me to understand how others couldn't find their way to the right side of history. Like it's not too difficult. But I guess, I just don't understand it, man. I'll never really get it. To me, it looks like a real mental illness. That's why I brought up Q Brown. It's like, Q Brown, you ain't here trying to tell me that you smarter than me, but you ain't here saying the shit you saying. It's nobody here agrees with you. For one,
Symbiote invasion,
like,
that's what it is, Venom.
I got a
and at the
question
same
for you,
time,
Big
you ain't
Blunt.
here tweaking. What's the deal?
I got a question. Yeah, when you say when you was watching the that hallway meeting with the red hoodie,
Right.
what made you say at that time you was a Spence fan?
I
Right?
wouldn't even say a Spence fan. I was just getting into boxing. So I was just learning about
Okay.
both guys. You know what I mean? I hadn't seen
So what
no fights for real from Spence, like none of that.
at that moment, at that time, what did you think when he told Crawford that I'm gonna go the easy route in
I
his
didn't know what
face?
the easy route was. I didn't know what the easy route was. I barely knew anything about a Porter, a Ugas, a Danny.
Okay.
None of that shit.
I get it. All right.
You know
So
what
I
I think
had to go back
happened
and
with
do
that?
homework.
See, Earl Spence had on that red hoodie because he is Red Riding Hood, and Spence and Bud is the big bad wolf coming to eat him
Yeah,
up.
the all black. Hell yeah, he was all blacked
That's
out
what it
too.
is. It all makes sense. That's why the fight went how it went.
He said, "On my life, you ain't gonna stop me." Like, but Spence still alive, man.
And
Like
it
my
sure
man
happened.
WCS said, he's still
He told
alive,
him.
man.
He told him. I'm gonna make you do the stanky leg, and when he caught him with that right hook,
Man,
he was
I
Weeble
lost my
wobbling.
mind, man. I
He was
lost my
confused.
mind,
He's like,
man.
"Oh my shit, what the hell wrong my legs? This
The
dude is
clone was
about to attack
malfunctioning. It
me."
was
And
trying to switch
everybody
back, but it
knows.
couldn't.
Hey,
I couldn't believe that shit.
you know what Earl Spence looked like in that ring. Remember in the Michael Myers movies when he's chasing the victim in the woods and like the victim looks so helpless and they look so their face looks so helpless. That's what Earl Spence looked like in that ring. He looked like he saw Michael Myers and he just didn't not know what to do anymore.
No, you got to see that. Y'all know the little cat from Shrek, Puss in Boots.
Yeah,
Puss in Boots.
If y'all go back and watch his new movie that came out, The Last Wish.
God,
Y'all
what happened?
remember like The Last Wish, he's down like to his 9th life. So every time death comes, his hair
He was
standing
scared
up
to
on him.
death.
and he all
Errol got
scared.
stopped in the 9th round. That was his 9th life. It's over with, nigga. Life is done. Stopped, nigga.
Damn.
Every time death come, he get all scared and his house standing up. That Spence looking all crazy and shit.
Yeah.
Terrified.
Death came in the 2nd round. Then that shit came back in the 7th round.
I think it was. I think after that first knockdown, knockdown.
Hey, G.
I really think after that first knockdown, Errol Spence was in disbelief, like what just happened, because
no, see what it was when Bud pushed him halfway across the ring, he was like, "Oh shit, this motherfucker's strong."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And nobody was talking shit about how bad he looked. He ain't look right. Cause I even gave Spence the first round. Now I mean, he was just being productive. He was just being active.
See,
I mean,
they couldn't because he was a live
was-
dog in the fight. It just he kept getting beat up.
What gets me, because people say that if Bud goes up and fight Canelo Alvarez, that Canelo's gonna be too big. But here's the thing, Bud is
I hate that saying.
Bud consistently spars bigger men. Stephen
Him
So
and
Cold
Canelo the same
Nelson,
height though.
Stephen So Cold Steve Nelson is a naturally bigger guy, 168. He walks around probably about 190, 195. So Cold. He's a natural 168. He's a big dude. So I mean, Bud is you. Did y'all see the interview with his strength and conditioning coach, Chet?
No.
Yeah, Bud Crawford's strength and conditioning coach. But he said, man, he be seeing Bud. He said like Bud be sparring bigger guys, and basically he said like, man, like the size ain't none for Bud.
I look at Bud like a fucking surgeon, like a high level doctor. You know what I'm saying? When he go to work, he go to work.
Bud is that animal, the Wolverine,
Honey
and
badger.
the honey
He's a honey badger.
That's Bud.
That's what we call him, a honey badger. He remind me of a honey badger.
If it was 30 more seconds left in that 2nd round, that nigga would have got stopped in the 2nd round. I'm telling you.
You see them honey badgers, how smart they are. The owner of this honey badger, he put him into this entrapment. The honey badger, hey, check this out. The honey badger takes like this shovel, pushes it up against the corner, and climbs out. He tried throwing him in there like 4 or 5 times. He found a way to get out every time.
Wow. They're smart, man.
Yeah, they're smart.
Very
man.
smart.
And they're aggressive.
Derrick James didn't believe how smart Bud was. That's why he went through that stupid tactic and trying to rub on his gloves.
My fault.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Niji.
No, all I was gonna say, knowing damn well he wrapped his own hands. Everybody have cameras of him wrapping his own hands. Go ahead, bro.
Even if Crawford does have some honey badger in him, he didn't need it for Errol.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He needed the basic shit. He needed the basic shit.
He ain't need no IQ, no brains to fight this guy. He ain't need to do anything for this shit. Was easy.
But see that
I feel like Canelo gonna be big and slow, man. He gonna touch Canelo ass up, and that shit gonna hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That shit gonna hurt, G.
It's gonna be like Mayweather 2 with a brutal beatdown, a brutal version of Floyd Mayweather. Longer arms, mean, huh?
Honestly though, I don't even think they're gonna sanction that fight because he got to come up 3 weights.
Why wouldn't they?
Why wouldn't
they?
I think they will.
Maybe not.
The man striving for greatness. Let him do it.
You have to look at what their weight were when they actually fought. They probably was like 160 when Terrence and Errol Spence actually fought.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So it's just really semantics that they weighed in at the limit, but when they actually fought July 29th, they was probably 160, 162. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because we already know that at the scales, the weigh-in, Spence ran the fastest he could in his whole life, just get a bowl of food or some shit. Plate of food. He was hungry.
And see, I always say this: Bud Crawford's frame, he has a wiry frame, and fighters who are wiry, they are some of the more dangerous type of specimens. When you talk about fighters, look like guys like John Jones, you know, that wiry type of build, like wiry guys but strong. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot stronger than they look physically.
Yeah, you would look at John Jones and think he got slim legs, but he ain't got no power there. But that shit been knocking people out, man.
Yeah, that wiry strength.
John Jones and they're strangling their ass down now.
I mean, you can say the same thing for Wilder. Yeah, they say power. You know, you generate power from your legs.
He got that
Not
wiry
him.
build.
You know what I'm saying? He's
but
blessed.
Wilder got a big back, so maybe that's helping too.
Yeah, big back does generate power too, but mostly from the legs. But we talking about heavyweights.
Man, Wilder got that.
Imagine being Canelo. Do you accept a fight from a guy coming up 3 weight classes that could possibly beat your ass and take all your belts?
Hey, but the thing
that,
I don't like,
if you the
Canelo
cash
believes
cow,
that Crawford can beat him though.
The thing I don't like,
Canelo's been in there with Bivol and all them guys. He's not thinking Crawford can come in there and beat him.
The thing I don't like, Canelo,
yeah, why not take that fight, especially if the numbers is there?
But he got to be considering what if he do get his ass beat.
The thing I don't like that Canelo's saying right now about Crawford, he said, "Oh, he only fought one great fighter." I'm like, come on, he's already putting that building that excuse like, "Oh, he ain't."
And Bernie said Canelo only fought Gennady, one great fighter.
Ooh.
You know what though? If Triple G had hand speed, he would have beat Canelo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He asked for that Mexican style and then froze up.
And Canelo did not beat a real Kovalev. That wasn't a Kovalev that fought Andre Ward. No,
that was a clone.
That dude was financially desperate. He on alcohol problems. He's domestic situation. He was the dude. He was
on that powder.
Yeah,
he beat a lady up and her dog.
Yeah, just like WCS said, he got the orders.
Crawford, he should enjoy his moment. Let him enjoy his moment.
Yeah, he's trying to.
He wants a payday. He wants payday. I know that.
The fact they said he only fought one great fighter. I'm like, he said he only fought one great fighter. I'm like, come on, man.
I want to see Crawford talking crazy to Canelo.
For real, that's what I want to see.
I want to see him talk crazy.
I want to see him just talking that shit to Canelo. God damn it!
Well, you see,
Canelo ain't no
punk. So only fought one good fighter, huh? Why don't you be the second one then?
Yeah, we did see what happened to Caleb.
Why don't you be the second one then?
But Bud Crawford ain't no Caleb Plant. Bud Crawford is.
That's true though.
Is a little bit of a different animal.
Canelo gonna be like, I was born ready. I fuck you up, motherfucker. Let's go right now.
But Bud put him one of them in them guillotines. They stopped fighting the press conference. Canelo,
I took pictures with you, Crawford. Why would you disrespect me?
You see on that little Showtime promo they dropped. Canelo said that was his favorite fight this year, and then they asked Charlo what was his, and he said Tank versus Ryan.
Yeah,
I bet it was.
Right.
Straight hating, huh?
I bet if we asked his girl what was her favorite fight,
it's funny how he can say. It's funny how he can say Tank and Ryan when he was the same one that was back there cussing out Tank and freaking Adrian Broner that time.
See, I told you, he only got the smoke for the brothers, but not the other.
Yeah. Correct. That's true. When I talked to Mar Charlo down there, when he tried to check me, talking about you probably one of them guys. It was another guy down there in media too, man. This Hispanic dude. He was joking around with this dude and all that, but he would not joke with me at all. He was joking, laughing, trying to give him special shit, exclusive and stuff. And I was like, it's just like they say it is. They got this thing against black people, man.
You know what? Errol did this shit with
that's
Blue
our
Blood
community,
too.
man.
Errol did that with the black journalists and everything too. Yeah.
That's our community, yo. We always gotta be recognized with this dumbass fucking
Yeah, they think niggas being niggas
stereotype,
type
man.
shit. You know what I'm
House
saying? Like
mentality.
niggas. Yeah, here this
They
nigga
got that
go.
house
You can see
mentality.
these docile
They're a house.
European dudes come up here and ask them some of the craziest questions. They answer. If a black media was to ask them the same question, you know what I'm saying, just pose it the same exact way, it's a problem. Like, you getting personal, dude. Don't ask me that shit, man. That's personal.
They be like,
The European guy could be like, "Hey, man, I heard you like to get a little wet on your nose and stuff," and he'll just laugh. Where you heard that from? A black guy come and ask him, "Yo, I like how you do that jab. What you mean you like my jab? Fuck you talking about, nigga?"
Hey, I like I like when Bud Crawford called out Ellie Secknuts. He said, "You looking real retarded over there." Remember?
Yeah.
Yo,
I mean,
I wish we had a camera on his face for that one.
I know.
He knew it was coming because he knew it was coming because the whole deal with that is that Bud Ellie then felt some type of way about Bud because Bud didn't want to do no interviews and felt like Ellie was doing exactly what we see him doing. You know, he's just kissing everybody's ass. So Bud really didn't fuck with him. So he called himself, you know, trying to big up Errol every chance he get and everything.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with people that have Down syndrome, but Ellie Setback look like he do, man.
Ellie Setback reporting.
Ellie Setback recording.
Oh God. See, certain people need clearances before they get on your panel, dog. Need proper medical clearance, dog.
He be like, yeah, Spence, but
yeah, my lady said not nice.
This dude said Down syndrome. Where did that come from, dog?
Shit, man.
Oh, man.
Bogus G.
Now every time you look at him, you're gonna be thinking about that shit.
Nah, he cool, man. He cool.
Nah, but yeah, heard any? Did you hear anything ever since this loss? Have you heard anything from him?
Yeah, he's out there.
His video used to always pop up on my timeline. I'm like, all right, what he saying?
He's been out there. What's his name count, man? Andrade. He get exclusives everywhere, man. You know, I don't know how he get in there all those places, but that might suck. To me, that would suck, man. Trying to go from place to place. Fuck
Charlo also said that the black channels are jealous of Ellie Setback.
Oh boy!
Listen. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna keep that shit to myself. I know some behind the scenes shit.
This is how we be.
We
our
ain't
community,
jealous
I tell
you. Step back. We ain't jealous. It's just the PBC is pushing him as a primary media outlet, and you got plenty of media outlets that's out there.
Hey, do y'all know why Bud got what's the origin of his beef with Ellie? Like why he be pressed on him like that?
Because pretty much you know, he got mad at Terrence, you know, because Terrence really wasn't giving him, you know, access like that. You know, he just felt Terrence was like stuck up or whatever the case may be. One giving him no media exclusives like that. Didn't want to fuck with him because, you know, Terrence was at top rank prior to. Ellie was just a PBC guy. Ellie really didn't fuck with top rank like that when Bud Crawford was there. So he always used to big up Spence and this and that. You know how Ellie said, so the fight's on its way here. You look forward to beating Crawford? I think you can beat Crawford. You're the hardest hitter in the welterweight division.
Bitch ass up. You fucking weirdo.
I can't hold the laughter. I cannot hold it in. He was doing that. He was trying to like lead the question into what answer he wants. Like the shit was crazy, man.
You know what happened too? You know those big Texas cinnamon roll, the honey bun that you put in the microwave for 10 seconds and take it out and eat it. That's what happened July 29th. Put his ass in the microwave. That was it.
That shit was bad. That shit was bad,
Oh my
man.
God, yo.
All I,
I'm gonna watch
At
that
least
shit
set
before I
back
go to sleep.
reporting.
Look, bro, when I tell you, when I was looking at the fight, I was just waiting. I said, okay. I was switching back and forth, right? So I had the fight up on the big screen, but I was switching back and forth on my PC, just looking. So I said, oh, this is the first round, man. Okay, all right, good. But when I was looking at the 7th round, it just the shit stopped. Everything just stopped. I was like, what the fuck?
Man, listen, that combination that got the fight stopped, that
Big
shit
drama
looked
show.
crazy. That shit looked like
Oh,
somebody was going upside that nigga
he
head
was.
some vicious. Hitting that
I,
nigga with some like
I couldn't
inanimate
imagine what I was
objects.
watching though. I didn't know what I
Man,
was
what?
watching. Like I said, he just knocked him down with what? What am I watching, man?
You know what happened? Triple G was watching that shit. Big drama show.
Man, y'all
Oh,
clowning now, man.
Shit.
That shit
yo,
was
the dude,
crazy,
he
man.
was yo. They don't have no breakdowns of the fight. They're not talking about it at all. Here, these channels, you talking about round for round. The dude was beating the shit out this man, yo.
see the
The
problem.
shit.
Man,
Oh my.
his head was going all over the place, man, and he didn't know what to do. Yo, it was so
He was a
crazy,
human
man.
pinball.
For real, like,
when I seen
man.
his
And
face start to look the way it looked, man.
Spence looked like if you could like hold up your knee up towards your body to like block two,
Hey,
it
hey,
looked
but
like he would want to do that.
hey, look, you know what though? Hey, Errol Spence was undefeated in that fight. That mouthpiece didn't pop out once. That
Not
part of his
once, man.
game
For
was
Yeah,
real, that
that was
motherfucker was in there,
that was
undefeated,
the
right?
man.
only thing
Man,
that was
listen,
working in that ring.
Yeah, that
it
shit
That thing,
zip
looked
tied.
like
They say hey, we're gonna zip tie this bitch because you're gonna need it.
that
They
mouth.
zip tied that bitch in his
he
mouth.
paid good money
Yeah,
for that
monkey
motherfucker.
monkey glue in his mouth on his teeth.
Oh yeah, he said, man, that
Yeah.
them 20 million I make, man, I'm gonna give me a great mouthpiece now, man.
Like, bro, you pulled up to go get you a custom made, custom fitted mouth. Man,
He
listen,
said,
G.
he said, man, I need this custom fitted mouthpiece. You see his big check I'm about to get, man. Hook a brother up, man. Come on, do what you do,
Yeah, he
Then
man.
went
he
to
had
DR.
then
He
he
went
had
to
two of
DR
them.
to get his
Yeah,
teeth
he
done
had
and
the
his
ones
stomach
with the
done.
fish and one with the eye. He never got to use the one with the fish.
He
Come
went and
on,
got
man.
BBL and
Man, when
DR
man
with
when
his
Bud
mouthpiece.
when Bud walked out with that fish in that, I mean,
I was
that
screaming in
Hey,
my
shout out to
room,
So
man.
Cold, man. That's
yeah
hey,
he's
yo, that
talented,
dude's
man.
vicious, man.
He be vicious
Stitching and
with
sewing
him
and all
business,
kind.
man.
That's a different nigga, right? Yeah, I mean, that's a different type of guy right there. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Designing outfits, the shoes, like everything,
See,
man. His own
he didn't
outfits.
make it. He designed it, Blunts. He designed it. He didn't make
Yeah,
it.
he
Design.
designed that joint.
Yeah,
He designed that shit, man. That shit is
that's
crazy,
talent.
man.
Man,
Start from the
Talent.
paper, man. Like drawing that shit out, then bringing that shit to life, man. That shit is something amazing to see, man. It just show you
Yeah.
the power of their mind over there, and what the type of expression that comes out of
creativity.
their craft. You know what I
Yeah, they
mean? Like,
creativity,
It
man.
was as if he was using the net and put it on Spence to pull him towards him like Mortal Kombat and just punching the shit out of him. Cause he might
Like
as well have been
Scorpion.
doing that.
He
Yeah,
did him like Scorpion. Get over
yeah,
here.
and just start punching on him and just punching
and
on him.
then the prime chain. I ain't even gonna cap. I know that was low key, like the little plug in right there, but that shit was hard as hell because they had made a bunch of smaller versions, but he had the biggest version on. You know what I mean? That shit was hard just to see him, like you see him in his prime. You know what I mean? That shit was hidden. Man, that shit was a
I
nice
I
setup.
hope to see a rematch. Yeah, I just love Crawford fighting. I just hope to just see him fight again. Period.
Man,
I
Man,
just want to see
I
him
don't
fight.
even with the rematch, he gonna beat him again, and they still gonna make an excuse. They gonna say, well,
That's fine.
they
That's
gonna be
fine.
hey, you
like,
know,
I'm
they
hey,
gonna
just
be like,
curious of when the announcement, how they gonna break the announcement this time. Like Crawford's already in training camp. Like, man, I'm telling you, that's why he be putting out that ass whooping. Like,
You
dude,
know what?
come
You
on,
know what they
man.
should title this rematch? Crawford versus Spence 2, no excuses.
Yeah, they should.
And you know,
Yep.
and you know what? I was
But Spence didn't put up no excuse. That's the thing, man.
and you know what?
He was
Correct.
basically talking
Correct.
about the YouTube fan.
And you know what?
Correct.
I was listening to the interview with so-called Steve Nelson. You know, they asked him about, the fight. And one thing the interview asked him that was interesting, the interview asked him, he said, "So how long do you plan to fight? Like, what's your age?" And he says, "You know what? I don't think about how long I'm gonna fight, but when my body's telling me, I gotta listen to my body more than anything." Because he said a lot of times as a fighter, you say, "Okay, I'm gonna leave the sport by this age," but your body, if your body still feels good, then I listen to my body
Right.
versus my age, because age can be deceptive. You can be 38, 39, but your body's still telling you like, "Oh man, you good." You know what I'm saying? When your body starts,
How old EJ looked after that fight? During
He
the
looked
fight.
old before that motherfucker. When he
yeah,
was
he was
walking down the
old.
stairs, that nigga looked like he
No
had bad
excuses.
hips.
No
You know what I'm
excuses.
But it
saying?
like
He looked like all
No
he do is
excuses,
ride
Blunt.
horses all day. Like nigga,
Blunt,
he need to
stop
get off
playing
the
the
horses,
fence,
nigga,
man.
and walk normal.
Stop making excuses for
That
this nigga, man. Going back the way you used
That's
to be.
right.
Stop making
That's right.
excuses, dog.
man,
he look
I
like
look at it like this, man. Look, it don't matter who Bud fight next, because whoever it is, they ain't gonna win. So you know what I'm
but
That
saying?
see
nigga
this
looked
is
just fine. That nigga was in the back room. His eyes didn't look droopy. He walked to the ring. He looked just fine. Got
You
in that
see,
motherfucker.
you see
He looked
how
good.
He was in tip top shape.
Crawford got a spoil. I know when I'm expecting his next fight, we ain't gonna see no judges again. That's he
I think
spoiled me.
Crawford gonna start way faster than he did last time.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, I think he gonna come
absolutely.
out this time and just try to get Errol to
5 rounds.
push it,
It's
bro.
gonna be over with. It's gonna be if it even go that. Like I said, man, if it was 30 seconds left in the second round, that shit would have been over in the second round. That shit would have been over after the first knockdown. The
beating
Spence
on
was
that
Spence
like
was
that.
coward on the ropes. He was in panic mode. You know what I'm saying? He had no idea what the fuck was going on. He was about to get stopped. He looked afraid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Y'all,
Mayweather called Bomac, and Bomac got in the ring and said, "Yo, bud, chill, back, chill, back it up a bit, man."
No, they told him you down on the cards. Go get him.
they said, hey, the most of the money is in the ninth round. The money's in the ninth round now. Come on, don't fuck up the money, bud.
For real
Stop him
He was
in the
like,
ninth.
I
Stop him in the ninth.
gotta carry him this long.
They
Oh
told him.
God,
They told him. They told him they got it 6-1. Errol Spence. Go get him.
After the first round, that's what they told us that. He went out there trying to kill that
Hey,
nigga.
imagine what the betting odds would be in the next fight. Probably
Man,
Bud for the KO probably gonna be like
I'm
negative
betting Bud for the
500.
KO for the rest of that nigga's career.
yeah, y'all would
That
have
nigga could be
content.
70. I'm gonna bet that
The
shit.
rematch, if y'all would have content for weeks and years. If if Earl come out there and pull a Sonny Liston and act like he got hit by a just start rolling around.
Man, I'll screen record the shit out that motherfucker, man. I'll
The
replay that shit
aerosexuals will have an excuse.
Yo,
They said
That's
he
the
was forced
craziest
to
shit.
that. He was forced into a life of crime.
Hey look, check this out. Hey look, hey look, hey look, hey look, hey look, check this out. Bud Crawford can beat Godzilla and there'll still be an excuse. They'll be like, Godzilla was flame drained. He was flame drained. You see it,
yeah.
Bud was dodging all his flames, and so he had no
Godzilla's stronger around water, man. Come on, man.
They gonna be like he couldn't use that atomic breath, so he beat him.
Hey, you know what's a trip though is y'all brought up that him almost getting him out of there in that second round. It almost would have been better for EJ if Bud would have got him up out of there in the second round, because then even me, nigga, I'd have been like, okay, well, shit, I could see them running it back. You know, he got caught with something.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But the beating, nigga, was so thorough, nigga. It's like ain't no point in seeing this shit, bro.
Ain't no
That
point.
chicken
Should
put
have
him
got him
out.
up out of there in a second, man.
I personally don't think the fight gonna happen this year.
Bud in fight camp though.
I don't
Bud
think
say
it's
he
going.
in fight camp, man.
I
They
don't.
say December.
I ain't
December is
I ain't
supposed
thinking
to
about
go down.
Bud. I ain't talking about Bud. Bud
You
always
know
ready to
what?
fight.
You know
I
what
just
though?
got a feeling that this fight is not going to happen this year.
You know what though? You know what? Hey, I'm gonna say this. Bud's thinking ahead because you never know what
Yep,
if
never
Charlo
know.
what if something happened to Charlo? Remember the hand injury? You know what if something
You
happened?
never know.
We know
Somebody
Bud
might
stay
get
ready.
Damn.
slipped in there.
Damn, you
Bud
Somebody
stay
right.
might have to
ready.
get
You right.
slipped in there.
You right now. You right. Cause
Bud stay ready.
he say he was close to 168.
Mm-hmm.
So he might be the backup for
Somebody had to
Charlo.
get slipped. He might use Thurman line, but like, oh, y'all don't think I'm the backup player? Y'all don't think I'm the backup player?
Hey, that
Damn,
wouldn't
that'd be
be. That would
crazy.
not surprise. Hey, that would
That's
not be.
crazy.
Hey,
Wow.
because look, they said they was gonna take that nigga belt as soon as the first bell rings. If he never gets to the first bell, I mean, some could happen. His brother could jump in the aisle and see walking out. You know what I'm saying? I object, like nigga proposing shit.
Yo, and now they talking about the WBC talking about if Canelo don't fight Benavidez, they gonna strip him. You know what I'm saying? So that's another monkey wrench in the game. So I mean, I don't know, man. I thought at one point it was looking like that Earl wasn't gonna take this rematch. I thought Bud was gonna end up fighting Boots after all. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was looking like that was a possibility. You know, because they were saying that he want to stay and defend his belts or whatever. So I'm like, well, shit, we might fuck around and get Bud versus Boots next after all. But then somebody was telling me that technically Stanionis would be next with the WBA. I don't know how true that is, but
I mean,
yeah.
you gotta look at it this way too. Them sanctioned bodies are always coming out trying to, talking about so and so will be stripped. They did that to stop the talk of, with Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. I mean, look how long Mar Charlo had his WBC belt. Have they been talking that shit with him?
Nah, that's what's crazy. That's what's crazy because
Mauricio Suleiman talking about we gonna look out for him and we know what's going. Come
yeah,
on, when does that ever
this
stop you?
motherfucker ain't even looking close to like he about to fight nobody. And they ain't even talking about stripping them. So I don't they just kind of do what they want to do.
So
But then he let Caleb Plant slap him, and I heard through the grapevine he wanted to press charges on the man. Caleb Plant said he wanted to press charges on him.
He did say that.
Hey, look,
Slap
another
that nigga
man.
ass right through his
And
blowjob.
I think Caleb was justified in doing what he did, but at the same time, bro, you slap me, ain't gonna be no fight in the ring, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you slap a grown man with an open palm, nigga.
He
You
took it.
slap me with an open palm, bro. Ain't no fight happening in no ring, my dude. Like it's just that's
But see, Charlo
He
calling him a
accepted
punk.
that shit, G.
yeah.
He called him a
Accepted
punk.
that shit.
He kept calling him you a punk white boy, you a punk ass white. Like, and
I hear all that. No, I'm not saying. Now I get it. I get it, but I mean,
that man's face.
yeah, you let a man slap you, bro. Sock me, nigga. Don't you slap me, bro? We it's
Come
not
on, man.
happening.
It's parking
Come
lot.
on, man. Come
We in the
on, man.
lot.
He'll let
Bro,
bitch with my money.
if
Bow.
you sock me, bro, then you know it is what it is. But you slap me, nigga, you might as well tell me to go sit down when I pee, nigga. That's a whole nother that's a whole nother level of
Come on
disrespect.
now.
now
See, this the
Caleb
proof.
Plant been making a living out slapping people now. He did.
That's the proof that he don't want no smoke. If it ain't a brother, he don't want the smoke.
Oh
That's
yeah,
proof right there.
He wouldn't
Damn.
have been. Hey, he wouldn't been there slap Bud Crawford like that and get away with it. You are.
Nah, hell nah.
Yeah,
Man,
nigga would
Bud
have
be done
died
picked
in
that man up and
nigga
slammed
would
him on his
have
Like,
head.
yo,
broke.
what videos or anybody like rolling up on Bud and doing anything like that, man? You don't.
They ain't dumb.
The
The only
closest
build
thing
up,
you
the
got,
only thing we had when he was trying to fight Jose Benavidez, that's the only time when disrespect was happening. You don't have
that was for
nobody doing that.
and that was for the be out the ring because Bud, remember that video where Bud was telling him like, hey, focus on your fight before you don't make it to your fight.
Yeah,
That was
He told him
pulled up.
he,
Yeah, he pulled
he
up.
told
Man
him we
ain't
can go
playing,
outside
man.
right now.
He said,
he
"Put
was
your
my
He told him
personal."
let's go outside then.
Yeah,
He said,
yeah. He said
he said,
let's, and he was saying it real quiet, like he wasn't getting loud and none of that shit. Cause you know when somebody pump faking you, they get loud and start trying to draw a crowd and shit.
Yeah,
Bud was real quiet, like no,
you're like, let's
we can
go.
go
He's
outside
the
right
type
now.
of like, yo, little bro, let's go in this bathroom right now and see what come out, man.
Right.
That's it.
That's how you know it's real. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey, and that's hey, why don't the the Arrow fans? I'm gonna stop calling them that. I'm gonna get them a pass for a little bit. Why they don't bring up all the times where Bud really was finna get into it with niggas? You know what I'm saying? Like before the fights, because Hank
yeah,
Lundy also got some of that
Like
work
yeah,
too.
Hank
you're
Lundy,
like,
You know
man.
what I
yo,
mean?
in real life,
Like it's a lot
I'll
of
break
niggas
your
that felt that
fucking
way.
neck, man.
I mean, he was talking to Gary Crazy. Yeah, you
yeah.
know what I mean? Like niggas should have been knew what time it was. This nigga not nothing to play with.
They
He
got
did what
mad
he could
videos on
with
this
him.
dude. He can have assault, and they could have
And
pressed
then
charges on this dude, man,
hey,
if they
look,
wanted to.
and then the savagery at that press conference when he getting into it with the nigga in the crowd and shit, talking about you a
Oh, yeah.
bitch, nigga, you a
Yeah,
bitch,
we
Yeah,
still like, hey,
mama a bitch, nigga.
nobody ever confirmed who dude was, because Spence said that wasn't his people. So
No,
who
but
was them people,
really?
bro?
I thought
and
that was
Yeah,
his cousin.
no,
he
the
said
one
it wasn't
girl,
his cousin.
no, now the one
All
girl
in
was
the
Errol Spence's
microphone,
sister.
G.
The heavy set chick that was Errol Spence's sister.
Yeah, but the dude that was doing all the chirping,
The
Errol
chirping, yeah.
claimed
Who
he
the
ain't
fuck
no
was that?
dude.
Yeah, I don't think he
I
was
don't know.
connected to Earl Spence, but I
Motherfucking
know.
paid trolls or
He
some
he was
shit.
trying. He was calmly telling Bud like, "Y'all done? Yo, Bud, you done?
Right,
Come on,
right, right.
please.
Come
We're
on,
not
man.
Hey,
related."
look,
Don't mess up the money.
And Bud didn't remember what Errol did? Tell your nigga to be quiet. Tell your nigga to be quiet.
Don't
And what
Yeah, you
don't
remember?
mess up the
You remember
money.
that energy, right? You remember that energy?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, you know that dude? He just did an interview with another channel. I don't really want to plug the channel because they
What
some
dude?
some
What dude? What
the
dude
dude
though?
that girl was telling hey, why you talking on the side, bro? Like the dude that was with Bud
Oh, really?
at that thing. Yeah,
What
he
did
just
dude have
did
to
an
say?
interview.
What he had to say?
Um, I didn't even. I'm gonna keep it a being with you, bro. I didn't even listen to the interview because I don't really fuck with that channel. So
Oh, okay,
I
okay,
just didn't
okay,
really take the time to really listen to what he was talking about. But you know, they was kind of like on a friendly tip, going back and forth a little bit. Uh,
okay.
but I ain't gonna. If somebody hit me on the thing, I'll plug the channel. But I ain't gonna say it in here. You know, if WCS don't want, you know, I don't know how he is about that type of shit. But you know,
dude was
Do do tell.
you know, little glasses, young glasses wearing Negro. The
Oh,
one,
okay,
not
I got
Marty,
you. I got you.
not
I got
Marty. The other is two of them, and one of them wear glasses. You know what I'm
Shades of
saying?
Oh, I know who
glasses.
you probably talking
Shades
about
of
there.
glasses.
you talking about
Glasses.
Greg from
Yeah, 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 yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It was
Okay.
on that channel, and the homeboy that was with Bud at that was that Oklahoma City,
He
something like
actually
that.
know Crawford. They like real close. They like friends or some shit, like longtime friends and not relatives.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was on there. I guess he was on there having a little debate with the Greg dude. So I don't know if y'all
Yeah,
want to go check that
when I
out or
seen Bud sitting up there on that podium, and he had his eyes closed and his hand folded across his face, I
not.
was
He
like,
was
these dudes.
meditating. He was in deep
He was,
meditation, trying to
he's like,
calm down.
these dudes is pissing me off, yo. They're
Yeah.
like, yo, I know
Dude,
we doing business right now, but Spence, I'm gonna fuck you up, man.
Hey, it
You
was
looks
like
like
keep
that
that
having
man
niggas
about
scene.
to
talking too
go.
much shit.
It was like that scene in the 40-year-old virgin and shit when they was inside of the store and Kevin Hart was talking shit to homeboy. He was like, "See, I'm trying not to act like a nigga. You won't let me. You want a nigga? Nigga here now. You know what I'm saying? That's how
And
they was trying to."
yeah.
I find funny that people say that Bomac doesn't give instructions, but if you look at the earlier fights when Soko fought, who did you hear in the corner yelling instructions to Soko? Bomac. You could hear
Yeah,
him like every step of the
same
way.
thing. Yeah, same thing
Yeah,
with
yo,
Keyshawn.
you
Same thing
can't
with
believe
Niggas
Keyshawn.
hit
all
Bo
these
Mac all the
guys, man.
time. That'd be the crazy part. He got way more. He got more fighters than that. He got Keyshawn, Kelvin. You know what I'm saying? He got a
Eubanks,
few
Chris
motherfuckers.
Eubanks. He worked with
Yeah, he got
Eubanks
a
for
Yeah.
4 weeks and
Come
See,
on,
look,
transformed
man.
see, look.
Eubanks. Eubanks
Eubank,
looked good, man.
Eubank came back and won his fight, and
Yo, that
knocked dude
award, that
out.
award, that award that Derek James got. Do they do that every year?
Yeah, they do it every year.
All right, let Bo Mac
Coach,
get
you
his
talking about trainer of
flowers.
the year? Yeah, they do it every
Yeah,
year. But
let
they
Bo
do it
Mac
the
get his
following
flowers,
year.
man.
They do the following
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
When Bo Mac accept his award, he gonna have the heat on him.
Who say you can't run anymore, Derek
He gonna
James?
be on the
Damn,
waistband.
at least let him get from over there, dog. God
He
damn,
gonna get
Blunt.
from over there, OG. They say they gonna ban him. He ain't gonna be able to go
You
back.
know what? You know what it
Yeah,
But
is.
then,
probably so. Probably so.
You know what it
but
is.
look,
Derek James got a clone too.
He got a
He got
what?
a clone too. That's a
Oh,
secret.
What? So you got Diddy James and Daddy James?
No,
No,
Diddy
this
James and Dickhead James. That's what that
this
is.
one ain't. His name ain't Diddy. It's Jimmy James. Jimmy. They call him JJ. Jimmy.
well, listen. If Bo Mac can't go back over there, that's all right. That's all right, because Eubank can fight Conor Ben over here in the States. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Conor Ben from the UK too, right?
Because Eubank gained you know what I'm saying, he gained the American, eyesight by having Bo Mac over there. People wanted to see what Bo Mac was gonna do, you know.
Conor
So
Ben just weighed his heaviest, the 153.3 or something like that. That's his
yeah.
heaviest.
Yep, he about to fight out here. So I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
that could go down over here.
What if Conor Ben get knocked out? Cause
I think he about to knock this dude out. I ain't even gonna lie. He fighting a Mexican dude. Mexican dude got some knockouts. He got the height on Conor, but the Mexican looks soft. Conor been ready. He been waiting. I think he about to go out here and stop dude before 6 rounds.
Yeah, if they lining up Eubanks and Ben, man, that's good money. So he ain't getting knocked out. They're gonna give him a little pretty decent soft touch, to get him back in the groove, and then they're gonna try to make that fight again.
Between Eubanks and
you know what I'm saying? They want to make that fight because they dads. So
Oh yeah, that's true.
What threw me off was Eubank trying to say he want Canelo. Like, bro, how you gonna get Bo Mac, but Crawford want Canelo? Now you trying to talk about you want Canelo too, nigga? Come on,
hey,
now.
all these niggas they get out and start
payday?
talking about Canelo, and then Crawford. Barrios want Crawford. Thurman want Crawford. Boots want Crawford.
A bunch
you know what I'm
of
saying?
thirsty.
Everybody wants Canelo, though.
A retirement.
Oh, these guys. Oh, now they want to fight Crawford now, huh?
We can start calling Thurman Thirsty Thurman. He acting real
Thirsty
thirsty,
Thurman, man. That's a good name for Thurman, Thirsty Thurman, because that nigga is acting like a thought, ain't he?
Yeah.
Nigga just up there. Oh man, you didn't fight a real champion. You didn't be the real champion. You doing that shit for attention, bro.
Yeah, he said he
So
would
why he
be
ain't
Earl
fighting
better
me when
than
Bud first came? You talking about nobody don't want to see that fight.
He trying to be relevant.
He's
not relevant no more.
He could have been fought Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, he trying to be full of controversy, bro. He could have. I mean, he could have been fought Errol Spence, because Errol Spence was calling him out when he had two of the titles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why
no, I'm not fighting y'all.
And that's why I hear people, some of these content creators, they say Bud is acting like a diva. But for the most part, Bud has been quiet on the social media circuit. He just really started popping his stuff after the Spence fight because of all the smearing that they did to this man's name and talking down on his career. Now he's starting to pop his stuff, and they don't like that,
Hey Don, check this out. They can say Bud looking like a diva, but Spence come out with a video and this girl is goddamn doing a video with him fucked up and shit like that. Come on, can you imagine Bud in a predicament like that?
Oh man, they would roast him. They would roast him to no.
They would have roasted him to this fucking day, man.
They would have been playing that video right now, talking about Bud just got drug problems. He fucked
You
up.
You saw how Bud Crawford like purposely had garbage in his hand, and he threw it right on the floor instead of right there in the trash can. Did y'all see that?
Hey, look, can you imagine if Bud was eating chocolate covered strawberries, talking about, oh, it's warm. They would have been roasted. They would have been roasted.
And then his baby mama go
that
over there and say,
that
"You
nigga couldn't
gay."
get away with it. Yep.
Yeah.
His
Look,
baby
you know
mama
what?
calling him gay. Come
That's
on.
how I
See,
knew he
Oh
wasn't
see,
man.
gonna
that's
win the
where I
fight.
draw the line. That's where I draw the line. Like I haven't really been going in on Errol like that because
Yeah.
his baby mom's been calling that nigga gay several times. With Beezy,
Mm-hmm.
called him gay in his own home. All that
Mm-hmm.
shit, bro.
Mad disrespect.
Yeah, disrespectful like a motherfucker, dog.
Your own woman disrespecting you on
Yeah, your
camera.
own woman
Recording him
disrespect you,
taking
bro.
pictures of him when he all drunk and laid out
Yep.
on the floor.
Talking
Come
about
on,
he,
man.
talking about
That's how I knew he
she
wasn't
ran
gonna
this
win that
nigga
fight
over.
because
See,
he don't live the fighter lifestyle, man.
and
He
see,
want to drink,
and see this,
eat all this bad food, gain all this weight and
and
stuff.
and see. Here's
Bitch
my
can't.
thing.
You
The
can't
woman
do that.
can't wait to fucking just take a phone
Here's
out
my
Hey,
and start
look.
taking pictures.
Hey, look. They was making a big deal out of that shit, supposedly being a TikTok and shit. But listen, if you them white people in suits, right? You the people with all the money and shit. And you get on your phone and you see some shit like that. You don't be watching TikTok. You know what I mean? You don't be on that type of bullshit. You probably blowing Errol phone up trying to see what the fuck going on, making sure he all right, where the girl at. You just seen the
Yeah,
video
man.
talking about she done hit the nigga with the car. What the fuck?
Yeah,
They
I'm
done
like
fucked the
you
money
messing
up.
up
What they
my
got going
investment.
on? You know what I mean?
Here's my thing. That goes to show you that Earl does not have a circle in check. Because if he had a circle in check, the people around him, they wouldn't put him in that type of situation and have that type of information in them videos out there. Bud has his circle in check. They're not gonna do something like that to him to make him look, like emasculate him. Basically, all that stuff they do to
Exactly.
Earl, that's
Being
emasculation.
emasculated. He getting
He's
But
emasculated.
she, hey,
emasculated.
but she did save the day when that nigga went live on accident.
She did, didn't he? She
Yeah.
definitely did. She made
But
up
you
for a
know,
little bit of it.
but you know what else that showed? That Earl, even knowing that he was,
Bruh.
you know what else that
Bruh.
showed? You
I
know,
got 10 minutes in
but
here.
you
What's
know what
going
though?
on?
Hey, but see, that looks bad that Earl didn't know that he was on live, and you know why I say that? That goes to show you how aware he is of his surroundings. The fact that he did not know he was on live shows his level of awareness and that he's not ready. You know what I'm saying?
I
I just
mean,
wish
And
that nigga.
remember that.
I just wish that nigga would have
what do you
waited till he got
expect?
out the parking lot.
What
You
do you
gotta remember,
expect the
man, that's the clone. That's not Earl.
Yeah,
That's
what
the
do you
clone.
expect?
The
What do you
clone went
expect the
live.
clone to know so much, man? He can't know everything just being made to be alive in this world.
And see, look.
He got a lot to learn.
fellas. I always say this. Earl being intoxicated and messed up in his own home, that's a dangerous thing to put yourself in that situation. Because what if something happened in his household and he's not in any type of condition to protect his family? Do you think you would ever see Bud put himself in that
Exactly.
situation where if someone popped into his home, he wouldn't be ready to at least defend his family? Earl is
He
in
can't.
no condition to defend his family at that moment because he's intoxicated, screwed up, and he won't be able to react to the situation at hand.
Yeah, cause he got
Real
a
shit.
woman
Real
Y'all
shit.
that
seen all those guns
emasculate
that
him on
Terrence
a
Crawford
regular
got?
and shows every moment when he is
Yeah,
vulnerable when somebody could run up on him. This is
yeah,
how
Hey,
Pop Smoke
exactly. Your
got
home,
killed from
your
this
home is
kind
your
of dumb
safe
shit,
haven.
yo.
Your home is your safe haven. If something happens in your home, as a man, you're supposed to be able to protect your family in that situation. If he's messed up, he's in no type of condition to protect his family at that moment.
hey, remember
Yeah,
when
that's
he was
true.
on live on accident and he was like, "I got 10 more minutes in there." He must have been at the cloning facility. They must have been doing some updates and tweaks of firmware and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
He had
got
10
10
more minutes
minutes
to
in, man.
download.
He, wa-
10
he was
minutes,
Soon I'll be
like,
back
download
already.
10 minutes of how much you can eat.
he was like, they gotta give me the last stem cell injection. Need 10
Mm-hmm.
more minutes for the processing.
Hey, look, or maybe he was saying, "I got 10 minutes till I
That's all
get."
we got.
Hey, look.
LG did the live stream. Hey, I got that motherfucker saved in a special playlist when I want to go back and listen to that motherfucker.
Look. Maybe he said, "I got 10 minutes, and then I'm going to the Golden Corral." He's getting ready to go to the buffet.
OG
He
was
said,
like, 10 minutes of what? He was like, that's all you gonna give us? You not gonna say nothing to your fans. You gonna live on accident, and then you tell us you got 10 more minutes. 10 minutes where?
"Hey,
Yeah.
God damn, nigga, what you doing?
hey, you know the funniest though when that
He
Earl
was eating
section
them
said,
tomahawk steaks.
hey, you know the funniest though when that Earl section on Twitter says, "Say something to us, Earl, answer us." Remember, One of the
No.
fans.
Dookie Brown was in the Dookie Brown was in the motherfucking live stream chat when he went live.
Oh,
Y'all didn't see that, did you?
Nah, what he was saying?
Because when I did a live, I edited his comment and I put Dookie Brown up there because he was actually there. That means he got damn followed that shit close because he was the only YouTuber I saw that was right there in the YouTube. I mean, in the IG chat, when he went live by mistake.
Oh my god, that means he was just sleeping on his account, just waiting.
Yeah, just
for
waiting
every moment.
because Errol don't fuck with them niggas. He don't go there and goddamn go live and talk.
Dookie
Hell
be in the
no.
bed, right? He be in the bed, so he ain't got nothing going on. So
Well,
his
guess
phone
that
would
Yeah,
probably
nigga
he got
get
a whole
bad.
Errol.
bunch of
Yeah, he got that nigga
sores on his
notifications
body.
on. So when that
He
nigga posts, he know about it.
nobody's changing his diapers. He all fucked up, bro. What you expect, man?
That nigga, I can't be mad at Niji what he's saying, dog, because that nigga said I was a deadbeat dad, dog. Come on now.
There you go.
Come on.
Wow.
That nigga said I was a deadbeat dad, man.
What is it? What is it, that man?
He definitely
Bowden?
came at blunts too. You know what I'm saying? So I got all the smoke for that nigga. I
It
don't give a fuck.
that man Bowden understand and call him crazy legs.
Crazy legs.
Yeah, Monty Brown, he call him crazy legs.
Wasn't
Hey,
he
look.
on Don't Be a Menace?
Yeah.
I ain't heard nobody do him as bad as Southpaw did his ass. Southpaw got on that motherfucker. Hey, he
Hey
got
man,
on
I'm
that
about to
motherfucker
put
so smooth. He
I'm about
didn't.
to put
He wasn't
Neezy
even
on
acting like
timeout and shit, man. God damn.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
that nigga Southpaw said he was acting like a totally different person, right? He wasn't even sounding like himself. Then he switched to his real voice. He was like, "How is your name, Monty the Big Stepper? And you can't even fucking walk." He started going crazy on his ass. G, it was hilarious.
Man,
I gotta
you
find it.
Southpaw? Oh yeah, Southpaw. God
Southpaw
damn,
don't got
that's
no filter,
look,
man. He
that
crazy
is
as
the
hell.
worst. He went off on Haney them too, but that is the worst I done ever seen somebody go in on that nigga, man, for real.
Hey, did you see when he went off on barbershop conversations and he started getting real vulgar, man, and said, like he's talking about their kids and stuff. He said, I'll beat your daughter. Like he was going on crazy.
Who's saying that? Who's saying
Southpaw
that?
don't play, man. Southpaw, that nigga on a whole nother stratosphere when it come to. I don't even want to talk about that shit he did the barbershop because that was borderline criminal. He was talking about.
That was actually crossed the line though. You don't bring nobody.
Yeah, that was really crossing the line.
And start saying you can commit violence on someone
because his daughter is underage. Because barbershop say, "Oh, so you're a rapist, huh?" Something like that.
Yeah, no good.
Yeah, stuff like that, man. I like
he on that pedophile stuff. I see, pedo.
Like I don't like, stuff like that. And I don't agree with, regardless of what content creators, you start bringing other people's kids, and that's crossing the line to me.
Yep, it happens though. Just like people think it's free games. I stay off that shit as much as I can.
But I saw this one thing where Southpaw was on this one panel, and it was like this kid from Ecuador. I guess he's like with one of the MS gangs or something, and he posed like a threat out of Southpaw. This first time I've seen Southpaw get quiet, like he was speechless, and he actually dropped on the panel.
Yeah, you don't mess with them MS-13, dude. You don't fuck with them up.
Like he actually
Cali.
Shook. Yeah, he actually looked shook. Like, he looked shook, like almost like speechless, and he just dropped off. Like, that was the first time seeing him get like quiet when this dude was like talking.
He not dumb. They'll come for him and all his people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the MSs, and then you got the Chinese games like the triads. Those them type of games, they're like dangerous because like they're like bloodlines, especially like they're connected, very like connected. That's why the Bruce Lee, from what I heard, when he was down, when he lived in Hong Kong, I think he beat up one of the gang members who connect to the triads, and that's why his father made him move out of the country.
Who?
Bruce Lee. He beat up one of the gang members. They're affiliated with like the triad.
Right.
And that's why, from what I understand, his family made him move from Hong Kong all the way like to the West Coast.
I'm surprised his father didn't move because usually they come for the family member.
Oh, Bruce Lee's father.
No, I'm just saying. I was in Asia for like 7 years, so them dudes don't play over there, man.
Yeah,
Like,
they don't play.
and them dudes are bigger than the normal people. It's weird too. Like, them some big motherfuckers over there. People think Japanese are just all short and skinny. It's some big motherfuckers over there, dog.
Small
Japanese,
wrestling ass
Chinese,
motherfuckers
the
walking around.
Russians. They see the Russian women. Like, you see a lot of Russian women in South Korea. Because you would say, damn, why the Russians over here in South Korea? You know, shit like that. But you see the Russian women over there, them joints like 6'6", 6'7", some of them, man.
Now,
Damn, really?
And they stallions too. Them motherfuckers are stallions, dog. Like, them Russian women are stallions,
yeah,
man.
there's some of them Russian women. Yeah, there.
I mean, I don't know what's in their food and their diet, but them dudes is 6'6", 6'7". They got bodies on, and they stallions, man.
And they're
And they can
so
fight. And they
in
can fight too.
their demeanor, they're so stoic. Like
Yeah, they
they're like
stoic.
they're cold blooded. Like when you hear them talk, they're just like they're just their whole demeanor is just calm. But if you look like Japanese, like if you look at like Inoue and all of them, like they're real stoic. They don't show a lot of expression.
Who,
Like
Japanese?
yeah, for the most part, like
I mean, if they
Japanese.
don't know you,
Yeah.
if they get to know you, then you good. I mean, you're a friend for life.
But I was hearing in Brazil that they have a big concentration of Japanese population out in
Yeah, I mean,
Brazil.
that's been over there. Actually, like BJJ, you go back to the
Mhm.
jiu-jitsu, the start of
Yeah,
that was a concentration, a blend of the
of
Japanese
Cali
professor, Japanese
and
professor,
Filipino too.
and going over to Brazil to basically learn the art. And
Mhm.
then when Japanese was freaking, something happened in Japan where it was bombed or whatever the
Mhm.
case, a lot of them went over to Brazil to start to live. Yeah,
Right, right. Like
Talking about what when they got bombed or just a regular bombing?
something happened. It was a disaster where
mhm.
Are
they
you
had
talking
they
about
had to.
Hiroshima or are you talking about a different bomb?
I don't know for sure. I don't know. I know it was a big incident that happened in Japan that a lot of Japanese moved out of Japan. They was forced to move out of there, and yeah, they ended up in Brazil.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Cause if you look like someone mixed like was it Jacare? You look at his face, he's Japanese. He just thought they'd call him Brazilian, but dude, like, he looks like
well, a lot of
Japanese.
what happened over there when it comes to jujitsu and martial arts,
Mhm.
if you go over there young enough, they don't mind you claiming Brazil, especially if you learn Portuguese. If you
Mhm.
learn their language, they
Yeah.
don't mind you saying, okay, yeah, you can represent Brazil. But a
Right.
lot of them dudes ain't from Brazil, man.
They're from Brazil,
They
right?
from Hawaii, they from
Mhm.
Japan, they from
Yeah.
Germany, Australia.
Mhm.
Not all the Gracies was born Gracies.
Right.
They practiced in the school for a long period of time, and they allowed them to hold the Gracie's name. That's all.
Mhm. That's interesting. Cause so it's interesting when you start looking at the history, cause it's like cause my mom from the Philippines and a part of the Philippines was colonized by Aztecs, but then you have a part that was colonized by the French,
You
and
know
then
it in Tagala? You know in Tagala?
a little bit like see I don't know cause my father is African American and my dad was
Yeah.
in the Air Force it used to be called Clark Air Force Base
So your
down in the
mom don't speak Tagala to you?
Oh yeah, my mom speaks to y'all, but see, since my dad's American, usually most of the time when it's American and most time they don't speak Tagalog. And
Mm.
when I lived in the Philippines and went to school out there, they mainly spoke English in the schools.
Mm.
Yeah,
So you
and
wouldn't understand Atnang Paglang Mo?
yes, I wouldn't understand most of it.
Oh,
And
what is
like
your name?
yeah, and see, my grandmother, she understands 5 different dialects in the Philippines
Damn.
because there's like 150 languages in the Philippines.
I think I got some kids in the Philippines. Real talk. I like to see them right now. I owe no child support. They probably older, but god damn.
Yeah.
I had some girlfriends over in the Philippines for real. Like I was
Mhm.
back there in the Subic Bay days in the 90s.
Oh, okay.
I mean, beautiful Filipino women back then, but they wanted you. You get with a Filipino, you gotta get
yeah,
their whole
believe.
family,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. It's no,
And
yeah, it's
I
no.
found that out. I was like, huh? They say, man, you get with Filipino and you
Mhm.
marry. Back then, Filipinos are the one that got the green card standard changed.
Right.
Before, if you married a Filipino and you were stationed overseas, all
Mhm.
the paperwork could be taken care of before you go back to the States. So
Right.
your
Right.
Filipino wife goes back to the States with you with a permanent green card. Permanent
Mhm.
now. She's clear. Permanent.
Right.
They get over there and they was leaving their husbands.
Mm.
And they was getting with other Filipinos and getting jobs on base.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So this was happening more times than often. Like they was
Mm.
just taking the military vet to the cleaners. They get over there,
Oh
boom.
yeah.
The
Oh
vet
yeah.
be gone. They come
Mm.
back. He come back home to an empty house. The Filipino gone, stand with family over there in California or wherever
Mm.
they at, and give them a job on base. She said, "I want a divorce." Now they go back. They making money. They go back and get their family members.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
telling you,
Oh
man, I
yeah.
was there for all that shit. Talk.
Oh yeah. Believe me, I know. I know
Some of my
exactly what you're saying.
comrades, man, they got taken, boys, and they thought they was in love with that beautiful Filipino
Mhm.
woman, and nope.
But I heard that's how some of the Russian women be doing some of the American men too.
Oh, absolutely. Australia, you know what I'm
German.
saying? German. Look,
Mhm.
I actually went over to Germany, and the only thing about them, they some different type of women. They real pale, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Pale white.
Yeah.
And it can get cold over there too, but um they a little more bland, a little modern, you
Like
know
their
what I'm saying?
personality. You
Yeah, their
saying
personality,
brand.
yeah. So, but when you talk about the Koreans, the Japanese,
Mhm.
they're a little bit more outgoing, more orientated around, getting user friendly with American culture, stuff like
Right.
that.
Right. Yeah. 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 Like yeah. Some Asians, man, they definitely be a trip.
Well, I mean, the one common rule in the military is getting involved with either one of them over there is that
Mhm.
when they get back to the States, they was going to get Americanized. And that's
Oh
true.
yeah. Yeah.
Once they get back over here and find out, oh my
Yeah,
God, what?
westernized. Yeah,
Let's
that shit
let's
Mhm.
let's go
crazy.
to the beach. Let's go to the PX. That people joke about that, but they really wanted to go to the PX, man. Let's go to the PX. Now we have a mall out here. We
Mhm.
have a mall. We don't have to go on
Oh.
base.
Oh
We
yeah.
have a mall.
Once they find out all that, man, they just.
They go to that mall, it's a wrap, man. They learn how to
You
drive on the
do whatever you
streets over
want.
there. It's done.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But
I love
even
that place though. I ain't gonna lie, I loved it, bro. I
But
loved it.
even then, like some of them, they still stick to their like roots. Like my mom, she doesn't believe in using the dishwasher. You know, she
Yeah, yeah,
washes
yeah,
dishes
yeah.
by hand. And actually, that's how
Mhm.
I've been so used to. I don't use the dishwasher. Like I wash my dishes by hand because I've been so used to it. You know.
You
I never,
blind?
I never, I never was taught to use a dishwasher, but I use the
Yeah.
hell out that bitch.
I just never I just won't because being around it so much after a while it just kind of rubbed off. I feel like, oh man, if I use a dishwasher, it's not gonna get the food off good enough. So I just rather like if I clean my dish, I'll just like hand washing. You know, like but I mean, as far as all them other customs, all that eating with your hands, I don't do that. My mom, she still does it, like eat with her hands and stuff. But me,
Yeah, they
nah,
do that.
not me.
Yeah, they
I'm,
do that. No doubt
yeah.
about it. They eat with their hand. And then the
Mhm.
Japanese, they slurp out the bowl. They eat that soup, that some of the best soup you ever taste with
You
the
talking
noodles,
about?
yakisoba.
Oh yeah.
All that, man. They'll eat it with their hands, slurp out the
Mhm.
freaking bowl, all that.
Yeah, see, I can't. Yeah, see, I need my silverware.
Yeah. I mean, they had look some of the best food I tasted. Oriental food like the yakisoba,
Oh yeah.
the taco rice, sushi and all that. Some of the best was over there. Real
Oh
talk.
yeah.
Some of the best food,
Oh
man.
yeah. It's none like in the backyard. You know. Same thing like cause I like drinking coconut water a lot, but it's like you notice the difference in the natural coconut and then the coconut water. You know,
Yeah,
like it's
it's
a
a
difference
difference. It's a
because it's
distinct difference.
yeah, because preserved versus like from the actual coconut, man. It's none like it. It's totally different.
Yep.
Totally different. Like
people, I know sake. Sake. Did you ever get into that sake?
Sake.
Yeah, like it's the Japanese vodka, right?
Oh yeah, see, actually, combat. I never drank a sip of alcohol in my life, man. I never acquired a taste for it.
It's not too much acquiring a taste because I never
Mhm.
acquired a taste. I just more so recreationally when it was,
okay.
when I was younger, being in the military, you do go out a lot. I ain't gonna lie. Whenever you go
right.
on deployment, if we went on deployment, we got our liberty. Shit, we was out in the town, man.
Yeah, that's
They
my
knew
dad's
we
favorite.
was there too.
Uh-huh.
Philippines knew we was there. Korea knew we was there. Australia, Thailand, all that shit, man.
Yeah. They call it what's like when did you was it decompress? They call it after
I
you.
don't know. I just know when we went over there and set up the first liberty we got, man, everybody just went out in town and you know what I'm saying? You know how that went. Like some people enjoyed themselves, some people got in trouble. But it was an exploration because you get to see. That's the first time I don't know if you ever been on here when I told you about that dog farm. You know how they
The
used to
dog.
say, Asians, be cooking dog. That is true in
Oh yeah. Oh
certain
yeah.
cases. Because when I was on patrol, I was in one of the worst freaking bases in South Korea, Muchuk. I went down this path. I had my rifle with him, but I didn't have no rounds with me. And we was getting ready to do like this pre-op or whatever shit that we was practicing for over there. So I went walking down this path and I hear all these dogs. I was like, how the fuck them dogs? I'm in Korea now. I'm not at home in the South. I'm used to doing this at home.
Right.
I'm walking, got my uniform on. I hear all these dogs. Roo, 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 roo. Sound like they're in distress and shit. I come up to this clearing and I peek around the freaking corner. I'm like it's woods all around. I'm peeking around the corner. I see these dogs hanging from the tree. I see these dogs just. I mean, look. It had to be like, I would say close to 50 dogs back there. It was dogs hanging from the tree. Yeah, it was like dogs everywhere in this fence area. Shit hanging from the trees, wasn't moving. So I said, God damn. So I turned around. I swear to you, it was somebody back there with me because I was walking back. I just kept hearing, I said, okay. So I went back up there and I told somebody in my unit, I said, man, it's a dog farm back there. He said, yeah, they eat dogs over here. I said, okay.
Yeah. Oh
so when I finally got liberty, I was walking in between these alleys and shit. I was just, being nosy, just exploring. And I finally came up on a restaurant that had these dogs. They was skint, they was gutted, cleaned, and they was just sitting on this crate in the back of a restaurant.
That's insane.
How did it taste?
Dogs taste just like chicken, bro. I ain't lying, dog. I know I've ate some German Shepherds, some motherfucking.
Oh, shit.
Look, they got this shit over there called chicken on a stick, bro. That shit is the best shit you would eat coming out the club. I swear to God. Like
Oh my God.
You hungry? The rest of the restaurants are closed, and they got these vendors all in the street that's selling this food. They say chicken on stick, they got a lot of shit, but chicken on stick is good. It's this stick with this meat on it, and it's dipped down in a cup with some sauce, and you just buy the cup, and you get like maybe 10 pieces. And yeah, man, you goddamn eat some Yorkie Terriers, some motherfucking Doberman Pinscher up in that bitch, man.
Yeah, what you gonna do? You gotta survive, man. You can't be picky.
I'm just saying, it tastes just like chicken, bro, like teriyaki chicken. That shit is good.
Yep, that rabbit, of course. Like deer meat, man.
Fuck rabbits. I saw dogs over that bitch, man. It's nothing but dogs.
Oh yeah. I know that in the Philippines they be doing that.
The Filipinos, they eat a lot of stuff over there too, man.
So what trip Spence came back from? Because I can imagine when him and his lady, his lady made him eat.
I think he was in Spain, right?
I mean, Spain is different, man. Spain, bro.
She took him to Spain. We're gonna take me to the place. I don't care. Your face is not healed up yet. I want to go.
Hey, WCS, I know you did some training out in Paris Island, right?
Yeah.
Out in Carolina. Yeah, cause my one of my mom's friends was a Marine, and he told us like crazy stories about Paris Island, man.
I'm surprised I made up out of Paris Island. It's certain things I refuse to talk about over there for real. That shit right there, man. It was just you're able to train civilians to become Marines, but it's so stressful, and the days and hours that you put in, you can lose your mind, man. That's why you get people desensitized in jails and shit, because they working like 12 plus hours, man, around them, noise, screaming, yelling, and all that. You get desensitized, man. You end up hurting somebody.
And then, like I said, my mom friend would tell us about some of like the creepy stories he would see in Paris, like like weird stuff, man, like crazy.
What's the name of the place you saw?
Paris Island. It's in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's on the island, South Carolina.
South Carolina.
It's a Marine Corps training. It's a Marine Corps training depot.
Yeah.
And it's
Marine Corps thing.
Yeah, it's one way on and one way off the island.
Yeah. But there's a lot. There's also a lot of stories like soldiers that have been in there and stuff
it's
like
soldiers drown.
Like,
it's soldiers drown in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they don't come and help. They just friendly fire type thing. What?
No, back in the day when it used to be really bad, certain training discipline was conducted, and surrounding that island is marsh. Like you step in the wrong one, you sinking. You know what I'm saying? You done. But it's a story. One of the stories is this drill instructor marched his platoon out into the marsh to punish them, and a lot of them drowned. You know what I'm saying? Because they couldn't get out. Because what happens is the tide comes in. The tide comes back in a certain part of the island, and you will drown.
So what happened to this guy? That the guy that led them in?
They died. Well,
yeah, he died too.
Yeah. Because one of my mom's friend that was a Marine in Paris Island, he said like he would see like creepy stuff, like spiritual, like weird stuff, like haunt, like just deep stuff, man. Like he would tell like me and my brother, like his stories on Paris Island, like at night, and like what they would see, like like just stuff that he said like messed them up, like
Like the weird part too about that is that as a hat, right? Like I can have all my boys. My boys is the platoon, right? All my boys can be gone, and I can still hear recruits screaming and yelling and shit for real. Like I can still hear it. Like you say, what the fuck? Like ain't nobody in this bitch, and it's almost like you still saying, "Get online now, sir, no sir." You know what I'm saying? You can still hear them saying that shit.
My mom friend said when he was down there, like he saw this raccoon just staring at him. He said, "I kid you not." He said he tried to startle the raccoon, and he tried to throw a rock at him, and he was like, the raccoon looked at him like, "Mother effer, you don't faze me." Like he just looked at him.
Oh, them raccoons are used to getting their way because what's crazy about that? The raccoons on the island is nowhere for them to go. So they pretty much have their way with the food that's behind the chow hall. A lot of food get thrown up behind the chow halls. It's 4 chow halls on PI. It's 4th Battalion, 3rd Battalion, 2nd Battalion, 1st Battalion. So you trying to tell me they don't have nowhere to eat? Them motherfuckers got a lot to eat, and plus base housing.
Imagine how huge. They probably huge as fuck.
Oh, they nice and plump, bro. Them they damn near humans walking around that bitch, man. And they have so much of a food source, man. They ain't gonna be scared of nothing. They look. It's been plenty of times we got the boys ready. We ate chow sometime like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, man. You gotta have them out there to chow hall. You see raccoons out there. You know what I'm saying? You see them big ass raccoons out there, man.
I guess whatever the bad stuff that was happening back there, and whoever survived it came back as Rambo.
No, bro, like it ain't no Rambo on PI like that. That's more so in certain areas of the fleet. In certain areas, you have guys like that in the combat zone and the field. But there is more so Like just imagine you sent your kid out to PI, Paris Island. You sent your kid out there, and you and next, you know, maybe about 4 weeks later, you get a knock at your door, and they dressed in all dress blues for the Marine Corps. You about to get some bad news. It's been kids jump off the balcony to get out of that place. You know, jump to their death. It's been kids try to swim. They'll jump in the marsh and they'll try to swim to the port. It's been kids who make it too. They'll have gray sweats on and they'll swim all the way to the port and
how long
get
is that
away.
swim?
That swim is about
If you say a mile, good goddamn.
It's a good little distance. You got to know how to swim for real. You will if you don't. Like once you get out the marsh area, man, you can make it to the port. You can see the lights too, but it's not short. It's not short now. It is not short for real. And it's got snakes and shit in there and gators, man. Like,
oh hell,
come on, man.
Yeah, that's a.
Why there was a train over there again? I guess they gotta make the men strong. Fuck it.
It's more of a try to break you, tear you down mentally and physically, basically. It's the same thing like was it the Navy SEALs? Like they'll put you through this like hardcore, ridiculous training where you're sleep deprived and they're trying to physically and mentally break you down to the point where like and they build you back up basically.
Like, and this is how we circle back to boxing.
If
EJ was ever training there, would that help him at least? Would that help him in the ring with Bud Crawford?
Well, one thing I saw about EJ ain't a punk. Like he still got up from the knockdowns.
Yeah,
he damn sure did.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example, Neezy. To like you said, the circle it back to boxing. You know, Riddick Bowe went down to PI to try to be a Marine, right?
I heard about that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Riddick Bowe went down there. He didn't make it. He quit. He quit. That's facts. Riddick Bowe went down to Paris Island to be a Marine, and he quit. He quit training. He said, "Fuck this, I ain't dealing." Because they was on his ass. They said, "We don't care how big, tall you are. You down here training with us. You're gonna do everything that we tell you to do." Blah blah blah. Then he quit, man.
Man, and this before he started boxing.
No, he was already known. He was already known as a fighter. Like, yeah, we were shocked that Riddick Bowe even went down there to try to be a Marine, man. Because
I used to always see
Go ahead.
No, so I used to always see Riddick Bowe down at IHOP sometimes. He bring him and his family, man. They'd be sloppy, man. Throwing family. By the time they left, have food all over the floor and stuff, man.
God damn, dog.
Disgusting behavior, man.
And the girl that was serving the family, he left like two pennies as a tip. Man,
wow.
She got so mad.
Wow.
Yeah, she was hot. She was not happy about it. I guess she thought she was gonna get this nice tip, so she was so happy to serve Riddick Bowe and the family, man. They ain't leave him with nothing.
I mean, he might have not had it though.
Well,
he might not have had it.
That was at the time where he was getting paid. But some people they just don't know how to, like, I understand like Michael Jordan doesn't know how to tip, like Tiger Woods.
Michael Jordan is very frugal, man. He don't tip like that.
Yeah, Scottie Pippen too wasn't a good tipper. Like there's a lot.
Well,
of them,
he got his money got fucked over by trying to. He got fucked over on his contract.
Who, Riddick Bowe?
No, Scottie Pippen.
Oh,
he still made millions.
Yeah, he made millions, but they fucked him over one of those seasons, man, when he was with Chicago.
I mean that's still let's put it like this. Guys like athletes are still the top 1% as far as the amount of money made compared to the average person, and it's just still bad luck, It's like you go out to eat and not tip your server,
I mean, that's a lot of people don't tip their server. Why? Because they already got their food.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disrespect nobody that bring my food, man. Fuck
I mean,
that.
I tip very well. You know what I'm
Oh
saying? I
yeah.
tell them, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
If they got that a lot of shit down here in the A is electronic now. It's wild. Like
Hmm.
a lot of this shit, some of this shit you don't even see the waitress or whatever
For
at
real. So
the end.
yeah.
No, you just grab the shit on the table. It's electronic. You
Hmm.
press it, and they tell you what your bill is, and you pay right there. You don't even see
Wow.
them on your way out. You tip them and
Wow.
everything else right from that electronic thing on the table.
That's insane. Cause even now I see all the like I live in Maryland, but I mean they they'll still put a little tab out and everything on the little black plate, the bill and all that.
Yeah,
But they
times
don't.
are changing, man. They're doing everything possible to get rid of manual labor, man. Those little jobs, man. They want
I,
everybody to be delivery people. That's what it's
I,
gonna be.
I was seeing this meme. They had like I think it was Amazon. They had robots like working, and then they showed a robot just break down and malfunction, and it couldn't work no more.
Yeah,
It just
it's pretty much it's gonna be top 1%. Everybody else is delivering or something. That's it. Just delivery people.
well, I mean, Amazon is responsible for a big part of that. You can see how many was it Amazon distribution centers, warehouses is being built, and like everywhere. Amazon, then you got little Amazon Prime kiosks. You know,
Yeah, they up and
they just
running, man.
they're
I
just
thought that's gonna
dominating.
take them a while to be up and running, but they up and running.
Man, they're everywhere, man. And I know this guy the gym I used to goes to. He was actually building part of Jeff Bezos' house down in D.C. This he said he was trying to install the cabinets, right? And he was drilling and they tried to figure out why they couldn't mount it. Come to find out the walls is like bulletproof, so he couldn't screw through it. So they had to figure out another way to mount the cabinets onto the wall.
Mm.
Wow.
What was
Yeah.
this?
Jeff Bezos' house. They're building this guy. I
Oh,
know he was one
okay.
of the guys part of building Jeff Bezos' house down in DC. It like extended from one block, and then they were building a separate house for like his security guards. So like they'll have a place to like stay at for the week. You know what I'm saying? Instead of going home, they'll just room there, and then start their shift.
Yeah, might as well. There's always somebody that's looking to try to extort or kidnap. So you're gonna need
Yeah,
24/7 fucking
and,
security.
and
Yeah, that's a big name right there. Shit.
so many people at his throat because some of the workers might feel some type of way about him. So he needs like security. He can't like walk to like the Starbucks. Like nothing like that.
Hey,
That man was super rich. I ain't gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
That dude's super
yeah.
rich. But
EJ
fellas,
got a nice
let
paycheck.
me see. It is Saturday, and the fight's gonna be coming on about several hours.
Oh snaps!
No, I'm just saying later on the
Oh
night, man.
yeah.
It's already freaking Saturday over here. Shit.
Oh yeah, me too. Hey, it's we're here at the East Coast, man. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up, man.
Yeah, I'm about to
Enjoy
bounce too.
talking to
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
It's,
we'll do it again. You already know what it is, man. Y'all
yeah.
continue. Y'all continue to be safe out there, man.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
Neezy, you need to goddamn seek some help, Neezy, for real.
yeah, it's good.
Why, bro? Come
You
on,
be
man.
on
I just
you be on their shoulders, neck, and freaking
Yeah, yeah.
spinal region, tap dancing on their back.
That's all right. It needs to continue doing it. That you need to
spinal.
continue. Yeah, continue.
Yeah,
Continue.
spinal. Yeah, that shit's spinal. Oh, so you
Yo,
broke your back. It's spinal.
Talking about,
yo, when I
talking about
seen Mike Tyson did that, that shit had me rolling in tears for days, man. I can't
Mike
believe it.
He was
Mike
serious
Tyson.
too. So
Mike
He
you
was
Tyson
broke your back.
serious.
Yeah, I broke my back.
My back. My
Hey,
back is broken. And he said, "What do you mean, spinal?"
Hey, it was funny. Hey, look.
That's just hilarious.
It was funny when Mike Tyson had an interview when he had Sugar Ray Leonard in there, and he started getting all emotional. He said, "You know, this monster I am. I'm really not him, man." He said, Sugar Ray, I've always been so jealous and envious of you, man. He said, I just want to tell you I love you. He said, see all this boxing is giving me. He's getting all emotional. It was the most funny interview,
Sugar
man.
Ray was about to run out that motherfucker, boy.
Are you see? You saw it?
Yeah, I've seen that, man. They edited. I seen the edited version. All that. Sugar Ray was like, "What the fuck?"
Man, that interview had me dying, man. Mike
Tyson, a wild boy, man. Shit, man.
Yo, he's one of a kind. But I tell you, though,
I want to tell you,
man.
How jealous I am of you, man.
Why are you jealous of Sugar Ray, dog? He wasn't even in the heavyweight division, bro.
Right?
Like, what are you jealous of, man? Mike's a strong dude, man. He's a legend, but god damn.
Yeah.
And that's why I found it funny when Spence tried to check Mike Tyson, and he just laughed. He's like, man, he's straight.
Look, I knew Mike was gonna take it well because he was on some shit. Like, I knew he was gonna laugh. He laughed in his face because Mike was high, dog.
But it was funny. I
gotta talk to you about this. You said Crawford's gonna do this. He said, man, come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. It's embarrassing, man. It's not good sportsmanship.
You're taking credit away from him, man. Like he made Errol Spence say anything after that. He bodied him with laughter.
With laughter, man. He laughed in his face, man.
He didn't even blow up. He didn't even blow up. He didn't even say, I'm gonna eat your fam. I'm gonna eat your kids. I'm gonna mess with your wife. He laughed at him, and Errol Spence couldn't do nothing but take it. He was like
blink his eyes.
But Spence, that's like y'all was saying earlier. You know how people saying he ain't that smart?
Yeah.
Just look how he tried to say that shit to Mike. What was he thinking, dog? Like,
he wasn't.
Real talk. What were you thinking? That's why they saying you ain't that smart. Like, you went up there trying to talk to Mike Tyson about something he's saying about Errol. Mike Tyson, the OG for sure, man. Like, you try to go to one of the OGs, bro.
Yeah.
And check him on who was gonna win between him and Crawford. And you didn't like it.
You really didn't like it. You know what, Spence? You're right. I think you're gonna win. The fuck out of here. He gonna stand on one. He gonna stand on this square.
I mean, after the stuff Mike has experienced in his life, and in a guy like Errol Spence think he's gonna go up to his show and check him. Like, come on, you're gonna go to my kingdom and try to check me, a OG, a man with way more experience than you, been through way more than you've been through, you know.
I got one last question. If they do set the rematch, do Spence go on these same places he got interviews and try to promote the fight?
I mean, he just went to the basic ones. He went to $1 million worth of game, Breakfast Club. He didn't go all over the place like Crawford did. He just went to the basic ones that was in NYC.
He probably be safe to go to Gilly shit.
What does a press conference be like? They're gonna be in a press conference, like, I'm gonna go in here again, do my thing again, and what Derek James say? Oh, you ain't fought nobody. What are they gonna be able to say? Like, what is that press conference?
That nigga ain't gonna say he ain't fought nobody this time because he has his fighter on his resume as a loss.
Like I was saying before, I think they need to use all these YouTube excuses so the fan base could be like, yeah, we told you, yeah, we was right. He was using all this other dumb shit.
And you know what they need to bring for Errol Spence to spar to get at least ready for Bud somewhat.
Who?
They need to talk.
Man,
to
they last minute fight. He a last minute fighter, bro.
I know. They need to get in contact with the local aquarium and get an octopus. get an octopus in there to spar with Spence. You know, just so he can work on the reflexes just a
Now
little
that
bit.
nigga
You
don't
know?
have no discipline when it come to eating. Spencer put that shit on the goddamn grill and cook that motherfucker and eat it,
Wait,
dog.
you mean this is for training? I mean,
That
it's gonna
nigga
make
break
my
his
jaw
diet.
stronger.
He'll break his diet because you can't eat octopus. He'll break his diet, cook that motherfucker fried, all that shit, dog.
Man, hey, look, Errol
You
Spence
got to
trying to come
bring
down.
something that's unedible. You know what I'm saying?
Spence
It can't be
before
edible
Spence
shit, dog.
before Spence went away, he went and got secretly went and got some went to Crawford Parade and got some food, man. So he,
Something. Or he had somebody goddamn send it to him or something, dog. He said, they having fish fry because of me. I'm gonna get me something to eat too. I'm gonna get me a plate.
I just
Fuck them niggas, selfish ass niggas.
September, October, November. If the rematch is slated for December, I just can't see it. I mean, Spence is not
Man, it's
even.
over 8 weeks
if
though.
if
I
he
went I
if he
went over
work
this
out now,
October,
I would believe
November.
he's
That's
not
8
working out.
weeks, bro.
Mm-hmm.
He
October,
doesn't work
November.
out,
That's 8
man.
weeks, man.
Spence probably hasn't even stepped back in the gym yet.
I don't know.
Hey, they don't care, man. You know,
They
Bud on there
don't. They just
training and shit, and then
they
Spence
really
over
want
there
just the money.
taking
That's it.
pictures, dog. Taking
And
social
that's
media
fine.
flicks.
Yeah,
That's
that's
fine. He
all.
deserves the money. Go ahead. He did it the work. He did
Yeah,
all the quote
yeah,
unquote
sure.
heavy lifting. He just want to
Yeah.
work out just for a check. All right, whatever. Fuck it. Let him. We know what's going to happen. More damage. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I'll watch it all day. But
I
yeah, I'm
mean,
out of here,
We at
fellas.
the nickel. We're at 5 hours, fellas, man. Appreciate y'all pulling
all
up,
right,
man. Y'all
fellas.
hold it down.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, man. Shout out to y'all. Salute from World Combat Sports. I'm out, people.
Salute. Peace.
A big shout out to everyone that's in the chat, man. The hottest chat in the MF and gang. A-Side official, man. We up out this 5 hours on the clock, man. Peace.